There are many things that I remember about high school, and most of them, as is the case with many who have tread through those halls, are forgettable. The humdrum days of adolescence slipped by with a slow, methodical tempo. Each day was a mirror of the last. Classroom walls closing in with every lesson, the endless chatter of students brimming with the energy of youth. But one particular room within the labyrinthine corridors of Brickland High holds a memory so vivid, so deeply etched into the fibers of my being, that it refuses to fade. It was the detention room, a place where the echoes of a normal high school day could not intrude, where silence was both a rule and a companion. I found myself there one Friday afternoon, the result of a minor infraction that seemed monumental at the time. I had been caught passing a note in algebra class, a misstep that my teacher, Mrs. Callahan, took as a sign of disrespect. She was a woman of rigid principles, her stern gaze capable of withering even the most rebellious of students. So there I was, dragged before the judgment seat, handed a slip of paper with the dreaded words, "Detention." The room itself was unremarkable. Rows of desks lined up with military precision, an old chalkboard at the front, and a single window that allowed a sliver of light to filter through the heavy drapes. The air was thick with a musty, stale odor that seemed to cling to the walls, a scent that became an unwelcome participant in our silent penance. Here, time slowed to a crawl, each tick of the clock echoing like the drumbeat of a slow march. Detention was usually overseen by Mr. Hale, a man who seemed to fade into the background of the school like a forgotten relic. His presence was as unobtrusive as it was unremarkable. His role was simple: to sit, to read, and to occasionally glance up to ensure all was quiet. But on this day, an unusual figure presided over the room. Mr. Crow, a history teacher known for his unorthodox methods and enigmatic air, had replaced Mr. Hale. It was a rare occurrence, one that I dismissed as a simple matter of scheduling. How naive the young can be. As I settled into my seat, I noticed the other students around me, each absorbed in their own silent worlds. There was Jenny, a habitual visitor of detention for reasons she never shared, and Mike, a rather boisterous character whose enthusiasm often bordered on disruptive. There were two others whose names escape me now, faces blurred by the passage of time. We were a ragtag group, bonded only by our shared punishment. Mr. Crow was a tall, slender man, with sharp features and eyes that seemed to hold a flicker of something unsettling. He paced the front of the room with a calculated grace, the soles of his shoes whispering against the tiled floor. His presence was unlike Mr. Hale's. It demanded attention, even in silence. It was during the first hour that the disturbance began, subtle at first, shrouded in the veneer of normalcy. Mr. Crow paused his pacing and turned to face us, his hands clasped behind his back. He regarded us with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, a curious, knowing look that set my nerves on edge. "Today," he said, his voice soft yet clear, "we shall play a game." A chorus of confused glances passed among us. This was detention, not a playground. Games were not part of the unwritten code of this solemn space. Mr. Crow walked to his desk and retrieved something from the top drawer. As he returned to face us, I felt a prickle of apprehension run down my spine. In his hands was a small, unmarked wooden box. He placed it on the desk with an air of reverence, his fingers tracing its edges as if it were a cherished possession. "This," he continued, "is a game of chance. Each of you will take a turn, and we shall see what fate holds for you." There was no protest, no objection. The room was gripped by a palpable tension, curiosity mingling with the first threads of unease. Mr. Crow's gaze swept over us, and for a moment I could swear his eyes lingered a fraction too long on me. He opened the box to reveal a small cylindrical object, its metallic surface gleaming under the fluorescent lights. It was a revolver, an object that seemed so out of place in our mundane world that it took a moment for the reality to sink in. "We will play a version of Russian roulette," Mr. Crow announced, his tone devoid of the gravity the object warranted. A collective gasp filled the room, the very air vibrating with disbelief. Yet Mr. Crow remained calm, unmoved by our shock. He picked up the revolver, its weight seeming lighter in his practiced hands. "This is not loaded," he reassured us, though his words did little to quell the rising panic. "There is nothing to fear. It is merely a symbolic gesture, a test of courage." The room was silent, save for the anxious shuffling of feet and the hammering of hearts. Fear hung in the air, a specter that loomed over each of us. I wanted to speak, to question this madness, but my voice was locked somewhere deep within. Jenny was the first to be called upon. She approached with trepidation, her eyes darting nervously between Mr. Crow and the revolver. He handed it to her with a nod of encouragement, as if this were a simple task, no different from reciting history lessons. With shaking hands, she raised the barrel to her temple and pulled the trigger. There was a click, the sound echoing like a distant whisper. Relief washed over us, but it was short-lived. The game continued, each student stepping forward, each click of the trigger tightening the coil of fear around us. I watched as Mike, ever the joker, tried to mask his fear with bravado, his laughter hollow and strained. The revolver passed from hand to hand, its weight a constant reminder of the absurdity of our situation. When at last it was my turn, my legs felt like lead as I rose from my seat. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing in with silent judgment. Mr. Crow handed me the revolver with an inscrutable smile, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. My hand trembled as I lifted the revolver, its cold metal biting into my skin. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, a roaring tide that threatened to sweep me away. With a deep, shuddering breath, I placed the barrel against my temple and squeezed the trigger. Click. The sound was like a thunderclap, a release of tension that left me weak and breathless. I returned to my seat, the adrenaline still coursing through my veins, the surrealism of the event settling like a heavy fog. But Mr. Crow was not finished. He closed the box and addressed us once more, his voice carrying a note of satisfaction. "You have all passed a test of bravery," he declared. "Remember this moment, for it is rare to face one's fears so directly." His words were met with silence, the weight of what had transpired hanging over us like a shadow. As the final minutes of detention ticked by, I could not shake the feeling that we had been part of something far more sinister than a mere game. The bell rang, signaling our release, yet the normalcy of the world beyond the detention room felt foreign, as if we had crossed a threshold into an altered reality. We filed out in silence, each of us burdened with the knowledge of what we had experienced, a secret that bound us together in a pact of silence. In the days that followed, the world continued its relentless march forward, the school returning to its familiar rhythm. Yet I found myself haunted by the memory of that afternoon, the image of Mr. Crow and the revolver, a constant companion in my thoughts. I often wondered what his true intentions were, whether we had been mere pawns in a twisted game of his design. That sense of unease persisted, lingering like a specter that refused to be exorcised. I would catch glimpses of Mr. Crow in the hallways, his presence a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface of our everyday lives. He would nod in passing, a silent acknowledgement of the bond we now shared. Years have passed since that day, yet the memory remains as vivid as ever. I am older now, the perspective of time revealing layers of understanding that were once obscured. But the lingering fear, the shadow that has followed me into adulthood, is a testament to the power of that moment, a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy lies a world fraught with unseen dangers. The high school has since closed, the building now standing abandoned, a relic of a past that refuses to fade. I sometimes find myself drawn to it, standing before its locked gates, the halls echoing with the ghosts of memories long past. And in those moments, I wonder if the game we played was truly a test of courage, or if it was something far more profound, a glimpse into the darkness that dwells within us all. As I stand there, the wind whispering through the cracked windows, I am reminded that there are some things that remain with us, unshakable and eternal. The game was but a moment, yet its impact lingers, a shadow that stretches across time. And as I turn away, I feel the weight of that knowledge settle within me, a quiet, persistent reminder of the fear that never truly fades. The walls of Claremont Academy High School were painted a dull beige, a color that seemed to suck the life out of the bustling energy usually found in a school of its size. Every day, students shuffled through the halls, their chatter echoing off the lockers and linoleum tiles. The school was old, its architecture a mix of Gothic and early 20th century design, a testament to its history and the generations that had passed through its halls. As a senior, I had grown accustomed to the daily routine: classes, lunch, more classes, and the occasional detainment in the classroom when I was caught talking out of turn. Detention was held in room 112, a musty old classroom at the far end of the East Wing. It was an isolated part of the school, where the few scattered windows allowed for only the faintest hints of daylight. I had been there a handful of times, mostly for minor infractions like forgetting to turn in homework, or for the rare occasions when my sarcasm outpaced my discretion. The room was always cold, and the desks, lined in perfect rows, stood like sentinels in the dim light. I often wondered if the janitors ever ventured into this part of the school, as it always seemed to have a layer of dust that gave everything a ghostly appearance. On one particular Friday, after an unfortunate incident involving an impromptu mimicry of Mr. Hendrix's monotone teaching style, I found myself seated in room 112 once more. The bell had rung, signaling the end of the school day, and I slipped through the throng of students towards my inevitable penance. Mr. Carson, the history teacher who oversaw detention, sat at the front desk with the air of someone who would rather be anywhere else. His glasses perched precariously on the bridge of his nose as he leafed through a worn copy of some history tome, his face a mask of indifference. I settled into a desk near the back, prepared to spend the next hour pretending to do the homework I hadn't yet started. A few other students filed in, each with their own reasons for being there, some looking genuinely annoyed, others resigned to their fate. It was an eclectic mix, none of whom I knew particularly well, which suited me just fine. The less I had to interact, the quicker the time seemed to pass. As the minutes ticked by, the dull hum of the fluorescent lights overhead seemed to grow louder, filling the room with a monotony that matched the beige walls. I was just about to pull my notebook from my bag when a strange sensation washed over me, a prickling at the back of my neck that made the hair stand on end. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone playing a prank, but the rest of the students were engrossed in their own activities, oblivious to the change. Even Mr. Carson remained undisturbed, his attention fixed on his book. It was then that I noticed the air. It felt different, heavier, as if it carried with it an unseen weight. A peculiar chill settled over the room, though the windows were shut tight against the outside world. I shook off the feeling, attributing it to the stuffy confines of the classroom and the boredom of detention. But the sensation lingered, a whisper of unease that refused to be silenced. The first real disturbance occurred when the clock above the chalkboard began to behave erratically. The second hand jerked forward, then back, as though caught in a loop. I nudged the student beside me, a boy named Lucas, whose reputation for being a prankster often landed him in detention. "Hey, you seeing that?" I whispered, nodding towards the clock. He followed my gaze and frowned. "Weird. Maybe it's broken." A broken clock was a plausible enough explanation, but something in Lucas's voice hinted at a similar discomfort. I returned my attention to my notebook, trying to focus on the math problems I had half-heartedly attempted. The numbers swam on the page, refusing to form cohesive equations. The room seemed to pulse with a strange energy, and I found my eyes drawn back to the clock repeatedly, each glance revealing more erratic movements. The other students began to notice too, muttering among themselves, their voices a low murmur that rose and fell like the tide. Suddenly the lights flickered, casting the room into momentary darkness before buzzing back to life. Mr. Carson looked up from his book, his expression one of mild irritation. "Settle down," he said, as if the lights were our doing, his tone dismissive. But the lights were the least of our concerns. A sound echoed through the room, a gentle creaking, followed by a soft thud. I turned towards the far corner, where an old wooden door, long since unused and bolted shut, stood partially ajar. It was the door that led to the basement, a place rumored to be haunted, though I had never given much credence to such stories. The door had always been locked, its surface covered in a layer of dust that suggested it hadn't been disturbed in years. "Did you see that?" a girl in front whispered, her voice tinged with apprehension. I nodded, more to myself than to her. My curiosity piqued, I watched as the door gently swung open a little further, a draft of cool air escaping from beyond its threshold. It was as if the building itself had taken a breath, exhaling secrets long kept. Mr. Carson stood, adjusting his glasses as he made his way towards the door. "Probably a draft," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. He pushed the door shut with a firm hand, the sound echoing through the silent room, but I noticed he did not attempt to lock it again. The hours dragged on, time stretching in the peculiar way it does when one is confined. I returned to my math, though I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something unseen lingered in the corners of the room. The sensation was unsettling, and I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder now and then, half expecting to catch a glimpse of something lurking in the shadows. Then the scratching began. It was faint at first, like the sound of a pencil against paper, but it grew steadily louder, a persistent noise that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. It seemed to come from the walls, the floors, the very structure of the room itself, alive with a life of its own. The other students shifted uneasily, their discomfort mirroring my own. Lucas leaned closer, his voice a hushed whisper. "You hear that?" "Yeah," I replied, my voice equally low. "It's creepy." He nodded, his eyes scanning the room. "Think it's rats?" "Maybe." But something told me it wasn't rats, or at least not in the way we understood them. There was an intelligence behind the sound, a purpose that defied explanation. Without warning, the lights flickered once more, and the room was plunged into darkness. A collective gasp rose from the students, the air thick with tension. I heard Mr. Carson curse softly in the front of the room, his silhouette barely visible against the shadows. "Everyone stay calm," he called, though his voice carried an edge that suggested he was anything but. "The power's probably just out." But his explanation did little to quell the unease that had settled over us like a shroud. The scratching continued, now accompanied by a soft whispering that seemed to float through the air, a chorus of voices, too faint to decipher, but undeniably present. The door to the basement swung open again, the hinges groaning in protest. This time, Mr. Carson did not move to close it. Instead, he stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the dark maw beyond. It was as though the door had become a portal, a gateway to something beyond our understanding, and none of us dared approach it. The whispers grew louder, and the air in the room felt charged, electric. as if the very atmosphere was alive with possibility. I could feel a change in the air, a shift that was both thrilling and terrifying. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder that we were on the precipice of something unknown. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the lights flickered back to life. We blinked against the sudden brightness, the room returning to its mundane appearance. The whispers silenced, the scratching ceased. The door remained open, but the sense of foreboding had lessened, leaving in its wake a lingering unease. Mr. Carson cleared his throat, his face pale and drawn. "All right, enough," he said, his voice shaky. "Detention's over. Everyone, go home." We did not need to be told twice. In a flurry of movement, we gathered our things and left the room, each of us glancing over our shoulders, as if to confirm that the door remained as it was. As I stepped into the hallway, I felt the tension ease, but the memory of the experience clung to me like a phantom, refusing to be dispelled. That night, as I lay in bed, my thoughts returned to room 112 and the strange events that had unfolded there. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had glimpsed something otherworldly, a reality that existed parallel to our own. The sensation of being watched lingered, and I found myself dreading the return to school the following Monday. As the days passed, the event became fodder for rumors and speculation among the students. Some claimed it was a prank, others swore it was a genuine haunting. But for those of us who were there, the truth was far more complex. There was an understanding, unspoken yet shared, that we had been touched by something beyond comprehension, a presence that defied explanation. Though I tried to put the experience behind me, I found myself drawn back to room 112, a curiosity that refused to be quelled. I would linger outside its door between classes, peering through the small window, half expecting to see the door to the basement standing open, beckoning. It was during one of these moments that I noticed something peculiar. The clock in the room, which had functioned perfectly since that day, was now permanently frozen at the exact moment the lights had first gone out. Despite attempts to fix it, the hands refused to move, a silent testament to the disturbance. The school administration eventually replaced the clock, and life returned to a semblance of normalcy. But the memory of that day remained with me, a shadow that followed wherever I went. I began to see subtle changes in the school, a shift in the air, a fleeting shadow in the corner of my vision, the feeling of being watched when I was alone. I wasn't the only one. Lucas and the others who had been in detention that day would occasionally exchange glances, a silent acknowledgement that we shared a secret, a connection forged in the crucible of fear. As graduation approached, I found myself contemplating the future, the inevitability of leaving Claremont Academy behind. The prospect was both exhilarating and daunting, yet, despite the excitement of moving on, a part of me was reluctant to let go, tethered by the invisible threads of that shared experience. The last day of school arrived with the same sense of finality I had anticipated, and as I walked through the halls one final time, I found myself drawn back to room 112, compelled to take one last look before stepping into the future. To my surprise, I found the door ajar, the room empty and quiet, the dust motes dancing in the slanting light. As I stood there, A chill ran down my spine, and I realized that the transformation we had witnessed was not confined to the physical space of the room, but had touched each of us in ways we could not fully understand. We had been marked by the experience, our perceptions altered, our lives forever changed. I stepped back into the hallway, leaving the room and its secrets behind, but the feeling of unease remained, a constant companion that whispered of things unseen. As I walked away, the door to room 112 slowly swung shut, the soft click of the latch echoing down the empty corridor, a final punctuation to a chapter of my life that would haunt me long after I had left Claremont behind. In the dim light of early November, our classroom sat silent and cold, nestled on the second floor of the old brick school building, a place meant for learning, where the echo of youthful chatter and the scribble of pencils on paper usually filled the air, now stood eerily still. It was the kind of stillness that one might enjoy in rare moments of solitude, but in the company of peers, it felt unnaturally oppressive. The windows, large and somewhat antiquated, overlooked the leaf-strewn courtyard below. They were old enough that they rattled with the wind, a constant reminder of the world outside, yet incapable of letting us escape to it during our confinement. Our teacher, Mr. Hallstrom, was a man in his late 50s, with a face etched by the experiences of a life in academia. He had an air of authority that was seasoned with a visible fatigue, perhaps from years of dealing with restless students like us. On the morning of the first incident, he entered the room with his usual calm demeanor, though a subtle flicker of unease clouded his eyes. The day began like any other, with the morning announcements crackling over the intercom and the sound of backpacks dropping onto desks. We were accustomed to the humdrum routine of school life, the predictable rhythm of bells dictating our every move. However, the simplicity of our day was shattered when, without warning, the fire alarm blared with a shrillness that drove us all to our feet. Our practiced routine kicked in, lines formed, and we made our way to the exit. But as we reached the doorway, we found it inexplicably locked. Panic set in quickly, like a contagion spreading from one student to the next. Mr. Hallstrom, attempting to maintain order, assured us it was likely a malfunction, a mistake that would soon be rectified. Yet calls to the front office went unanswered, and the alarm continued its relentless wailing. When it finally ceased, the silence that followed was even more unsettling. The first day passed with mounting apprehension. Attempts to contact the outside world through our phones met only with static, as if we had been disconnected from reality itself. Mr. Hallstrom, doing his best to keep us calm, suggested that we treat the situation as an unexpected break, a pause in our normal routine that would soon be resolved. He organized activities, encouraged discussions, and even read to us from a book of short stories he kept on his desk. Yet as the hours turned into days, it became clear that we were not merely experiencing a brief interlude. The school, once a bustling ecosystem of students and teachers, seemed abandoned beyond the confines of our classroom. No one came to fetch us. No explanations were given. The food supplies from our lunchboxes dwindled quickly, and soon hunger became a constant companion, gnawing at our patience and civility. By the fourth day, tensions were running high. The lack of food, combined with the claustrophobic environment, began to fray the social fabric that had been woven over years of shared experiences. Cliques that once seemed benign now became factions, each vying for dominance over the dwindling resources. Arguments broke out over trifles, voices raising over the ownership of forgotten snacks found at the bottom of backpacks. It was on the 6th day that the true nature of our predicament began to reveal itself in the behavior of my classmates. The once polite and orderly group devolved into chaos, mimicry of society's basest instincts. Friendships dissolved over mere crumbs of sustenance, trust eroded by the persistent erosion of order. Mr. Hallstrom, who had been our anchor, seemed to struggle under the weight of maintaining composure and control. His eyes, once calm and reassuring, now flickered with doubt. On the 8th day, the air in the room felt thick with the tang of fear and desperation. I watched as classmates, driven by hunger and suspicion, began to hoard whatever they could. The classroom, with its worn wooden desks and chalkboard, became an arena where survival instincts overruled civilized behavior. The camaraderie that had once bound us was replaced by a primal urge to endure at any cost. It was on the 10th day that things took a darker turn. The absence of authority, of any reminder of the outside world, led to a strange sense of liberation in some, and a descent into madness for others. I overheard whispered conversations at the back of the room, plots and schemes that spoke of desperate measures. Acts of petty theft escalated as students snatched food and possessions from each other, the concept of ownership becoming as fragile as our psyches. Despite the growing chaos, some semblance of normalcy was maintained through the efforts of a few like-minded individuals. I found solace in the company of a small group who, like me, sought to maintain reason in the face of unfolding madness. Together, we shared what little we had, formed a pact of mutual support amidst the growing anarchy. On the 12th day, an eerie silence settled over us. Exhaustion, both physical and mental, had taken its toll. The once vibrant classroom was now a shadow of its former self, a stark reminder of the fragility of social order. Our teacher, Mr. Hallstrom, had withdrawn into himself, his presence now ghost-like, wandering between realities as if haunted by specters only he could see. It was on the 13th day that the climax of our ordeal presented itself. The morning began with an unusual stillness, a quiet that felt laden with anticipation. As we sat listlessly at our desks, the classroom door, which had remained a steadfast barrier, creaked open with an almost spectral slowness. The hallway beyond, bathed in a soft, unnatural light, beckoned us with an invitation that was as terrifying as it was alluring. Despite our fears, the pull of escape was too strong to resist. We left the confines of the room, moving as a hesitant group through the silent hallways, each step echoing with the weight of 13 days of isolation. The rest of the school lay abandoned, eerily preserved, as if waiting for us to return to a world that had moved on without us. When we finally stepped outside into the courtyard, the brisk autumn air was a balm to our senses. a tangible reminder of life beyond the confines of our imprisonment. Yet the joy of freedom was tempered by an intangible dread, a lingering fear that the world we returned to was not the same as the one we had left. Our ordeal had changed us, an unspoken bond forged in the crucible of shared terror. We were no longer just classmates, but survivors of a peculiar nightmare, forever marked by the experience. The school, once a symbol of learning and growth, now held an ominous significance in our minds. Rumors of our disappearance and eventual return would ripple through the community, stories spun from whispers and half-truths. As days turned to weeks, the memory of those 13 days began to fade, overshadowed by the return of routine and the demands of everyday life. Yet, deep within us, the specter of isolation lingered, a shadow that danced at the edges of our consciousness. The classroom where we had spent those weeks was cleaned, repainted, and eventually filled with new students, unaware of the spectral history that the walls held. And though normalcy returned to our lives, I found myself often drawn back to that room, standing quietly at its threshold, feeling the chill of memories long past. I would peer inside, half expecting to see the ghosts of our former selves, and wonder if, somewhere in the cracks of reality, a part of us remained forever locked in that room. The day began like any other. The routine was almost comforting in its predictability. I arrived early at Glenwood High, where the corridors echoed with the quiet anticipation of another school day. The morning air was crisp, the sun barely peeking over the horizon, promising a serene day ahead. I settled into my usual seat in the back corner of the classroom, a vantage point from which I could observe without being noticed. Our chemistry teacher, Mr. Langley, was characteristically punctual, entering the room with his usual flourish. He was an eccentric man, his love for the subject palpable and infectious. Today, he was particularly animated, diving into the nuances of chemical reactions with a fervor that seemed almost out of place in the mundane setting of a high school classroom. The gentle hum of his voice, mixed with the soft scratch of chalk on the blackboard, was soothing in its familiarity. Just as we were getting into the rhythm of the lesson, a shrill ring echoed through the halls. The fire alarm's clamor sent a wave of confusion rippling through the classroom. Mr. Langley paused, his hand suspended midair, the piece of chalk poised like a conductor's baton. A collective murmur rose among us, students exchanging bewildered glances. Fire drills were routine, yet this interruption felt strangely ominous, a discordant note in the symphony of our day. Heaving a sigh, Mr. Langley set the chalk down and motioned for us to line up. We shuffled out of the room, our movements sluggish with reluctance. As we trickled into the hallway, the air discernibly shifted. It was heavy, carrying a weight that wasn't there before. A faint, acrid smell tickled my nostrils, subtly out of place amidst the sterile smell of industrial cleaners that usually permeated the school. Once outside, the usual chatter of students during a drill was replaced by a nervous quiet. We gathered in the schoolyard, our eyes instinctively drawn to the sky. It was then that we saw it. A dense, unnatural fog was creeping toward us, rolling in like a slow tide, enveloping the world beyond the school grounds. Its color was a sickly greenish hue, swirling and undulating in an almost hypnotic dance. A voice crackled over the school's PA system, Mr. Langley's voice, sounding strained and unfamiliar. "Everyone, please return to your classrooms immediately. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." Unease turned to anxiety as teachers and students alike hurried back inside, the doors shutting with a sense of finality. Back in the classroom, the atmosphere was tense, laden with an unspoken fear. Mr. Langley closed the blinds, the snap of the plastic slats a stark punctuation in the silence. He turned to us, his face a mask of calm that did little to hide the worry in his eyes. "We need to stay inside until further notice. It's a chemical fog, potentially hazardous." The weight of his words settled over us. The room seemed to shrink, the walls closing in ever so slightly. We were trapped, the outside world a forbidden zone shrouded in mystery and danger. We could hear the wind howling outside, a mournful lament that echoed through the classrooms and hallways. Time dragged, and the boundaries of the classroom became the limits of our world. The initial flurry of whispered conversations and speculative theories eventually gave way to a heavy silence, punctuated only by the occasional nervous shuffle or stifled cough. We were a collective of individuals, sharing the same space, but lost in our own thoughts, each grappling with the surreal nature of our predicament. As the hours slipped by, the air inside grew stuffy, a reminder of our confinement. We clung to our cell phones for updates, but the networks were jammed, a digital silence as oppressive as the physical one. Mr. Langley did his best to maintain a semblance of normalcy, attempting to resume our lesson, but the words felt hollow, their meaning lost amidst our mounting anxiety. The turning point came when one of the students, Leah, broke the uneasy silence. Her voice was shaky, laced with fear. "Mr. Langley, what if the fog gets inside?" The question, though whispered, reverberated through the room like a gunshot. Mr. Langley, caught off guard, hesitated before responding. "The school is sealed off. We should be safe in here," he reassured, but his eyes flicked toward the windows, betraying his uncertainty. The hours stretched on, each minute feeling like an eternity. The room was a pressure cooker, our anxiety simmering just below the surface. I found myself staring at the clock, willing it to move faster, each tick a reminder of our helplessness. Then, without warning, the lights flickered. A collective gasp echoed through the room, and I felt my heart skip a beat. The power struggled to hold, the fluorescent bulbs sputtering before plunging us into an uneasy half-light. Shadows lengthened, and the air seemed to thicken, charged with a static tension. Panic began to bubble beneath the surface, whispers growing urgent and fearful. Mr. Langley urged us to stay calm, his voice a soothing balm, but the fear in the room was palpable. The fog, ever present in our minds, was a silent adversary, its threat looming just beyond the walls. I glanced toward the window, drawn by a movement outside. Through a gap in the blinds, I saw it, the fog pressing against the glass, tendrils curling and unfurling like a living entity. It was mesmerizing in its malevolence, a stark reminder of the danger lurking beyond our fragile sanctuary. Time lost meaning. The boundaries between hours blurred as we waited, trapped in limbo. It was a waiting game, each of us hoping for a resolution, a return to normalcy that felt increasingly out of reach. The climax came with alarming suddenness. A loud bang reverberated from down the hall, followed by hurried footsteps and muffled voices. Fear spiked, our imaginations conjuring all manner of horrors. Mr. Langley moved to the door, opening it a fraction to peer outside. His face, usually animated and expressive, was a mask of neutrality, carefully controlled in the face of uncertainty. After what felt like an eternity, he turned back to us. That was maintenance. They're checking the ventilation. Apparently, some rooms reported issues. His hesitation did little to quell our fears, but the knowledge that someone was actively trying to protect us was a small comfort. The hours continued to drag, our nerves stretched thin. The fog outside was an ever-present threat, its malevolent dance a backdrop to our uncertainty. The school, usually a place of learning and laughter, felt like a fortress under siege. As the day wore on, something shifted. The oppressive tension began to ebb, a subtle change in the air, offering a glimmer of hope. The PA crackled to life once more, a different voice this time, calm and authoritative. Attention all students and teachers. The fog is dispersing. Please remain in your classrooms until we receive an all clear from emergency services. Relief was a palpable thing, a collective exhale that swept through the room. We were still trapped, but the promise of freedom was a balm to our frayed nerves. Mr. Langley smiled, his relief evident. For the first time since the day began, the atmosphere lightened, the weight of fear lifting ever so slightly. Yet, as the minutes ticked by, a lingering unease persisted. The fog might have been receding, but its presence had left an indelible mark on us all. The world outside our classroom was no longer a place of certainty. It was a reminder of how quickly normalcy could be upended. Eventually, the all clear came, a cheer echoing through the school as we were finally allowed to leave. Stepping outside, the air was fresh and clear, the sun shining brightly, as if trying to erase the memory of the day's events. Yet, despite the return to normalcy, the memory of that eerie fog lingered, a shadow on the edge of our consciousness. As I walked home, the world was both familiar and alien, the events of the day casting a long shadow. The fog had dispersed, its threat seemingly gone, but the fear it instilled lingered. In the days that followed, life returned to its regular rhythm, yet a part of me remained watchful, wary of the unexpected. The fog was a specter, an unseen threat that had changed us, a reminder of the fragility of our world. It was a psychological scar, a lingering fear that would stay with us long after the fog had vanished, a silent ghost haunting the edges of our reality. We had faced the unknown and emerged unscathed, but the fear remained, an echo of what had been, a whisper of what could be again. The morning began like any other at Ridgeline High School, nestled at the edge of our small town surrounded by dense forests. The air was crisp, The sun a gentle guide as students trickled in through the front doors, their laughter echoing against the brick facade. I sat at my usual spot in the cafeteria, sipping a cup of lukewarm coffee and watching the familiar scene unfold before me. The rhythmic chatter was comforting, a gentle hum that filled the space like a well-loved song. I was used to this, the reliable routine of my life as a chemistry teacher here. It was my little world, predictable and secure. But that security was shattered when the first message came through on the school's emergency broadcast system. A calm, automated voice instructed us to stay inside and refrain from opening any windows or doors. A chemical fog had been detected outside, it said, and until further notice, no one was to leave the building. At first, the announcement was met with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Some students snickered, others exchanged nervous glances, but as the minutes ticked by and the realization of our predicament settled in, the atmosphere shifted to one of quiet, creeping unease. Curiosity got the better of me, and I made my way to one of the large windows that lined the hallway. Peering out, I saw it, a thick, swirling mist that curled around the trees and crawled towards the school like a living entity. It was an unnatural sight, the way it rolled and pulsed, opaque and menacing against the backdrop of a perfectly clear morning sky. The fog was close, almost too close, and though I couldn't smell it, a strange sensation crept over me, as if the very air itself had changed. The faculty gathered in the staff room to discuss the situation. There was a nervous energy among us, a fragile camaraderie that masked our growing concern. Our phones were useless, no service, no internet. We were cut off, isolated, with nothing but the fog pressing against the walls of our sanctuary. I looked around at my colleagues, their faces pale with worry, and felt an unfamiliar pang of fear myself. We were responsible for the students' safety, but how could we protect them from something we didn't understand? Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into eternity as we waited for more information. In my classroom, I tried to maintain some semblance of normalcy, distracting the students with a lesson on the properties of gases. But their attention was elsewhere, their eyes flicking nervously towards the windows. I couldn't blame them. My own thoughts were consumed with questions. What was in the fog? Where had it come from? And most pressing of all, how long would we be trapped here? The first disturbance came when a student named Kayla reported feeling dizzy. She was a bright girl, always attentive and full of questions. But now, she sat slumped over her desk, her face a ghostly white. I rushed to her side, and as I did, others began complaining of headaches and nausea. Panic flared briefly in the room, a spark igniting dry tinder, but I managed to calm them, convincing myself as much as them that it was likely stress and anxiety taking its toll. I sent Kayla to the nurse's office, though deep down, I feared that whatever was happening outside had started to seep its way in. The hours dragged on, the tension mounting with each passing minute. The school's power flickered intermittently, plunging us into darkness for brief, terrifying moments. And always, the fog loomed outside, a silent, patient predator. I noticed subtle changes in the students, a restlessness that bordered on hysteria. It was as if the fog, though kept at bay, was exerting some unseen influence on us all. Even the faculty weren't immune. Tempers flared, patience wore thin, and a sense of paranoia crept in like a chill wind. It was during one of these blackouts that I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping. At first, I thought it was the sound of raindrops against the windows, but soon realized it was too methodical, too deliberate. The noise seemed to come from all around, an insistent knocking that wormed its way into my skull. Others heard it too, their eyes wide with an unspoken terror. No one dared vocalize what we all feared, that perhaps the fog was trying to communicate, to lure us outside. As the afternoon wore on, it became harder to keep the students calm. The nurse had her hands full with a growing number of students experiencing similar symptoms to Kayla's, and rumors flew like wildfire through the hallways. Some said the fog was toxic. Others believed it was some kind of military experiment gone wrong. In the absence of facts, speculation reigned supreme, feeding the monster of fear that lurked in every corner of the building. Desperate for answers, I decided to venture down to the principal's office, hoping she might have received some communication or could reach someone for help. The hallways were eerily deserted, the usual buzz of school life reduced to a tense silence. As I passed by the windows, I paused, drawn inexplicably to the roiling mist outside. It pressed against the glass like a living creature, its surface shifting and churning with a hypnotic rhythm. I felt a strange pull, as if it were beckoning me closer, whispering secrets only I could hear. Shaking off the unsettling sensation, I continued to the office, finding it locked and empty. A note on the door indicated that the principal had gone to check on the gymnasium, where some of the students had been gathered for safety. Frustrated, I turned to leave, but something caught my eye. The security monitor flickered to life, displaying a series of grainy images from cameras placed around the school grounds. The fog was everywhere, a solid wall of gray that obscured everything beyond the school's perimeter. But as I watched, I noticed something else. Shadows moving within the fog, indistinct figures that seemed to glide effortlessly through its depths. They were there one moment, gone the next, like phantoms slipping between worlds. The sight sent a shiver down my spine, and I hurried back to my classroom, my heart pounding with a primal fear I couldn't quite rationalize. I arrived to find the students huddled together, their faces drawn and anxious. I'd been gone only a short while, but it felt as though an eternity had passed. The atmosphere in the room was thick with dread, an almost tangible presence that coiled around us like the fog itself. Then came the climax of our ordeal, a moment of pure, unadulterated terror that would haunt me for years to come. The fog, it seemed, had grown impatient. The knocking returned, this time accompanied by a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the floors and walls, setting every nerve on edge. The sound seemed to come from within the building, echoing down the hallways like the wail of some tormented spirit. It was enough to drive even the most stoic among us to the brink of madness. In the midst of the chaos, the fire alarm blared to life, its shrill cry cutting through the din like a knife. Panic erupted as students and teachers alike surged towards the exits, instinct overriding caution. But the doors remained firmly shut, locked against the threat outside. I tried to maintain order, to remind everyone of the danger, but my voice was lost in the cacophony. Suddenly, the windows blew open with a force that knocked me off my feet. The fog poured in, a living, breathing entity that swallowed the room whole. I struggled to my feet, the world a blur of grays and whites, and through the haze, I saw them. The figures from the security footage, now unmistakably real, moving with a fluid grace that defied logic. They approached with outstretched hands, their forms shifting and melding with the fog. I wanted to scream, to run, but my limbs refused to obey, rooted to the spot by a terror unlike any I'd ever known. The figures circled us, their intentions unclear, and as the fog thickened, I felt a pressure in my chest, a suffocating weight that pressed down with relentless force. My vision dimmed, the world fading to black around me, and in that moment, the certainty of our doom was all-consuming. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on the floor of my classroom, the fog receding like a tide drawn back into the sea. The windows were closed once more, the room silent save for the soft, frightened sobs of the students around me. The figures were gone, as if they had never been, and outside, the fog was lifting, dissipating under the warm touch of the afternoon sun. We were safe, or so it seemed, but the memory of that day lingered, a shadow that tainted the sunlight and haunted our dreams. In the days that followed, the authorities arrived, their presence a mix of reassurance and foreboding. They cordoned off the area, conducted tests, and assured us that whatever had happened would not happen again. But the fog had left its mark, an invisible scar that refused to heal. The students eventually returned to their routines, but something fundamental had changed. Fear had taken root, a lingering unease that colored every interaction, every glance out the window. We spoke little of that day, the details slipping away like a half-remembered nightmare. But its impact was undeniable. A silent bond forged in shared terror. As for myself, I've spent countless nights pondering the events, searching for answers that remain elusive. What was the fog? What had we seen within its depths? And most haunting of all, why had it come for us? The questions gnaw at the edges of my mind, a constant reminder of the fragility of our perceived safety. Even now, I find myself glancing toward the horizon, watching for any sign of the mist's return. It is a fear that may never be dispelled, an indelible mark on my soul. And as the seasons change, the forest whispers its secrets, a language I cannot understand, but am forever bound to listen for. In the quiet moments, when the world is still and the past slips into view, I wonder if the fog truly has left us, or if it merely waits, biding its time until we are once again lulled into a sense of security. Until then, I remain vigilant, my senses attuned to the familiar scent of the air, wary of what might be lurking just beyond the trees. From the outside, the house on Pinewood Lane appeared no different from any other in the quiet suburb. Its picket fence, painted a pristine white, a lawn meticulously trimmed, and flower beds that boasted a careful selection of seasonal blooms. I had moved into this neighborhood a few months ago, drawn by its serene atmosphere and the comforting illusion of normalcy it promised. The Devereaux family lived next door, and over time, I grew familiar with their routine as it danced seamlessly through the days. Mr. Devereaux left early for work, a punctual man in a comfortably worn suit, while Mrs. Devereaux, a gentle woman with a perpetual soft smile, busied herself with the household chores and the well-being of their young daughter, Clarissa, a bright-eyed girl of 7. Initially, my interactions with the Devereaux family were limited to the polite neighborly exchanges over the fence or brief conversations about the weather as we collected our mail. Their life seemed idyllic, a picture of familial harmony that one might find in a lifestyle magazine. There was something soothing about their presence, a sense of constancy that felt grounding amidst the mundanities of suburban life. It was during one of those mundane exchanges that I first caught a glimpse of the peculiar. Mrs. Devereaux, while tending to her garden, mentioned offhandedly that their family had lived in the same house for generations. Her words resonated in a way that seemed disproportionate to their content, echoing in my mind with an ominous weight I could not quite place. She spoke with an affectionate nostalgia. Her eyes, however, reflected a depth of something I couldn't quite name. Was it sorrow, perhaps, or a resigned acceptance? One evening, as I sat by the window, sipping my tea and watching the clouds cast elongated shadows over our neighborhood, I noticed movement from the Devereaux garden. Clarissa was playing outside, her laughter a sweet tinkling sound that carried on the breeze. There was nothing unusual about a child at play, yet I felt a compelling urge to watch over her, as if drawn by an invisible thread. She moved with an unsettling grace, her footsteps light, though not entirely carefree. As she skipped among the flowers, her laughter suddenly ceased, her frame going rigid as though frozen in time, eyes fixed on something beyond my view. The silence was palpable, heavy with an indescribable tension. Then, just as abruptly, she resumed her play, yet I could not shake the feeling that something had shifted subtly, though irreversibly. As days turned into weeks, I began to notice other disturbances. Whispers, too faint to decipher, seemed to emanate from their house late at night, carried on the wind through the thin walls that divided our homes. I questioned whether it was merely the house settling, the groans and creaks of wood aging with grace, or if I was imagining things, my mind playing tricks on me. But there was an intensity to those whispers that gnawed at my senses, an insistence that refused to be ignored. The disturbances grew more pronounced with each passing day. I observed the lights in the Devereaux house, flickering at odd hours, a staccato dance of shadows and light that made the unassuming structure seem alive. More unsettling still was the way Clarissa's behavior began to change. Her previously bright eyes now held a haunted look, and her laughter, once so innocent, carried an edge of something hollow. It was as if she were being pulled into a world just beyond my grasp, a place where reality blurred with something darker. Driven by a combination of curiosity and concern, I decided to speak with Mrs. Devereaux directly. I found her in the garden, her hands busy pruning the roses with a precision that belied the turmoil I sensed beneath her composed exterior. I approached her casually, my words carefully chosen, aimed at uncovering the source of my unease without causing offense. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately, Mrs. Devereaux?" I asked, feigning casual interest, though my pulse quickened in anticipation of her response. Her hands stilled, the pruning shears poised midair. She turned to face me, the smile that graced her lips failing to reach her eyes. "What do you mean?" she inquired, her tone light, yet I could hear the slight tremor beneath it. "The lights, the whispers. Clarissa seems different," I persisted gently. She sighed, a sound heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. "Some things are part of the family, you see," she replied cryptically, her gaze drifting towards the house as if drawn by an invisible force. Her words sent a shiver coursing through me, the cryptic nature of her response fueling my imagination with possibilities both terrifying and inexplicable. I wanted to press further, to unravel the mystery that hung like a shadow over the Devereaux family. But her expression warned me off, a silent plea to let the matter rest. The nights following our conversation grew increasingly restless. I found myself waking at odd hours, disturbed by dreams I could never fully recall, yet left me drenched in a cold sweat. It was as if the house next door had breached the sanctity of my mind, its presence a constant, inescapable intrusion. One particularly stormy night, as lightning illuminated the suburban landscape in startling white, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a wail, inhuman and piercing, cutting through the clap of thunder like a knife. The sound echoed from the Devereaux house, a siren's call that resonated with an otherworldly anguish. My instincts screamed at me to ignore it, to lock my doors and close my windows, but an overwhelming sense of dread propelled me towards the source of the sound. The rain lashed against me as I hurried across the yard, my heart pounding in rhythm with the storm. I reached the Devereaux' porch, hesitating only for a moment before knocking on the door, my fist echoing hollowly against the wood. The door swung open, revealing Mrs. Devereaux, her face a mask of calm that did little to hide the turmoil in her eyes. "Please," I breathed, "what is happening?" She hesitated, then stepped aside to let me in. The interior of their home was familiar, yet altered, as if the very air had thickened with an unseen presence. Shadows clung to the walls, and the flicker of candlelight cast eerie shapes that danced and twisted in the corners of my vision. "It's the family," she said at last, her voice a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile balance holding their world together. "Our bloodline is different. Every few generations, one of us transforms." The word transform hung in the air, pregnant with implication. I felt my mind reaching for understanding, grasping at the threads of a truth too horrific to fully comprehend. Mrs. Devereaux must have seen the disbelief etched on my face, for she continued, her words tumbling over each other in their urgency. "Clarissa, it's happening to her. The curse, it chooses, and we can do nothing but endure. The weight of her confession settled heavily between us, a shared burden that tethered us together in that moment. I wanted to ask more, to understand the mechanics of this curse, the reason behind it, the history that bound their family to such a fate. But the sound of a door creaking open drew our attention. Clarissa stood at the top of the stairs, her small figure outlined against the dim glow of the hallway. Her eyes were wide, filled with both fear and resignation, and as she descended, I noticed a subtle shift in her appearance, a transformation that was both physical and intangible. Her skin seemed paler, her features more pronounced, as if she were shedding layers of herself to reveal something entirely new. Mrs. Devereaux moved to her daughter, wrapping her arms around the trembling child. I watched, rooted to the spot, a silent witness to a scene that defied all logic. The room pulsed with a rhythm that resonated deep within my bones, the very walls seeming to contract and expand in time with each heartbeat. As lightning flashed once more, illuminating the room in stark relief, I saw the shadow of something else, a presence that loomed over the Devereaux family, its silhouette monstrous and formless, a testament to the curse that gripped their lineage. It was gone as quickly as it had appeared, yet the impression lingered, an indelible mark upon my psyche. I stayed with the Devereaux family that night, compelled by a need to offer what little comfort I could, though I knew my presence was but a small balm against the storm they faced. We spoke in hushed tones, our conversation weaving a tapestry of understanding and shared fear. Mrs. Devereaux recounted stories of ancestors who had undergone the transformation, tales of survival and loss passed down through generations like a dark inheritance. The night stretched on, an endless expanse of waiting, and when dawn finally broke, it brought with it a fragile sense of calm. Clarissa slept fitfully, her small body curled against her mother's side, and as I prepared to leave, I felt the weight of Mrs. Devereaux's gaze upon me. "Thank you," she said simply, the gratitude in her voice a quiet testament to the bond that had formed between us. I returned to my home, exhausted, yet unable to shake the feeling that the curse had reached beyond the confines of the Devereaux house, its tendrils entwining with my own life. The events of that night played on an endless loop in my mind, a haunting refrain that refused to be silenced. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the neighborhood shifted subtly. The Devereaux family maintained their routine, but there was a palpable tension in their movements, a wariness that spoke of battles fought just beneath the surface. Clarissa returned to her play, though her laughter was now accompanied by a haunting echo, a reminder of the transformation that lay just beneath her skin. I found myself more attuned to the nuances of my environment, acutely aware of the shadows that stretched and twisted in the corners of my vision, the whispers that brushed against the edges of my consciousness. The world seemed to pulse with a hidden vibrancy, a secret life that danced just beyond my reach. Though I tried to resume my own routine, the events of that stormy night had left an indelible mark upon me. I felt a kinship with the Devereaux family, an unspoken connection born of shared experience and the knowledge of a curse that refused to relinquish its grip. My dreams continued to be plagued by visions of transformation, the boundaries of reality and imagination blurring in the dim hours before dawn. The lingering fear was not one of imminent danger, but of something far more insidious, the knowledge that the curse was real and that it had irrevocably altered the fabric of our lives. I could see it in the way Mrs. Devereaux glanced towards the shadows, in the way Mr. Devereaux's smile no longer reached his eyes, in the way Clarissa's laughter carried that haunting echo. The consequence of their lineage was a burden they carried with quiet dignity, and though my own life had been touched by its shadow, I knew that I could do little but bear witness to their struggle. The passage of time did little to erase the memory of that night. It remained a reminder of the thin veil that separated the mundane from the supernatural, the ordinary from the extraordinary. In the end, the story of the Devereaux family became part of the tapestry of my own life, woven into the fabric of the days and nights that followed. It served as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of the unknown, a reminder that even in the quietest corners of suburbia, a darkness could linger, waiting patiently for its moment to be seen. I often find myself wandering through the echoing halls of LeBlanc Manor, a place that wears its opulence like a faded garment. The manor, once a beacon of grandeur and sophistication, now stands as a testament to days long past, with its ornate chandeliers casting dim shadows against the dusty walls. The air is thick with the scent of forgotten memories, and each step I take is muffled by the plush, albeit time-worn, carpet beneath my feet. Amber LeBlanc, my cousin, is the reason I find myself here. She is a peculiar figure in our family, the kind of person who inhabits the space between shadow and light, always present, yet somehow distant. Despite living in the manor, she seems to belong to another realm entirely, one that eludes the rest of us. Her letters had always been a source of intrigue, filled with curious insights and musings that hinted at something beyond the ordinary. Thus, when she wrote to me, imploring me to visit, I felt a pull I could not resist. Upon my arrival, I was greeted by Amber, who appeared unchanged by the years. Her eyes, sharp and bright as ever, seemed to hold secrets I was eager to uncover. Yet, there was something in her demeanor, an undercurrent of unease, that unsettled me. We exchanged pleasantries, and she led me through the maze of rooms, her footsteps barely making a sound. It was during one of these meandering walks that I first sensed it, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, something I couldn't quite place, but felt down to my bones. It was as though the manor itself had paused to listen, its ancient walls absorbing the whispers of time. We passed rooms filled with antique furniture and faded portraits of ancestors whose eyes seemed to follow us. Amber spoke of the history of the manor, her voice a gentle lull that contrasted with the growing tension in my chest. I found myself hanging on her every word, compelled by a force I couldn't name. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the manor in an ethereal glow, Amber led me to the library. It was a cavernous room, its shelves lined with books that seemed to hum with stories of their own. She settled into a chair by the fireplace, the flickering flames casting playful shadows across her face. "I must show you something," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Her gaze was steady, yet there was an urgency in her eyes that unsettled me. Curiosity piqued. I nodded. She retrieved a small leather-bound journal from a secret compartment in the desk. Its pages were yellowed with age, the ink faded yet legible. She opened it carefully, revealing sketches and notes that spoke of creatures and rituals long forgotten by the world. As I perused the pages, a chill crept over me. The sketches depicted beings unlike any I had ever imagined, grotesque, yet mesmerizing, with eyes that seemed to pierce the soul. The text spoke of a parasitic creature that could masquerade as human, blending seamlessly into society. The idea was absurd, yet the conviction with which Amber presented it was disarming. "Do you believe in such things?" she asked, her eyes never leaving mine. I hesitated, the rational part of my mind grappling with the possibilities. "I suppose anything is possible," I replied, choosing my words carefully. Amber nodded, satisfied with my response. "There's something here," she confided, her voice barely audible. "Something that doesn't belong." Her words lingered in the air, heavy and foreboding. I wanted to dismiss them as the fanciful imaginings of an idle mind, yet there was something in her tone that suggested otherwise. From that night on, my perception of the manor shifted. The once grandiose halls took on a more sinister air, and every creak of the floorboards became a harbinger of something lurking in the shadows. I found myself hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every sound amplified in the oppressive silence. Amber, too, seemed changed. Her once vibrant demeanor had dulled, and she spent long hours locked away in her study, emerging only for meals that she barely touched. I grew increasingly concerned, yet every attempt to broach the subject was met with evasive responses. It wasn't long before strange occurrences began to plague the manor. Objects moved of their own accord, doors creaked open in the dead of night, and the air grew thick with a palpable tension. I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me, a constant presence that sent shivers down my spine. One particularly unsettling night, I awoke to the sound of soft, insistent whispers. They seemed to emanate from the very walls, a cacophony of voices speaking in a language I couldn't decipher. Heart pounding, I ventured from my room and wandered the darkened corridors, drawn by the haunting melody. The whispers led me to a small, forgotten chamber at the far end of the manor. The room was shrouded in darkness, yet I could sense the presence of something or someone within. As I stepped inside, the door creaked shut behind me, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. I felt a chill in the air, a sense of being watched by something unseen. My eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I could just make out the figure of Amber standing by the window, her silhouette framed by the pale moonlight. She turned to face me, her expression unreadable. "What are you doing here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Amber didn't respond immediately. Instead, she continued to gaze out the window, her eyes distant and unfocused. When she finally spoke, her voice was laced with an unfamiliar edge. "It's here," she said simply. I followed her gaze to the sprawling gardens below, their once vibrant blooms now withered and lifeless. It was as if the very essence of the manor had been drained, leaving behind a hollow shell. "What is it, Amber?" I pressed, a sense of dread settling in my stomach. She hesitated, as if weighing her words carefully. "I've tried to stop it," she confessed, her voice trembling. "But it's too late." The gravity of her words hit me like a physical blow. It was as though the world had shifted on its axis, and I was left to navigate a reality that defied logic and reason. I wanted to deny it, to cling to the comforting illusion of normalcy, yet deep down, I knew she spoke the truth. And so began the escalation. The whispers grew louder, their insistent chorus invading my every thought. The shadows lengthened, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that danced at the edge of my vision. It was as if the manor itself had come alive, its ancient secrets clawing their way to the surface. I became increasingly paranoid, my every waking moment consumed by the sense of being hunted. Sleep eluded me, and I wandered the halls in a daze, seeking answers that remained frustratingly out of reach. Amber, too, seemed to be unraveling. Her once immaculate appearance became disheveled, and her eyes took on a haunted quality that mirrored my own. She spoke in cryptic riddles, her words tinged with desperation. One evening, as the storm raged outside, Amber approached me with a proposition. "There's a way to end this," she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil in her eyes. I listened as she outlined her plan, a ritual of sorts, designed to banish the parasitic creature that had taken hold of the manor. It was a last-ditch effort, fraught with danger and uncertainty, yet it offered a glimmer of hope in the suffocating darkness. The ritual was to take place in the heart of the manor, beneath the grand chandelier that had witnessed countless gatherings and celebrations. We gathered the necessary items, a collection of herbs, candles, and symbols drawn from the pages of the journal. As midnight approached, we prepared the space, our movements synchronized in silent understanding. The storm outside intensified, as if reflecting the tumultuous energy that crackled in the air. With the stage set, Amber began the incantation, her voice resonating with a power that belied her frail appearance. The room thrummed with energy, the air thick with anticipation. I watched as the symbols began to glow, their light casting eerie shadows on the walls. It was then that I felt it, a presence, malignant and ancient, pressing down upon us with a force that threatened to crush my very soul. The atmosphere grew oppressive, the air charged with the scent of decay. I glanced at Amber, who stood resolute, her eyes locked on the ritual. I could see the strain etched on her face, the toll it was taking on her frail body, yet she persevered, her voice unwavering as she chanted the incantation. The presence grew stronger, its malevolent force threatening to overwhelm us. I could feel it probing my mind, seeking to exploit my deepest fears and insecurities. It was a battle of wills, one I feared we were losing. In that moment of despair, Amber turned to me, her eyes blazing with determination. "We mustn't give in," she urged, her voice a lifeline in the storm. I nodded, drawing strength from her resolve. Together, we continued the ritual, our voices merging in a harmonious counterpoint to the chaos that surrounded us. The battle raged on, the creature's presence a constant oppressive force. Yet, through sheer force of will, we held our ground, refusing to succumb to the darkness. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm abated. The oppressive weight lifted, leaving behind an eerie silence that echoed through the manor. The air was still, the malevolent presence gone as if it had never existed. Amber collapsed to the floor, her strength spent. I rushed to her side, cradling her fragile form in my arms. Her eyes fluttered open, a weary smile playing on her lips. "We did it," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Relief washed over me, mingled with a profound sense of loss. The price of our victory was steep, and as I held her, I knew that the horrors of the manor were far from over. In the days that followed, the manor seemed to breathe easier, its oppressive atmosphere lifted. Yet, the scars of our ordeal remained, etched into the very fabric of its walls. The whispers, though diminished, continued to haunt the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. Amber, though weakened by the ordeal, retained her enigmatic presence. She spoke less of the creature, choosing instead to focus on the mundane tasks of daily life. Yet I sensed an unspoken understanding between us, a bond forged in the crucible of our shared experience. As I prepared to leave, Amber accompanied me to the door, her eyes holding a quiet strength that belied her frail appearance. "Take care," she said softly, her words carrying a weight of their own. I nodded, the unspoken acknowledgement of our ordeal lingering in the air. As I stepped into the sunlight, leaving the manor behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows would always be with me, lurking just out of sight. The road stretched before me, a path leading away from the darkness of LeBlanc Manor. Yet, as I walked, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see the specter of what we had faced standing in the doorway. The world seemed brighter, the air fresher, yet a part of me remained tethered to the manor, bound by the lingering fear that the parasitic creature might not be as gone as we hoped. It was a shadow that would follow me, a constant reminder of the thin line between reality and the horrors that lay just beneath its surface. The mansion stood solemnly against the amber glow of a Los Angeles sunset, nestled within a forgotten stretch of land that had long ceased to charm the bustling city. Its once glorious gardens now tangled with wild ivy and untamed roses, whispering secrets of a time when the grounds were alive with vibrant blooms and lively gatherings. Yet, the mansion held a peculiar allure of its own, a quiet grandeur that I, a modest gardener in search of solace, found impossible to resist. My first encounter with the estate was through an advertisement that seemed to beckon me specifically, as though the words were penned with me in mind. "Gardener needed," it read, promising a generous sum for tending to the mansion's expansive gardens. A picture accompanied the text, capturing an image of bygone elegance amidst encroaching decay, igniting a curious longing within me to restore what had been lost. Upon arrival, I was greeted by the caretaker, an elderly man named Mr. Croft, with a demeanor as weathered as the estate itself. His eyes bore an indefinable sadness, a hint of shadow that whispered of stories untold. He handed me a key, its intricate design cold in my palm, and said, "The mansion has its rules. Follow them, and you shall be fine." His instructions were simple, yet strangely specific. Never remain in the gardens after dusk. Always speak kindly to the roses. Whatever you do, do not enter the west wing. The words seemed peculiar, yet there was an earnestness in his voice that left no room for doubt or jest. With a nod, I accepted the key, my heart a curious mix of caution and intrigue. The days bled into one another as I immersed myself in the work. The gardens, though tangled and unruly, possessed a latent beauty that was slowly revealing itself under my care. Each snip of the shears, each turn of the soil seemed to breathe new life into the earth. I found an unexpected peace among the blossoms, and the whisper of leaves under the gentle sway of the breeze was like a symphony composed just for me. Yet, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, an unease settled over the grounds. The air grew thick, laden with a tension that set my skin crawling. It was subtle at first, a rustle too close, a shadow where there should be none. I adhered to Mr. Croft's rule, retreating indoors before the last light faded, yet curiosity gnawed at my resolve. One evening, drawn by an inexplicable pull, I lingered a moment too long. The garden was cast in the eerie glow of twilight, and as I turned to leave, a soft voice carried on the wind, faint yet unmistakable. "Stay." The sound was a gentle plea, almost mournful in its insistence. I froze, heart pounding, searching for the source. There was no one, only the roses swaying slightly as if reaching out. A chill skittered down my spine, urging me to retreat into the safety of the mansion, the door closing behind me with a definitive click. Sleep that night was elusive, haunted by dreams that blurred the line between reality and nightmare. Images of the garden, vibrant and alive, twisted into visions, plagued by shadows that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. I awoke bathed in sweat, the echo of the whispered plea lingering in the dim light of dawn. Despite the unease, the work continued. The gardens were transforming, their beauty slowly resurfacing from beneath the bramble and decay. Yet, with each passing day, the sense of being watched grew stronger, the shadows deepening with a malevolent presence that I could not escape. I took solace in the rules, clinging to them as though they were a lifeline amidst the rising tide of fear. Curiosity, however, proved a persistent companion. The West Wing, a forbidden mystery, beckoned with a silent allure. Its door was locked, the key long missing or perhaps intentionally hidden. I often paused before it, fingers brushing against the aged wood, tempted by the secrets it held. But Mr. Croft's warning echoed in my mind, a deterrent strong enough to keep my inquisitiveness at bay. One afternoon, while pruning a particularly stubborn rosebush, I noticed something glinting beneath the tangle of thorns. Carefully, I unearthed the object, a rusted key, its shape hauntingly familiar. My heart leapt within my chest, a mix of dread and anticipation warring within me. Surely, it couldn't be. That night, under the shroud of darkness, I found myself drawn to the west wing, the key clutched tightly in my hand. The mansion was eerily silent, the walls alive with a presence that thrummed with anticipation. The key turned smoothly in the lock, the door creaking open to reveal a hallway steeped in shadow. I hesitated on the threshold, the air heavy with a foreboding that pressed against my every instinct. Yet the pull was irresistible, and I stepped inside, the door whispering closed behind me. The hallway stretched on, each step echoing softly, leading me deeper into the heart of the mansion. The room at the end was dimly lit, the air stale and thick with the scent of neglect. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through curtained windows, revealing a space frozen in time. Books lined the walls, their spines cracked and faded. A grand piano, its keys yellowed with age, sat silently in the corner, as if waiting for someone to breathe life back into its strings. And there, in the center of the room, stood a mirror, a towering presence that commanded attention. Its surface was clouded, the reflection warped and indistinct. Yet, as I approached, a figure began to take shape, emerging from the depths of the glass with a haunting familiarity. It was me, yet not me. My reflection moved independently, eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. Slowly, the image began to change, morphing into something twisted and unrecognizable. A grotesque smile stretched across its face, and I stumbled back, heart racing. The mirror flickered, the room around me shifting, and I was no longer alone. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, whispering voices rising in a chilling chorus. Panic gripped me, and I turned to flee, the hallway stretching impossibly long before me as I ran. I burst through the door, gasping for breath, and slammed it shut, the key clattering to the floor. The mansion was silent once more, the presence receding into the depths of the forbidden wing. Heart pounding, I retreated to my room, the mirror's haunting image seared into my mind. Sleep offered no respite, my dreams a chaotic swirl of darkness and dread. The garden, once a sanctuary, felt oppressive beneath the weight of unseen eyes. I followed the rules more diligently than ever, yet the sensation of being watched persisted, a constant reminder of the malevolent force lurking just beyond the veil of reality. Days passed in a blur, my work a mechanical routine, devoid of the joy it once held. The mansion, with its secrets and shadows, had become a place of unease, its grandeur marred by the presence that haunted its halls. I longed for escape, yet the pull of the garden, the whisper of the roses, kept me tethered to the estate. One evening, as I stood at the threshold of the garden, a sense of determination welled within me. I had to confront the presence, to understand the nature of the nightmare that had taken root within the mansion's walls. With the sun dipping below the horizon, I stepped into the twilight, heart steady with resolve. The garden was cast in muted hues, the air heavy with anticipation. I moved deliberately, the rustle of leaves a symphony of silent voices guiding me. The roses swayed gently, their petals glowing with an ethereal light, as if urging me onward. As I reached the center of the garden, the air shifted, a chill wrapping around me like a shroud. The shadows coalesced, forming a figure that stood shrouded in darkness, eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light. It was the embodiment of the presence, its form fluid and ever-changing. "Why have you come?" The voice was a whisper, soft yet commanding, echoing in the stillness. I swallowed hard, the answer unformed on my lips, driven by an instinct more profound than thought. "To end this," I replied, my voice steady despite the fear coiling within me. The figure seemed to shift, the garden around us alive with an energy that thrummed with life. The presence loomed closer, the air thick with an intensity that threatened to overwhelm. Yet, within the depth of the shadows, I sensed a flicker of something else, an understanding, a plea. The roses rustled, their petals brushing against my skin like a gentle caress. The presence paused, its form wavering, and for a moment I saw the truth hidden within the darkness. A reflection of myself, twisted by fear and shadow, seeking solace in the garden's embrace. With a breath, I reached out, hand trembling, as it passed through the intangible form. The garden shimmered, the presence dissolving into the night, leaving a profound emptiness in its wake. The air was still, the oppressive weight lifting, replaced by a profound calm. The mansion stood silent, its secrets laid bare, the night air cool against my skin. I lingered for a moment, the garden a place of peace once more, illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The roses swayed gently, their whisper a song of hope and renewal, a promise of the dawn to come. As I turned to leave, the voice of the caretaker echoed in my mind, a reminder of the rules that had guided me through the darkness. I had faced the nightmare, confronted the shadows that had haunted the estate, finding within myself the strength to dispel the fear that had taken root. The lingering fear remained, a shadow in the recesses of my mind, a reminder of the unseen forces that lingered just beyond the veil of reality. Yet, as I walked away from the mansion, the garden a sanctuary once more, I carried with me a sense of peace, knowing I had survived the gardener's nightmare and emerged into the light of a new day. I first discovered the garden when I was an inquisitive child, fervent and fearless. Our family estate, a relic of past grandeur, sprawled like an old man too proud to fall. My grandfather had warned me time and again to steer clear of the western edge of the property, where the land sloped down into a dense thicket of trees. He said that it was haunted, that the witch who once lived there had cursed the land, and the wise stayed away. His words were vivid, but ineffective against the curiosity that thrummed through my veins. One late summer afternoon, the sun hung low in a sky so blue it could have been painted. I ventured beyond the familiar stretch of groomed gardens and into the wild, heart thumping with a thrilling mix of fear and anticipation. As I pushed through the overgrown foliage, I stumbled upon a clearing that seemed a world apart from the rest of the forest. It was a secret garden, hidden and untouched by time, vibrant with colors so vivid they seemed otherworldly. The heart of the garden was a single gnarled tree, its branches heavy with fruit that gleamed like polished jewels in the dappled sunlight. The tree, both ancient and alive, exuded an aura that was as inviting as it was unnerving. I stood there, transfixed, my eyes drawn to the forbidden fruit, a mixture of red, gold, and deep purple. They were plump and enticing, nestled among the dark leaves like buried treasure. My hand itched to pluck one, just one, to taste its forbidden sweetness. But just as I reached out, a soft wind rustled the leaves, whispering with a voice I could almost understand. It carried a warning, an echo of my grandfather's tales about the witch who once dwelt here, casting a curse upon any who dared to partake of her bounty. Startled, I withdrew my hand, stepping back from the line I had nearly crossed. I felt the weight of unseen eyes, and an inexplicable chill swept over me, urging me to flee back into the safety of the mundane world. Years passed, and the memory of the garden faded to the back of my mind, a curious echo of childhood adventure. The estate remained my home, its stately decay an ongoing testament to our family's history. Life moved on, yet something in me lingered, a root tied to that hidden place. It was inevitable, perhaps, that I would return. Drawn by a pull I couldn't quite articulate, I found myself wandering the grounds once more, the seasoned air carrying a crispness that heralded autumn's approach. The estate had grown more silent over the years, absorbing the whispers of time into its walls. The garden awaited me, unchanged by the passage of years. This time, I was not a child. Rationality and skepticism were my companions as I stepped into the clearing, but they did little to quell the flutter of fear and curiosity. The tree stood there, as if expecting me, its fruits still gleaming with that impossible allure. My hand reached out almost of its own accord. As my fingers brushed the fruit, the air thickened around me, and the world seemed to pause. The whisper returned, a soft murmur at the edge of hearing, a lamentation and a temptation intertwined. I hesitated, remembering the tales, the curse, the witch who preyed upon those who dared to defy her warnings. But my curiosity proved stronger, or perhaps my skepticism overpowered the fear. I picked a fruit, its skin smooth and cool against my palm, and bit into it. The taste was indescribable, a burst of sweetness that flooded my senses, surreal in its intensity. For a moment, I was suspended in a blissful delirium, the world around me forgotten. The first disturbance came not from the outside, but from within. That night, as I lay in my bed, I felt an unfamiliar sensation, a creeping unease that settled in my bones. Sleep eluded me, chased away by dreams that flitted at the edges of consciousness, tantalizingly elusive, yet disturbingly vivid. I saw the garden, the tree, the fruit, each warped and twisted, their vibrant colors bleeding into shadows that reached for me. Days turned into a blur of restless vigils and growing dread. Strange occurrences began to needle at the fringes of my reality. At first, they were easily dismissed, a misplaced object, a creaking floorboard. But soon, they became harder to ignore. Shadows seemed to lengthen around me, moving with an intent that defied logic. The estate's silence grew oppressive, as if the walls themselves were watching, waiting. The escalation was a slow, insidious agony. My reflection in the mirror began to warp, a stranger's eyes staring back at me with a depth of malice I couldn't comprehend. Voices whispered through the corridors, too quiet to decipher, yet too persistent to ignore. They spoke of longing, of hunger, of a curse that could not be broken. I felt eyes upon me constantly, a prickling at the back of my neck that would not abate. Isolation took root in my heart as friends and family became distant, their concern a veiled accusation. I was alone, trapped in a world that had shifted beneath my feet. The garden became both a refuge and a prison, its allure undiminished, even as its curse tightened its grip around me. I knew deep down that the climax was inevitable. As the days shortened and the shadows deepened, I found myself drawn back to the garden, compelled by a force that was both familiar and terrifying. The tree awaited me, its gnarled branches twisting against the sky like skeletal fingers. The fruits hung heavy, each a reminder of my transgression. Under a moon that cast the garden in silvery light, I confronted the source of my torment. The air was thick with the scent of earth and decay, a reminder of the witch's presence, lingering and powerful. As I stood before the tree, the whispers rose to a crescendo, a cacophony of despair and longing. It was her voice, the witch, calling from the depths of her curse, demanding reparation for my audacity. The shadows coalesced around me, and I felt the weight of her gaze, as cold and eternal as the grave. The garden seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the fruits shimmering in the spectral light, mocking my futile defiance. Desperation clung to me as I reached for another fruit, hoping beyond hope that some hidden truth lay within. But as my fingers brushed against its skin, the whispers ceased, the world holding its breath in anticipation. I understood then, with a clarity born of despair, that there was no escape. The fruit, the curse, the witch, they were all part of a cycle, an eternal dance that ensnared all who dared to cross its path. In that moment of reckoning, I felt the garden shift, its ancient magic binding me to its heart. The witch's presence swirled around me, a specter of vengeance and sorrow. I could feel her curse settle into my soul, a shadow that would cling to me for eternity, the price of my hubris. The garden released me then, the whispers fading into the night, leaving only the haunting echo of its curse. I stumbled back to the estate, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what I had unleashed. The house seemed to cradle me in its decaying embrace, its walls still and silent once more. In the days that followed, the lingering fear took root, a constant companion that shadowed my every step. The garden remained, a forbidden sanctuary that called to me even as it repelled. Its fruits, vibrant and inviting, were a reminder of the witch's curse, of the choices I had made and the consequences I could not escape. I am still here, within the confines of the estate, bound by the ties of family and fate. The garden remains hidden from view, its secrets safely guarded by the shadows. Yet there are moments, fleeting and terrible, when I catch a glimpse of its vibrant colors in the corner of my eye, a reminder that the witch's curse is never truly broken. And in the quiet of the night, when the world is hushed and the shadows stretch across the floor, I hear the whispers return, a lullaby of longing and loss. They sing of the witch, of her power and her pain, and of those who dare to taste the forbidden fruit. It is a song that will haunt me forever, a melody of darkness that binds me to the garden and its eternal curse. The garden had always been a place of tranquility for me, a sanctuary where the burdens of everyday life seemed to lift like mist under the morning sun. It stretched wide behind our old house, bordered by a line of towering oaks and peppered with wildflowers that danced in the breeze. At its heart, an ancient stone well stood sentinel, a relic from a time long gone. As a child, I would circle it, running my fingers over the cool, moss-covered stones, wondering about its depths. The well was said to be a wishing well, a detail that lent it an air of magic and mystery, though I had never been one to believe in such things. My days passed in a gentle rhythm, each one mirroring the last, until the day I decided to clear the garden of the overgrown weeds that had begun to encroach upon the stone path leading to the well. It was a task I'd been putting off, but on that bright spring morning, an inexplicable urge pulled me from my usual routine. As I worked, the garden seemed to hum with a kind of energy, a pulse that drew me closer to the well. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a golden glow over everything. I paused, wiping the sweat from my brow, and approached the well. A rope hung from the beam above it, frayed and aged, yet still sturdy. It was then that I noticed something new. A small, beaten-up bucket resting against the stones, filled with stagnant water. I couldn't recall ever seeing it before, and a shiver traced its way down my spine as I leaned closer. It was the whispering that caught my attention first, faint and indistinct, like the echo of a forgotten dream. I strained to listen, heart pounding in the sudden silence that enveloped the garden. The voice was barely perceptible, yet it seemed to beckon me, weaving promises of dreams fulfilled and desires granted. I shook my head, trying to dispel the unease that had settled over me, but the voice lingered like smoke, curling around my thoughts. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to the well with a compulsion that I could neither understand nor resist. The whispers grew more insistent, and it became clear that they were not merely a trick of the wind. There was something, or someone, within the well, and with each visit, the compulsion to drop the bucket into its depths grew stronger. Curiosity, mingled with a strange fear, gnawed at me. Finally, one night, unable to sleep, I ventured into the garden, my path illuminated by the pale light of the moon. The air was cool and still, the only sound the crunch of gravel underfoot. I stood at the well, staring into its shadowy abyss, and then, hesitantly, I lowered the bucket. It dangled for a moment, suspended in the dark, before disappearing into the blackness below. Time seemed to stretch, the world holding its breath. Then, a gentle tug at the rope signaled the bucket's return. It emerged, dripping with water that shimmered in the moonlight, and clutched to its side was a small golden trinket, a token of gratitude, or perhaps a lure. I hesitated only a moment before reaching out, the cool metal sending a thrill through my fingertips. The whispers rose, swirling around me in a cacophony of promises and threats. But beneath them, A new voice emerged, clear and distinct. "Thank you," it said, the words resonating with an ancient power that thrummed through my bones. In the days that followed, I found more trinkets, each one unique, each one more beautiful than the last. The whispers turned to conversations, and I began to learn of the man in the well, a presence who spoke of debts unpaid and dreams unfulfilled. His voice was full of longing, but tinged with something darker, an edge that scraped against my senses. He spoke of a time long past, when the well had been a gateway, a bridge between worlds where wishes were granted for a price. The price, it seemed, had been too high, and the gateway had been sealed, trapping its last visitor within. The man was bound to the well, cursed to grant wishes no more, waiting only for someone who could release him. As days turned into weeks, I found myself caught in his tale, tangled in its threads, as if in a spider's web. My dreams were haunted by visions of the man, glimpses of a shadowy figure within the depths, his eyes glinting in the darkness. The whispers grew louder, more demanding, and it became clear that the price of my curiosity was rising. Despite the unnerving nature of my encounters, I felt a strange kinship with the man. We were both prisoners, he of the well, and I of a life that felt increasingly hollow. I began to understand his desperation, his desire to be free. Yet there lingered a fear, a premonition that to aid him might invite a darkness I could not control. I had always been practical, grounded, but this was unlike anything I had ever known. The man promised to fulfill my deepest desire, to grant a wish that would change my life. In return, he asked only for my trust, for a simple act that would break the seal and release him. It was a decision that weighed heavily on me, and I spent long nights pacing the garden, the moon casting my shadow against the stone path. I debated with myself, wrestling with the morality of the choice before me. Yet, each time I approached the well, the man's promises whispered sweetly in my ear, drowning out my doubts with the siren call of possibility. Finally, compelled by a mixture of hope and dread, I stood once more at the well's edge. The night was silent, the air thick with anticipation, and I knew that I must decide. With trembling hands, I dropped a single coin into the darkness, sealing my fate with a wish whispered into the night. The change was imperceptible at first, a ripple that spread through the air, altering the very fabric of the world around me. The garden seemed to hold its breath, the shadows deepening as the moonlight dimmed. I waited, heart pounding in my chest, for the fulfillment of my wish, but the expected transformation never came. Instead, a deep, resonant laugh echoed from the well, a sound that chilled my blood and froze me in place. The air crackled with energy, and I realized too late the true nature of the bargain I had struck. The man was free, released from his prison, but the fulfillment of my wish was not his goal. In those desperate moments, I understood the depth of my error. The whispers had twisted my desires, ensnaring me in a pact with a being whose intentions were far from benign. The garden, once a place of peace, had become a crucible of fear, the well its dark heart. The man, no longer confined, took form beside the well, his presence a shadow that devoured the light. His eyes met mine, and in them I saw the truth, a hunger that could never be sated, a darkness that sought to consume. My wish had been granted, but at a cost far greater than I had imagined. He vanished then, leaving behind an emptiness that echoed through the garden, a void that could never be filled. The well, now silent, stood as a reminder of my folly, its whispers stilled, its secrets kept. In the days that followed, I attempted to resume my life, but the garden was no longer a sanctuary. The shadows lingered, stretching long and deep, and the memory of the man in the well haunted me. I found myself avoiding the garden, unable to face the stone path, the overgrown weeds a testament to my neglect. Yet the whispers returned, softer now, a gentle reminder of the darkness that lay beneath. The well, though silent, called to me still, a siren's song that I struggled to resist. I understood now the true nature of its magic, a binding, a curse that could never be undone. As time passed, the garden fell into disrepair, the well a forgotten relic of the past. I moved on, seeking solace in other pursuits, but the memory of that night lingered, a shadow that never faded. I knew that the man was out there, somewhere. His presence felt in the corners of my mind, a constant reminder of my hubris. The garden, once vibrant and alive, had become a place of fear, its beauty tarnished by the darkness within. I had learned a harsh lesson, one that I would carry with me always, a reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed, and that the price of curiosity can be higher than one can bear. I had often heard of the island, nestled quietly within the vastness of Lake Michigan, an experimental community so shrouded in secrecy that its existence seemed more like an urban legend than reality. Rumors swirled about a place where the government had once conducted genetic experiments, a laboratory hidden within a seemingly quaint township. Yet, it was not until a brisk autumn day when I received an invitation, an unexpected letter that would unravel the truth behind these whispers. The invitation was handwritten, its ink slightly smudged as if penned in haste. It was a call to visit the island, an opportunity to see the community for myself. Signed by a Dr. Elias Marlowe, a name unfamiliar to me. Though perplexed by the invitation, a swell of curiosity pushed me to accept. It was a brief journey by ferry, the mainland quickly disappearing from view as the island loomed ahead, its silhouette sharp against the reddening sky. As I disembarked, the island greeted me with an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The village, with its charming cobblestone paths and picturesque cottages, seemed idyllic. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the distant sound of children's laughter. A peace settled over me as I strolled through the community, taking in its serene beauty. Yet beneath this veneer lay something I couldn't quite place, a subtle dissonance that prickled at the back of my mind. Dr. Marlowe, a gaunt man with thinning hair and eyes that seemed always to be searching for something just out of sight, met me at the village center. He spoke with a voice that was both soothing and unsettling, recounting the island's history as we walked. The community, he explained, was once a hub for genetic research, a project initiated decades ago to enhance human capabilities. But as funding dwindled and ethics grew murkier, the island transformed from a research facility into a self-sustaining society. Its residents left to foster the next generations. The children I saw playing in the square were unlike any others. There was an uncanny synchronicity to their movements, a grace that seemed almost choreographed, as if they were in constant silent communication. Their laughter, though genuine, had a peculiar note that sent a shiver down my spine. It was then I noticed their eyes, each pair reflecting an unsettling depth, as though they held secrets untold. As evening fell, Dr. Marlowe led me to a small inn where I would stay during my visit. The rooms were modest, yet comfortable, and as I lay in bed that night, the island's eerie calmness wrapped around me like a blanket. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by dreams of faces I had never seen, yet somehow recognized, and whispers that faded into the night. The following day unfolded with the same serene facade. I wandered the paths, observing the daily lives of the villagers. They moved with purpose, their routines seamless and unperturbed by an outsider's presence. Conversations were hushed, eyes casting frequent fleeting glances my way. It was as if they shared a collective consciousness, a unity that extended beyond mere community. My exploration led me to the island's outskirts, where the forest loomed thick and imposing. It was there, amid the dense trees, that I first sensed the island's darker undertones. An inexplicable pull drew me deeper into the woods, and it was there I stumbled upon an abandoned structure, overgrown with ivy and neglect. The remnants of what was once a facility lay scattered, rusting equipment, faded notes scrawled in scientific jargon, and faded photographs of children, their faces alight with an unnatural vibrancy. It dawned on me that these were the predecessors of the children I had seen, perhaps the very subjects of the experiments long ceased. The realization settled like a stone in my stomach, the implications of which weighed heavily on my mind. Had these children been bred in captivity, their lives orchestrated by unseen hands, forever bound to the island by an experiment that had outlived its creators? Returning to the village, a new tension thrummed beneath the island's tranquil exterior. The children watched me with an intensity that was both captivating and unnerving, their eyes following my every move. I felt exposed under their silent scrutiny, as if they were assessing my presence, measuring my intentions. Dinner with Dr. Marlowe that evening was an equally unsettling affair. He spoke of the island with a reverence that bordered on zealotry, his words laced with an undercurrent of pride and something darker. He described the community's successes, the children's remarkable abilities, yet deftly sidestepped the ethical shadows cast by the island's past. When pressed, his answers were evasive, deflecting with the practiced ease of someone well-versed in concealing truths. As night descended, I found myself unable to shake the feeling of being an intruder in a world not meant for outsiders. The island, with its picturesque facade, had begun to reveal itself as a gilded cage, its residents the birds bred for a song only they could hear. The children, with their strange synchrony and knowing eyes, were the legacy of an experiment that, while abandoned, had never truly ended. It was in the dead of night that the island's true nature revealed itself. Awoken by a sound I couldn't quite place, I found myself drawn once more to the forest. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting ghostly shadows on the path as I followed an unknown calling. It led me to a clearing where the children stood in a perfect circle, their eyes closed, faces lifted to the sky as if in silent communion. There was a palpable energy that thrummed through the air, a connection that seemed to pulse from child to child, binding them in an unseen web. I watched, transfixed, as they began to hum in unison, a haunting melody that resonated deep within me, stirring emotions I couldn't name. It was beautiful and terrifying, a lullaby and a warning entwined. In that moment, I understood the truth of the island, the legacy of experiments long buried but never forgotten. The children were not mere remnants. They were the culmination, carrying within them the echoes of a past shrouded in secrecy, their very existence a testament to human hubris. The island was their haven, a sanctuary built on the bones of ambition and ethical compromise. As the melody reached its crescendo, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace, a surrender to the inevitability of the island's truths. Yet with it came a lingering fear, a recognition that I had glimpsed something profound and unknowable. The island, with its serene facade and eerie depths, was a world unto itself, a place where the past and present coalesced in a haunting dance. When the night finally gave way to dawn, the children dispersed, leaving me alone in the clearing. The island, now bathed in morning light, seemed almost mundane in its beauty, the shadows of night retreating to the corners of memory. Yet as I retraced my steps back to the village, I knew the island's secrets would remain with me, etched into my mind like an indelible mark. Dr. Marlowe bid me farewell at the dock, his expression unreadable, yet tinged with an understanding that needed no words. The ferry pulled away, the island slowly receding into the horizon, a haunting silhouette that would forever linger in my thoughts. Even now, back on the mainland, the island's essence haunts me. The children, with their ethereal smiles and eyes that saw beyond the veil of normalcy, remain vivid in my mind. The melody of that night, an eternal whisper, reminds me that some truths are not meant to be uncovered, some mysteries best left enshrouded in their own shadows. The air was crisp and carried a metallic tang as I stepped off the boat onto the shore of the Holy Isle, the wind combing through my hair with an insistence that felt almost like a caress. There was a sense of peace that permeated this place, as though the land itself was untouched by time. The sand was cool beneath my shoes, and I could feel the history humming beneath my feet, a pulsing reminder of the lives that had once thrived here. The island was an isolated speck amidst the vast expanse of the sea, its only features a ruined monastery perched atop a craggy hill and the remnants of a castle silhouetted against the pale sky. I had been drawn here by the stories, whispered in corners of libraries and in the cryptic notes of old journals. A ceremony, they said, that was both sacred and sinister, a rite that tethered the island to the world in ways few understood. I was not alone. Several others had made the journey with me, though we traveled separately. I recognized their faces from the ferry, each bearing expressions of quiet determination, or perhaps resignation. We nodded to one another with the silent camaraderie of those who knew they were about to partake in something beyond the ordinary. As I made my way toward the monastery, the path wound through a landscape dotted with wild flowers and gnarled trees, their branches reaching out like wizened fingers. The stone ruins loomed ahead, their presence a testament to the echoes of chants long extinguished from the present, but somehow preserved in the very stones that made up the structure. Inside, the monastery was a labyrinth of shadows and light, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something else. Incense, perhaps, or the lingering traces of a long-forgotten ritual. I wandered through the aisles, my footsteps muffled by the moss that carpeted the ground. The silence here was profound, a deep, resonant quiet that promised secrets to those willing to listen. It was then that I noticed the first disturbance. A chill crept through the air, not the kind brought on by the sea breeze, but one that emanated from within, a sensation that pricked at the edges of my consciousness. I had the unshakable feeling of being watched, as though the walls themselves had eyes and were observing my every move with a scrutiny that was both unsettling and intimate. I paused before what must have once been an altar, now nothing more than a slab of stone surrounded by crumbling pillars. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I turned sharply, expecting to find someone standing behind me. There was no one, only a trick of the light, perhaps, or the shadows playing games with my mind. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of something etched into the stone, a series of symbols that were almost obscured by the encroaching moss. Curiosity piqued, I leaned closer, tracing the lines with my fingers. The symbols were familiar, reminiscent of those I had seen in the old journals, their meanings lost to the passage of time, but still carrying an aura of significance. Questions churned in my mind as I exited the monastery, the sense of being observed lingering like an unwelcome guest. I decided to head toward the castle, hoping to find answers, or at least some distraction from the unease that had settled over me. The path to the castle was steeper, the grass slippery underfoot. The ruins rose majestically, their walls encased in ivy, the windows dark and vacant. There was a beauty to the decay, a solemn dignity that spoke of ancient glories and forgotten tragedies. Within the castle's boundaries, I found a group of the others who had journeyed here. They were gathered in a circle, their voices hushed and serious. As I approached, they turned toward me, their faces a mixture of relief and anticipation. It was clear they had been discussing the ceremony, the rite that had drawn us all to this desolate place. We spoke quietly, sharing the fragments of knowledge each of us had gleaned. The ceremony was said to be a binding of sorts, a communion with the island's spirit, a spirit that demanded sacrifice, though the nature of such a sacrifice was shrouded in mystery. No one knew for certain what it entailed or who might be chosen, only that it was essential for the island's continued existence. Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. A figure emerged from the shadows, an elderly man, whose features were sharp and weathered. his eyes bright with an intensity that belied his age. He introduced himself as the keeper of the isle, the guardian of its secrets, and the one who would oversee the ceremony. His presence was commanding, and as he spoke, we listened with rapt attention. The ceremony, he explained, was a tradition that stretched back centuries, a pact between the land and those who sought its protection. It was a ritual of renewal, a way to ensure the balance was maintained, though he did not elaborate on what the balance entailed. The keeper's gaze swept over us, measuring, assessing, and I felt a shiver race down my spine. There was something unsettling in his eyes, a depth of knowledge that seemed both ancient and alien. With a final nod, he bid us prepare for the ceremony, which would take place at dusk. As the day wore on, a sense of tension built among us, a silent understanding that something significant was about to unfold. I found myself drawn back to the monastery, seeking solace in its crumbling walls, while the others dispersed to contemplate their own thoughts and fears. It was there, in the fading light, that the true nature of the ceremony revealed itself to me. As shadows lengthened and the sun dipped below the horizon, the symbols on the altar seemed to glow with an inner light, pulsating with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The air around me vibrated with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. I was not alone. A presence filled the space, a being unseen yet undeniably there, its essence woven into the fabric of the island itself. I felt its call, a beckoning that resonated deep within my soul, urging me to step forward, to embrace the role that had been chosen for me. The realization struck me with the force of a tidal wave. I was the sacrifice, the chosen one, selected not by chance but by a design that had been set in motion long before my arrival. Panic surged through me, followed swiftly by acceptance, a calm that settled over my fear like a balm. As I stood before the altar, a sense of peace enveloped me, a certainty that this was my destiny, that the island's spirit and mine were intertwined in a dance that transcended time and space. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, feeling the energy flow through me, around me, becoming a part of me in a way that was both intimate and profound. When I opened my eyes, the others were there, their faces illuminated by the dying light. They watched with expressions of awe and reverence, understanding dawning in their eyes as the keeper stepped forward to begin the ceremony. His voice rang out, a chant in a language both alien and familiar, weaving through the air like a silken thread. I could feel the island's spirit responding, its presence a comforting embrace that surrounded us all. The ceremony was a blur of sensation and emotion, a symphony of light and sound that seemed to stretch on for eternity. I felt myself lifted, carried by the tide of energy that surged through the monastery, a conduit between the island and the world beyond. As the final notes of the chant faded into silence, I found myself standing once more before the altar, the symbols now dormant, their glow extinguished. The keeper's gaze met mine, a silent acknowledgement of what had transpired, a shared understanding that words could not capture. In the aftermath, there was a stillness, a moment frozen in time as we stood together, bound by the experience we had just shared. The island felt different, its spirit no longer a distant echo, but a living presence that pulsed beneath the surface, a heartbeat that matched my own. With the ceremony complete, we departed the monastery, our footsteps echoing softly in the twilight. The island seemed to welcome us with open arms. The tension that had hung over us dissipated like morning mist. Yet, as we returned to our lives, the memory of the ceremony lingered, a haunting refrain that played at the edges of my consciousness. The island remained with me, its spirit a constant companion that whispered secrets in the quiet moments, a reminder of the choice I had made and the bond that could never be broken. Even now, I feel its presence, a gentle tug on my soul, a call that beckons me back to the Holy Isle, where the ruins stand watch over the sea and the ancient rite endures, a testament to the enduring connection between the land and those who heed its call. And so, the fear remains, not of the island itself, but of the knowledge it has imparted, a revelation that has forever altered my understanding of the world and my place within it. The island's spirit and mine are one, bound by a ceremony that transcends time, an eternal dance that continues to unfold beneath the stars. The first time I set foot on the isolated island, it was under the guise of a documentary project, an island virtually unknown, skimming through the annals of time undisturbed, perched as a lone sentinel in the vastness of the ocean. The islanders, a small community of peculiar recluses, were the subject of my interest. I carried with me a sense of excitement and anticipation, eager to uncover the whispered secrets of a place untouched by modernity. Life on the island appeared idyllic at first glance. The villagers moved through a rhythm of life as ancient as the land itself, each day marked by the rising and setting of the sun. They welcomed me with a hospitality that was genuine, though reserved, their eyes often lingering a second too long, as if assessing my worthiness. There was a tranquility in the air, a tranquility that belied an undercurrent of tension I could not yet decipher. My lodgings were simple yet comfortable, a small hut that overlooked the vast sea. Each morning I would rise with the sun to the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore, a sound that gradually became more than just a backdrop. It was a quiet reminder of the island's isolation, its detachment from the world I knew. The villagers went about their rituals with an unspeakable grace, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, the sea, and the winds that whispered through the palms. Life blossomed around me with an air of enigmatic simplicity, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of something lurking just beneath the surface. It was during one of my walks through the village that I first noticed the strangeness, a peculiarity that gnawed at the edges of my senses. In the heart of the village stood a stone altar, weathered by centuries, its presence a testament to an ancient reverence. The villagers called it the Guardian's Rest, a sacred place, they said, protected by the guardian of the hidden world. The first instance of disturbance came unexpectedly, a ripple in the calm facade. A young girl, no older than 6, approached me with a solemnity that seemed beyond her years. Her eyes told of a wisdom that contradicted her youth, as if she held secrets untold. She handed me a small driftwood carving, its form strange and twisted, resembling no creature I had seen before. "For protection," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the whisper of the wind. Confused, I accepted the gift, thanking her with a nod. As she scampered away, I studied the carving, feeling the smoothness of wood shaped by hands, molded by tradition. It was a small token, yet it felt heavy with portent. I tucked it into the pocket of my jacket, a talisman against an unknown threat. Days passed, and the island's veneer of tranquility began to show its cracks. The villagers' behavior grew more insular, their eyes shadowed with a wary vigilance. Conversations ceased when I approached, replaced by furtive glances and whispered exchanges. It was as if the island itself held its breath, waiting for an inevitable occurrence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land in hues of crimson and gold, I found myself drawn to the Guardian's Rest. The altar stood silent, an imposing figure against the encroaching darkness. I felt an inexplicable pull, a desire to understand the mystery that clung to the villagers like a shroud. As I stood there, a figure emerged from the shadows, an elder, his face etched with the lines of age and wisdom. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked, his voice a soft rumble of earth and stone. "The island's spirit calls to you." I nodded, unable to articulate the unease that had settled in my bones. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "It is a sanctuary, a boundary between worlds," he replied. "Here, the Guardian watches over us, keeping the darkness at bay. But there are times when the boundary weakens and the drifters come." "Drifters?" I echoed, the word foreign yet familiar. "Spirits untethered, lost between worlds," the elder explained, his eyes distant, as if seeing beyond the veil of our reality. "They seek to enter, to find solace in the living world." The revelation hung heavy in the air, the weight of it pressing against my chest. It was then that I understood the significance of the driftwood carving, a talisman against the drifters. The island was not merely isolated by geography, but shrouded by a supernatural boundary, a fragile shield against forces that sought entry into our world. The nights grew longer, darkness creeping into the edges of the village like an encroaching tide. The air was charged with anticipation, a sense of waiting for something inevitable, something that could not be stopped. The villagers gathered at the altar in silent vigil, their faces drawn and weary, eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. The escalation came suddenly, without warning. A storm rolled in from the sea, fierce and unrelenting, battering the island with winds that howled like tormented souls. The villagers gathered at the Guardian's Rest, forming a circle around the altar, their voices rising in a chant that resonated with a primal power. I stood among them, the driftwood carving clutched tightly in my hand, feeling the raw energy coursing through us, binding us as one. The storm reached a fever pitch, the air crackling with electricity. As the boundary weakened, the drifters clawing at the edges of our world. Through the chaos, I saw them, shadows moving against the darkness, figures translucent and insubstantial, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. They pressed against the boundary, seeking entry, their presence a palpable weight in the air. In the eye of the storm, the islanders' chant rose to a crescendo, a plea for protection, a call to the guardian. The elder stepped forward, his voice ringing out above the tumult, invoking the ancient power that lay dormant within the land. The altar glowed with an ethereal light, a beacon in the storm, casting the shadows back into the void. The climax came with a sudden stillness, a moment suspended in time as the boundary was restored. The drifters repelled back into the darkness. The island sighed as one, a collective exhalation of relief as the storm abated, the wind dying to a whisper. The villagers dispersed, their faces weary but relieved, the knowledge of their triumph etched into their eyes. Yet the fear lingered, a shadow in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the fragility of the boundary. The island's tranquility was restored, but the memory of the drifters remained, a lingering fear that could not be erased. I carried the driftwood carving with me, a talisman against the darkness, a reminder of the hidden world that lay beyond the veil of reality. As I prepared to leave the island, I understood that the cleansing ritual was more than tradition. It was a necessity, a guardian's duty to protect the living from the lost. The villagers watched as my boat departed, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky, a silent vigil for the world they protected. The island receded into the distance, its secrets safe for another turn of the tide. But as I returned to the world I knew, the fear lingered still, a whisper of shadows in the periphery of my vision. I realized then that the boundary between worlds was thin, and the drifters would always be there, waiting for the moment when they might slip through once more. The sky bore the muted hues of dawn when I first saw the island, a lonely silhouette against the vast expanse of shimmering water. Our small boat, battered from the unexpected storm, creaked and groaned as the waves pushed us mercilessly towards the shore. I had not anticipated such a violent shift in the weather, nor the silent, foreboding welcome of the isle that now loomed closer with every passing second. As I staggered onto the soft sand, I felt a surreal sense of relief mingled with trepidation. The island, with its dense cluster of palm trees and the gentle rustle of leaves, seemed almost tranquil. It bore the deceptive appearance of paradise, untouched by human hands. For a moment, I could almost convince myself that this could be a place of refuge, a temporary sanctuary until rescue came. The first few days on the island were peaceful. I spent my time gathering coconuts and fishing with makeshift spears. The sun was unforgiving, and the nights were cool, but the simplicity of survival offered its own rhythm. I found a small freshwater spring, its discovery a stroke of good fortune, and set up camp nearby under the foliage, where the leaves provided scant shelter from the elements. Yet, despite the island's serene veneer, an inexplicable unease gnawed at me. At times, as I wandered along the shore or delved into the dense underbrush in search of food, I caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. Shadows that seemed too deliberate, too alive to be swayed solely by the wind. Then came the first disturbance. It was a night like any other, the moon casting a silvery glow over the landscape. I was awakened by a sound, a low, mournful wail that seemed to carry on the wind. It rose and fell in haunting cadence, chilling the nighttime air. Listening intently, I realized it was no mere animal call. Something far more sinister lay at its origin. Sleep proved elusive that night. I lay staring at the canopy of stars, the sound of the ocean a steady rhythm that accented the anxious beating of my heart. In the morning, as the first light of day dispelled the shadows, I set out to explore the source of the noise. My feet carried me deeper into the heart of the island, past ancient trees that towered like silent sentinels, their boughs whispering secrets older than time itself. The terrain grew more rugged as I pressed on, and soon I found myself standing before the entrance of a cave, its gaping mouth a dark promise of mystery. Hesitant, yet driven by a curious compulsion, I entered. The air was cool inside, and my footsteps echoed softly as I moved deeper into the darkness. It was there, in the shadowy depths, that I first encountered the creature. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, a figure of darkness and fluid form, as though it were shaped by the shadows themselves. Its eyes, when they found mine, were orbs of cold, fathomless black that seemed to peer into the very soul. I froze, every instinct screaming to flee, yet my body refused to obey. The creature made no move towards me. It merely observed, a presence both terrifying and oddly tranquil. After what felt like an eternity, it turned, disappearing into the deeper recesses of the cave, leaving behind an air of profound unease. I stumbled out into the sunlight, my mind racing to comprehend the encounter. The days that followed were marked by an escalating tension. I began to notice other signs, strange patterns in the sand, and unfamiliar tracks leading to and from the forest. Each night, the haunting wail echoed, sometimes closer, sometimes distant, a constant reminder of the entity that shared the island with me. Desperation spurred me into action. I crafted rudimentary tools, set up traps, but all efforts seemed futile. The creature, whatever it was, moved with an intelligence that belied its beastly form. It seemed neither hostile nor benign, simply present, a spectral overseer of the island's solitude. The climax arrived on a stormy night, when the winds howled like a chorus of phantoms and the rain fell in sheets. My camp was a miserable refuge against the elements, and the oppressive darkness made the world seem small and confined. A flash of lightning illuminated the figure standing at the edge of the clearing, its form blending seamlessly with the shadows. This time, I did not retreat. Whether it was madness or courage that governed my actions, I stepped forward. The air around me was charged with an electricity that was not entirely of the storm's making. We stood facing each other, the creature and I, two solitary figures bound by the island's enigma. In that moment, clarity washed over me. The creature was not merely a beast, but a guardian of sorts, an ancient spirit intertwined with the very essence of the island. It was then I understood that this encounter was my penance, a test of survival and understanding, a trial of redemption for past sins, I had long buried under the sands of forgetfulness. The creature moved towards me, its form shifting like smoke in the wind. It paused, and as its eyes met mine once more, I felt a profound acceptance, a silent acknowledgement of shared solitude. Then it was gone, leaving behind a sense of peace and a lingering question. Was this redemption, or simply a new beginning? The storm passed, and with it, the oppressive weight of fear seemed to lift. The island, though still isolated, no longer felt like a prison. Instead, it became a place of reflection where I could confront the past I had tried to escape. The creature's presence, though unseen, was a constant whisper in the rustle of the leaves and the crash of the waves. As I write this, I know that rescue may come one day, or perhaps it may not. But here, in this tranquil captivity, I have made my peace. The island has become both my sanctuary and my confessor. I am no longer the man who arrived on these shores, but someone new, shaped by the silence and the shadows, forever altered by the creature's gaze. And so, the fear lingers, not in the form of dread, but as a reminder of the unknown that still breathes beneath the island's surface. In every shadow lies a story untold, in every whisper, a secret kept. The creature, a guardian of mysteries, watches still, a silent friend in the solitude of my redemption. My journey to the southern Pacific island began under the pretext of an academic expedition, a noble cause masked by my personal curiosity. The island, unnamed on many maps but known in whispers among archaeologists, was said to contain ruins of an ancient civilization, buried deep within its dense jungles. My colleagues at the university were skeptical, dismissing it as another wild goose chase inspired by myths and half-truths. But my determination was unwavering, fueled by obscure references and a series of increasingly vivid dreams that tugged at my consciousness. My arrival was unceremonious, the small seaplane skimming across the crystalline waters before depositing me on a narrow strip of yellow sand. The island was lush, the air heavy with humidity and the sweet scent of blooming flora. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of waves and the distant calls of exotic birds, a symphony of nature that shrouded the island's secrets in serene beauty. For the first few days, I settled into a routine. My modest camp was established near the shore, a canvas tent my only shelter from the elements. By day, I ventured into the jungle, machete in hand, cutting through the thick underbrush in search of any signs of the ancient ruins. By night, I pored over my notes and sketches, trying to piece together the fragments of evidence I had gathered from a multitude of disparate sources. The forest was a world unto itself, a living entity that seemed to breathe and pulse with an energy all its own. Towering trees, their canopies interwoven like a verdant tapestry, filtered the sunlight into ethereal beams that danced upon the forest floor. Vines hung like serpents from the branches, swaying gently with the breeze. I felt a sense of peace, a comforting normalcy amid the wildness. Yet, beneath this tranquility, there was an undercurrent of something else, an awareness that prickled at the edges of my mind. The first disturbance came on the 5th day. I had stumbled upon a clearing, its grassy expanse dotted with strange stone structures that rose from the earth like the bones of forgotten giants. Weathered and overgrown, these monoliths bore intricate carvings that defied any known language, their glyphs twisting into shapes that seemed almost alive when touched by the sunlight. As I carefully documented the sight, a shiver ran down my spine. A faint laughter, distant yet unmistakable, echoed through the trees. I froze, the pen slipping from my fingers as I strained to listen. The laughter was neither joyful nor sinister, but it carried with it an unsettling familiarity, as if the island itself was acknowledging my presence. That night, I lay awake in my tent, the tropical heat oppressive and stifling. The laughter haunted my thoughts, a ghostly refrain that replayed over and over. I rationalized it as the product of fatigue and isolation, yet a lingering unease gnawed at me. Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of shadowy figures dancing amongst the ruins, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. The following days saw an escalation of the island's strange phenomena. As I delved deeper into the jungle, the laughter grew more frequent, more insistent. It seemed to follow me, a shadowy companion that never revealed itself. The forest, once a place of vibrant life, now felt watchful, its presence heavy and omnipotent. The very air vibrated with an anticipation that set my nerves on edge. One afternoon, as I examined a particularly elaborate carving, I felt a prickle of awareness at the back of my neck. Turning slowly, I saw nothing but the dense foliage, yet the laughter rippled through the air, closer now and more pronounced. I called out, a tentative greeting that was swallowed by the jungle's silence. The response was immediate, a burst of laughter that seemed to come from all directions at once, surrounding me in its intangible embrace. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus, to remember the purpose that had brought me here. My nights were restless, plagued by vivid dreams that seemed more real than waking life. In these dreams, I wandered through the ruins, guided by laughter that led me deeper and deeper into the heart of the island. There, a shadowy figure awaited, its features obscured by darkness. Each night, I attempted to reach it, but just as I thought I would succeed, the dream would dissolve, leaving me alone in my tent, drenched in sweat. The climax came on the 10th day. I had ventured further than ever, driven by an inexplicable compulsion. The jungle seemed to part before me, as if guiding me towards a destination I was meant to find. Eventually, I emerged into a clearing larger than any I had seen. In its center stood a towering stone archway, its surface engraved with the same glyphs that adorned the other ruins. The air was thick with expectation, the silence so profound that I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow. As I approached the archway, the laughter began again, a cacophony that resonated deep within my bones. It was no longer distant, but immediate, enveloping me like a living thing. My heart pounded as I stepped beneath the arch, the world shifting around me as I crossed the threshold. On the other side, the jungle remained unchanged, yet there was a palpable difference. The air felt heavier, the colors deeper and more vivid, and there, standing before me, was the shadowy figure from my dreams. Its form was indistinct, a silhouette against the vibrant backdrop of the jungle, yet its presence was undeniable. The laughter ceased, replaced by a profound silence that seemed to stretch on for eternity. We stood there, the figure and I, locked in a silent communion. I felt an understanding pass between us, a recognition of a bond that transcended time and space. The figure inclined its head, a gesture of acknowledgement, and then slowly faded into the forest, leaving me alone once more. The journey back to my camp was a blur, my mind reeling from the encounter. The jungle, though unchanged, now felt different, as if imbued with a newfound respect for the secrets it harbored. The laughter no longer haunted me, but lingered as a gentle memory, a reminder of the unseen presence that watched over the island. Though I eventually left the island, its mysteries unresolved, the experience remains with me, a lingering fear that resides in the quiet corners of my mind. The ruins, the laughter, and the shadowy figure are as vivid now as they were then, etched into my memory. The island's secrets continue to elude explanation, but the encounter has reshaped my understanding of the world, leaving me with the unsettling knowledge that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The jungle was, in its own right, a breathing entity. Each day, as I trudged through the dense foliage, the cacophony of hidden creatures blended into a symphony of life that both soothed and tormented my senses. I was a soldier in the British Indian Army during the Arakan campaign in Burma, and the war was a distant rumble compared to the immediacy of the jungle's presence. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that clung to your skin and made every breath a labor. Yet, amidst the chaos of war, the Arakan jungles offered an odd sense of normalcy. The routine of survival anchored us amidst the larger storm. The company I was part of had grown accustomed to the rhythm of the jungle. We were a group of men, welded together by the fire of conflict, each of us aware of the other's fears and habits. The jungle was a constant, an unchanging backdrop to our daily struggles. It was easier to surrender to its embrace than to resist it, easier to let its verdant tendrils wrap around us than to fight its immensity. We had learned to read its signs, to interpret its whispers, and navigate its dense undergrowth with the expertise of those who had been hardened by necessity. It was during one of these routine patrols that the first disturbance broke the veneer of normalcy. We had been assigned to scout a section of the jungle that was, according to our intelligence, possibly infiltrated by enemy forces. As we moved deeper into the green labyrinth, the air seemed to grow denser, more oppressive. My senses were on high alert, sharpened by the ever-present danger, yet what I felt was not the usual anxiety of an impending skirmish. It was something more profound, more ancient. The jungle seemed to shift around us, its shadows lengthening and twisting in ways that defied logic. There was a moment, a fleeting glimpse of something that my mind could not fully comprehend. It was a shape, a movement at the periphery of my vision, slithering between the trees with an unnatural grace. I dismissed it initially as a trick of the light, a manifestation of my weary mind. until I saw it again. This time, others saw it too, a collective recognition of an entity that did not belong to this world. It was as if the jungle itself was harboring a secret, a hidden presence that had grown tired of remaining unseen. Our patrol continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. The men were uneasy, their usual banter replaced by tense silences, punctuated by furtive glances between the trees. We all sensed it now, an undercurrent of something watching us, something malevolent and ancient. We pressed on, driven by duty and an unspoken agreement to unravel the mystery that had enshrouded us. Each step felt like a descent into madness, the jungle closing in around us with a predatory hunger. The escalation of events was as insidious as the creeping vines that tangled our path. 2 of our men vanished without a trace, swallowed by the jungle with barely a whisper. Their disappearance was met with a grim acceptance, for we all knew that the jungle was not a forgiving adversary. Yet, there was something else at play, a deeper, more sinister force at work. We began to speak of the jungle in hushed tones, as if fearing that our words might summon its wrath. Each night as we made camp, the darkness would settle like a living entity, blanketing us with an impenetrable shroud. The usual nocturnal calls of the jungle were absent, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed down on us with a suffocating weight. It was during these nights that the dreams came, visions of an incomprehensible horror lurking just beyond the veil of sleep. I saw shapes, twisted and grotesque, writhing in a darkness more profound than any I had ever known. They whispered my name, beckoning me to join them in their eternal embrace. The climax came with the suddenness of a lightning strike. We had made camp near a river, hoping that its presence might offer some reprieve from the oppressive heat. As night fell, the air hummed with a strange energy, a vibrational pulse that resonated in my bones. It was then that the entity revealed itself, a monstrous form that defied the boundaries of reality, emerging from the jungle with a fluidity that was both beautiful and terrifying. It was as if the very fabric of the world had torn open to release this abomination, a being of shadows and whispers, its presence warping the space around it. Panic ensued, our discipline unraveling in the face of this eldritch horror. Men screamed, their minds shattering under the weight of its gaze. I stood frozen, a prisoner of my own terror, as it reached out with tendrils of darkness, each one a promise of oblivion. There was no escape from its grasp, no sanctuary in which to hide. It was as if the jungle itself had become an extension of the entity, its roots and vines lashing out to ensnare us. In that moment of despair, a clarity emerged. I understood that this entity was not of our world, not a creature born of flesh and blood. It was a manifestation of the jungle's deepest nightmares, a sentinel guarding the threshold between reality and an unfathomable abyss. As it loomed over us, I felt a strange peace settle within me, a resignation to the inevitable. The entity receded as abruptly as it had appeared, the jungle releasing us from its cryptic hold. We were left with the echoes of its presence, the jungle returning to its indifferent symphony. Our numbers were fewer, the survivors burdened with the haunted knowledge of what we had witnessed. Yet, the jungle was unchanged, its mysteries intact, its secrets guarded by an eldritch custodian. In the days that followed, the lingering fear took root in our minds, an insidious presence that shadowed our every step. The jungle was no longer a mere backdrop to our war. It had become an active participant, a sentient force with its own agenda. We spoke little of what we had encountered, the words heavy with the weight of disbelief. Yet, we all knew that the jungle held on to its secrets, waiting patiently for the next unwary soul to wander into its depths. I returned to the front lines eventually, but the memory of the jungle and its nightmare never left me. In the quiet moments, when the world around me grew still, I could feel its presence, a constant reminder of the boundaries between sanity and madness. The jungle was alive in ways that defied comprehension, its heart beating in time with an ancient rhythm that resonated through my very being. As I sit now, penning these reflections, I am struck by the sense of inevitability that pervades my memories. The jungle was never just a landscape. It was a living, breathing enigma, a repository of truths that mankind was never meant to uncover. And though I have left its shadow, the jungle remains a part of me, its whispers a constant echo in the corridors of my mind. In the heart of the Amazon, where the dense canopy keeps secrets from the sun and whispers of the wind carry the echoes of forgotten legends, I embarked on a journey that would forever alter my perception of reality. As an ethnobotanist, I was drawn toward the uncharted depths of the jungle, intrigued by stories of a plant that could cure any ailment, a botanical marvel shrouded in the myth of divine origins. Growing up, tales of the jungle god, the last of its kind, were bedtime stories that lulled me into dreams of adventure. Now, standing at the edge of the world's green lung, those stories felt like a calling. The first few days were a blur of routine. My guide, Miguel, a local with a deep knowledge of the forest, led us through the underbrush with the deftness of someone born to it. Beneath the oppressive heat and the symphony of the jungle's creatures, I felt a sense of normalcy, even peace. I documented every plant we encountered, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Our camp was a humble setup, nestled beside a clear, burbling stream, the sound of which lulled me into a sense of security each night. It was during one of these tranquil evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, that Miguel spoke of the God's Fall. His voice held an eerie reverence as he recounted the legend. Long ago, he began, a deity roamed these forests, a guardian spirit who took on the form of a great beast. As humans encroached upon its domain, it withdrew deeper into the jungle, and with it, the power it bestowed upon the land began to wane. But the god was said to have left behind a part of itself in the form of a rare plant, one that could heal mortal wounds and grant visions of the divine. I listened, captivated by his words, my skepticism tempered by the wonder of the place. The rational part of me dismissed it as folklore, yet a small, insidious seed of curiosity took root. That night, as I lay in my tent, The jungle seemed to breathe around me, each rustle and chirp a reminder of the mysteries it held. The first disturbance came when Miguel disappeared. It was early, before dawn, when I noticed his absence. His hammock lay empty, swaying slightly as if he had just left. I waited, assuming he had gone to answer nature's call. But as the hours stretched and the sun rose, worry set in. I ventured out, calling his name, my voice swallowed by the jungle. There was no response, only the indifferent chorus of life that continued around me. I retraced our path from the previous day, hoping to find some clue. Instead, I stumbled upon something far more unsettling. A clearing, untouched by the chaos of the forest, its center dominated by a massive stone, an altar perhaps, weathered by time, but still imposing. The air here was different, charged with an energy that prickled my skin, and at the base of the stone, I found a scattering of Miguel's belongings, his canteen, a small journal, but no sign of him. Panic began to seep in, a cold sweat breaking across my brow. I was alone, truly alone, the realization as suffocating as the humid air. I returned to camp, hoping against hope that Miguel would be there, waiting with an explanation. But the camp was as I left it, untouched and silent. With the sun setting once more, I made the decision to stay put, lighting a fire in the hopes it would guide Miguel back to me. Sleep was elusive, my mind a cacophony of fear and logic. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the hairs on the back of my neck standing at attention. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves, sent my heart racing. The following day, the forest felt different, more alive, as if aware of my presence, scrutinizing my every move. I set out again, driven by the need to find Miguel and an inexplicable draw toward the altar I had discovered. The path seemed to unfold before me, urging me forward. As days turned into a week, my routine became a quest. I spent long hours scouring the jungle, only to return to the altar, now a focal point of both my hope and dread. The journal I found was a trove of notes, sketches of plants, and entries in Miguel's neat handwriting, detailing observations and musings about the jungle. But the last entry spoke of a dream of transformation, and a beckoning call deeper into the heart of the forest. The transformation began subtly. I first noticed it in the way the jungle seemed to respond to my thoughts. Plants would part as I approached, animals watched but did not flee, and the air buzzed with an energy that I could feel in my bones. I chalked it up to exhaustion and stress, yet each day, the sensation grew stronger, more insistent. Then came the visions, fleeting at first, like glimpses through a fogged window, shapes and shadows that danced in my peripheral vision. But with each night, they grew clearer, more vivid. I saw the god of the jungle, a creature of immense power and grace, its eyes pools of wisdom and sorrow. It walked with purpose through the forest, its presence a catalyst for life, each step leaving trails of green and vibrant growth. The climax of my experience came during a storm. The air was thick with the promise of rain, the sky a tumultuous canvas of dark clouds. I stood at the altar, a silent witness to nature's fury, Lightning split the sky, illuminating the clearing in stark relief, and in that moment, I felt a surge of energy so profound it brought me to my knees. The jungle god stood before me, no longer a figment of dreams, but a tangible presence, its eyes meeting mine with an understanding that transcended words. The transformation was complete. I felt the boundaries of my being dissolve, merging with the essence of the forest. I saw through its eyes, felt through its senses, my humanity a distant memory. The god's fall was not a demise but a passing of the mantle, a cycle of rebirth in which I was now entwined. When the storm passed, the world was changed. I was changed. The jungle was no longer a mere collection of flora and fauna. It was a living, breathing entity, its consciousness intertwined with mine. Miguel was gone, perhaps never to return, yet I understood now. The call he had followed was the same that had led me here, a summons not to heal, but to become. In the days that followed, I remained at the altar, guarding it as a sentinel of the new order. I no longer needed sustenance. The jungle provided all I required. Time lost its meaning, each day blending into the next, a seamless flow of existence. The lingering fear, however, was not for myself, but for the world beyond the jungle. I had witnessed the transformation, felt the power of the god within me, and understood its fragility. The world outside crept ever closer, its reach threatening to disrupt the delicate balance we had achieved. I feared for them, for those who would come seeking answers, only to find the same fate. Yet, I knew that should another soul be drawn to the heart of the jungle, they too would find a path, a transformation that would change everything. The jungle kept its secrets, and I, now a part of it, held them close, knowing that some mysteries were meant to remain hidden, their truths a quiet echo in the symphony of life. The sun had just begun to set, casting a warm golden glow through the windows of our family home. The light filtered through the leaves of the old oak tree in the front yard, dancing in playful patterns on the floor. It was a sight I had seen 1,000 times before, and yet it never failed to bring a sense of peace and serenity to the living room. The house was old, but it was filled with memories, laughter, and the comforting knowledge that it was the place my family had always called home. My wife, Sarah, was in the kitchen, humming a soft tune as she prepared dinner. Our daughter, Emily, was sitting cross-legged on the floor, her attention absorbed by the colorful pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Occasionally, she would look up and flash me a smile, her eyes full of the innocence and joy of childhood. I watched her, feeling a deep sense of contentment, grateful for the simple pleasures of life. The tranquility of the evening was suddenly interrupted by a chill that crept through the room. It was as if a window had been left open on a winter's night, sending an unexpected shiver down my spine. I looked around, puzzled, seeing nothing out of the ordinary. Sarah seemed undisturbed in the kitchen, her gentle humming continuing unabated. Emily, focused on her puzzle, appeared equally oblivious to the sudden change in atmosphere. "Daddy, can you help me with this piece?" Emily's voice broke the silence, her small hand holding up a piece of the puzzle. I walked over to her, kneeling by her side. The puzzle was of a vibrant garden, flowers blooming in every imaginable color. Together, we managed to find the right spot for the piece, and she clapped her hands in delight. It wasn't long before I felt it again, a presence, subtle yet undeniable, standing just beyond the threshold of my awareness. It was like the echo of a voice, just out of reach, whispering my name. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the sensation. Perhaps it was the stress of work or the exhaustion from a restless night's sleep. But the feeling lingered, casting a shadow over the warmth of our home. That night, as I lay in bed beside Sarah, sleep eluded me. Our bedroom was dark, save for the faint glow of the street lamp filtering through the curtains. I could hear the soothing rhythm of Sarah's breath as she slept, each exhale a reminder of the life and love we shared. Yet, the sense of unease persisted, clinging to me like a shroud. I closed my eyes, willing myself to drift into the embrace of sleep. A noise, soft yet distinct, pulled me from the brink of slumber. It was the sound of a child's laughter, echoing faintly through the halls. I sat up, heart racing, straining to listen in the stillness that followed. The laughter came again, this time closer, a melodic giggle that tugged at the edges of my memory. "Emily?" I whispered into the darkness, though I knew she was asleep in her room. I slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb Sarah, and made my way down the hall. Emily's door was ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to spill into the corridor. I peeked inside, my breath catching in my throat. Emily was there, sleeping soundly, her small form curled beneath her blanket. I exhaled softly, relief washing over me. But the laughter continued, drawing me further down the hallway, past the shadows that seemed to stretch and shift in the moonlight. It led me to the living room, where the golden glow of daylight had been replaced by the silvery sheen of night. The room was empty, yet the laughter persisted. It was a haunting echo, as if the walls themselves were whispering secrets from long ago. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. The laughter ceased abruptly, leaving a silence so profound it was almost tangible. I stood there for a moment, heart pounding, before turning back towards the bedroom. As I did, the air grew cold once more, a lingering presence brushing against my skin like a forgotten memory. The following morning, I awoke to the sound of Emily's voice. "Daddy, are you okay?" she asked, her eyes searching mine. I forced a smile, nodding as I ruffled her hair. But her question lingered, echoing in my mind as I went about my day. Was I okay? And what was it that had been haunting the corners of our home? Days passed, the laughter revisiting me each night, a spectral reminder of something lost and forgotten. I began to notice other things too. A soft humming in the distance, the scent of roses where none should be, the fleeting sensation of being watched. Each experience was subtle, easily dismissed in the light of day, yet they collected in my mind like pieces of a puzzle, forming a picture I couldn't quite see. On an evening much like the first, I found myself in the living room once more, the twilight casting long shadows across the walls. Emily was asleep, Sarah dozing beside me, as we watched an old film. The warmth of her presence should have been comforting, but the chill had returned, more insistent now, a silent urging that couldn't be ignored. I turned to Sarah, about to speak, when the laughter returned, louder and more distinct than before. It was not merely a sound now, it was a presence, filling the room with an energy that was both familiar and strange. I stood up, compelled to follow its call, my heart heavy with a mix of dread and curiosity. The laughter led me to the window, where the old oak tree stood silhouetted against the night sky. Its branches swayed gently in the breeze, casting moving shadows on the ground. And there, beneath its boughs, stood a figure, a child, her form faint but unmistakable in the moonlight. I blinked, certain it was a trick of the light, yet the figure remained, her eyes meeting mine with an intensity that sent a shiver through my soul. She seemed to smile, a soft curve of her lips that was both comforting and unsettling. I couldn't move, rooted to the spot by a force beyond comprehension. "Daddy," the voice came, soft and melodic, echoing through the night. "Are you okay?" The words were the same as Emily's, yet they resonated differently, a deeper connection that transcended time and space. My heart ached with a longing I could not understand, and tears filled my eyes as I struggled to respond. "Who are you?" I managed to whisper, though the words felt inadequate in the face of such a revelation. The child did not answer, her form beginning to fade as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. I reached out, desperate to hold on to this moment, but she was gone, leaving only the rustling of leaves in her wake. In the days that followed, the encounters grew more frequent, the apparitions lingering longer each time. The child would appear in the garden, on the stairs, in the reflections of windows, always watching, always silent. She was both a stranger and something intimately familiar, a paradox that haunted the edges of my consciousness. My nights were filled with restless dreams, visions of a life that might have been. I saw a girl laughing as she played beneath the oak tree, her hair catching the sunlight as she ran through fields of wildflowers. Her laughter was the same as Emily's, yet it carried an echo of something lost, a bittersweet melody that tugged at my heart. "Are you okay, Daddy?" The question haunted my waking hours, an insistent reminder of the child who had become a part of our lives, an enigma wrapped in the shroud of the past. I found myself drawn to the old oak tree, spending hours beneath its branches, searching for answers in the patterns of light and shadow. One evening, as the sky darkened and the first stars appeared, I felt her presence beside me. She was more tangible now, a spectral figure of light and memory, her eyes searching mine with a depth that seemed to bridge the chasm of time. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. The wind rustled the leaves, a gentle murmur that was both comforting and otherworldly. She reached out, her hand almost touching mine, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. "To watch over you," she replied, her voice a soft caress that lingered in the air. "To make sure you're okay." Her words were a balm to my soul, easing the ache of unspoken grief. Yet they also carried a weight of sorrow, a reminder of the fragility of life and the bonds that transcend its boundaries. I closed my eyes, feeling her presence wrap around me like a gentle embrace, a connection that was as real as it was ephemeral. When I opened my eyes, she was gone, leaving only the whisper of wind through the leaves. I sat there for a long time, the stars overhead bearing silent witness to the passage of time. And as the night deepened, the sense of lingering fear began to fade, replaced by a quiet acceptance, a realization that some mysteries are not meant to be understood, only embraced. The following day, as the sun rose over our home, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The child had become a part of our lives, a guardian spirit who watched over us from the shadows, her presence a reminder of the love that endures beyond the veil of the world. "Daddy, are you okay?" Emily asked, her voice filled with the innocence of childhood. I smiled, pulling her close, my heart full of gratitude for the life we shared. "Yes, Emily," I replied, my voice steady and sure. "I'm okay." And in that moment, beneath the canopy of the old oak tree, I knew that we were watched over, cared for by a presence that was both a part of us and beyond our understanding. The fear had become a gentle whisper, a reminder of the unseen connections that bind us all, a mystery that had found its place in the fabric of our lives. The soft glow of dawn filtered through the delicate curtains of my suburban home, a quaint little house nestled among a row of identical structures. The neighborhood was a symphony of chirping sparrows and the distant hum of early morning traffic. I took a deep breath, savoring the moment as I wrapped my hands around a steaming cup of coffee. Life, as I knew it, was routine and comforting, the days blending seamlessly into one another like brushstrokes on a canvas. My husband, Mark, was already dressed for work, his tie perfectly knotted, an ever-present smile playing on his lips. He kissed me lightly on the cheek, whispering a promise to return by dinner. Our daughter, Emily, was still asleep, her 6-year-old form cocooned in pastel sheets. Her presence was a constant source of joy, her laughter a melody that soothed any lingering disquietude. As she slept, I often found myself standing at her doorway, marveling at the sheer innocence that radiated from her small frame. The morning unfolded like any other. I prepared breakfast, tidied the rooms, and made a mental checklist of the errands to run. Emily stirred awake, her tiny footsteps padding across the hardwood floor. We settled into a comfortable routine, breakfast done, dishes washed, and the day ahead laid out with precision. It was a comforting normalcy, one that gave me a sense of purpose. But life has a way of shifting beneath our feet, subtly and imperceptibly at first. The first signs were barely noticeable, like whispers in a breeze, dismissible if you weren't paying attention. It began with the phone calls, unknown numbers that rang incessantly, only to fall silent the moment I answered. I chalked it up to telemarketers, a nuisance but no real threat. Then came the letters. Anonymous envelopes slipped into our mailbox, each one containing a single sheet of paper with a simple, unsettling message: "She knows." I dismissed them as pranks, albeit ones that left a disquieting impression. Mark was unconcerned, his reassurance a balm that momentarily eased my anxiety. Some juvenile prankster, he suggested, probably bored and looking for some mischief. He was so confident, his demeanor unruffled, and I let his calmness seep into my bones. Yet, there was a part of me that couldn't shake the feeling of unease, like an itch just out of reach. Days turned into weeks, and the disturbances persisted, seemingly growing bolder with each passing day. I felt watched, an unsettling sensation that shadowed my every move. The feeling was most intense in Emily's room, where the air seemed to thicken with an unspoken tension. I began to notice small things out of place. A toy shifted slightly from where it had been left, or a window open that I was sure I'd closed. When I mentioned these to Mark, he dismissed them as lapses in memory, yet I couldn't ignore the creeping sense of intrusion. The nights became restless. Shadows danced across the walls with a malevolent grace, and the wind howled with a voice that chilled my spine. I found myself wandering the halls at night, plagued by the sensation that something lurked just beyond the edges of my perception. My reflection in the hallway mirror seemed to mock me, its eyes dark and hollow, filled with an understanding that eluded me. Then, one evening, an event transpired that shattered the fragile peace we'd maintained. It was late, the sky a deep indigo, stars obscured by thick clouds. Emily had drifted off after an evening of play, her soft breathing a lullaby that filled the room. I was in the kitchen, tidying up after dinner, when I heard it. A muffled sound, like a cry swallowed by the walls. I froze, my heart thudding in my chest, the sound echoing in my mind. It came again, unmistakable now, a child's voice pleading, "Help me." Panic surged through me as I raced up the stairs, my feet barely touching the steps. I burst into Emily's room, my breath caught in my throat. She lay there, untouched, her sleep undisturbed. The room was as it should be, yet the feeling of wrongness persisted, clinging to the air like a shroud. I checked the windows, the closet, peered under the bed. Nothing. There was no sign of disturbance, no evidence that anyone but Emily had been in the room. I returned downstairs, shaken but trying to rationalize the experience. Perhaps it had been a trick of the wind, or my mind playing games. Yet, deep down, I knew that explanation rang hollow. The following day, I confided in Mark, but he was dismissive, attributing my anxiety to stress and lack of sleep. "Why don't you take a day for yourself?" he suggested, his eyes filled with concern. "Get some rest, maybe see a friend." I took his advice, hoping a day away would clear my mind. But the unease followed me, a specter that refused to be banished. I returned home to find Mark and Emily in good spirits, their laughter a balm to my frazzled nerves. For a brief moment, normalcy returned, the warmth of family life enveloping us. But it was short-lived. That night, as I lay in bed, the house silent save for the rhythmic ticking of the clock, I heard it again. The voice, more insistent, a child's plaintive wail, echoing through the corridors. "Help me," it pleaded, the words tinged with desperation. I leapt from the bed, my heart pounding, driven by a primal need to protect my child. The house was cloaked in darkness as I moved through it, each room a shadowy tableau. Emily's door was ajar, the hallway light casting a sliver of illumination across her sleeping form. She was safe, untouched by whatever haunted these walls. I stepped into her room, the air thick with anticipation, and there, in the darkness, I felt it. A presence, watching, waiting. Unable to shake the feeling, I turned, my gaze falling on the mirror opposite Emily's bed. My reflection stared back, an unfamiliar face, twisted with fear. But it was the reflection beside mine that sent a shiver down my spine. A shadowy figure stood there, its form indistinct, a dark blur that seemed to pulse with malevolence. Panic gripped me as I blinked, and when my eyes reopened, the figure was gone, leaving only the echo of a child's cry in its wake. I stumbled back, my mind reeling, and in that moment, I understood. The whispers, the shifting objects, the voice, they were all connected, part of a pattern I had been too blind to see. The realization hit me with the force of a tidal wave. Something wanted Emily. The next morning, I was a woman transformed. My nerves taut. I felt every creak and groan of the house with an acute awareness. My daughter remained blissfully unaware, her world filled with laughter and innocence. But I couldn't shake the fear that had taken root, a gnawing dread that grew with each passing hour. I decided to dig into the house's history, seeking answers to the questions that plagued me. Hours were spent at the local library, poring over microfilm and dusty records, tracing the lineage of our home. It was there, in the brittle pages of a forgotten newspaper, that I found my answer. Years ago, our house had been the site of a tragedy. A girl, not much older than Emily, had vanished without a trace, her disappearance a mystery that had haunted the community. Her name was Anna, and though her fate remained unresolved, whispers of foul play lingered. The more I read, the more a pattern emerged, one that suggested her spirit lingered, trapped within the confines of our home. Armed with this knowledge, I returned home, my resolve steeled. I would not allow this specter from the past to harm my family. That evening, I laid a plan, determined to confront the entity that haunted us. I spent hours preparing, gathering items I hoped would offer protection: salt, sage, symbols of faith. I waited until the house was shrouded in darkness, the world outside silent and still. It came as I knew it would, the air thickening with a presence that defied understanding. I felt its eyes on me, a weight that was both oppressive and undeniable. I moved through the house, scattering salt in doorways, whispering prayers under my breath. The atmosphere crackled with energy, charged with a tension that was almost palpable. In Emily's room, the air seemed to freeze, a chill that seeped into my bones. I called out, my voice steady, demanding that the spirit show itself. There was a moment of silence, stretched taut, and then I saw it. The figure from the mirror, no longer a shadow, but a girl. her eyes wide with sorrow and longing. Anna. She hovered near the bed, her form translucent, her mouth forming words that echoed in my mind. "Help me," she repeated, the plea a whisper that resonated deep within. I reached out, compelled by a force beyond reason, my hand passing through her form. She flickered, her image blurring, and for a moment, I saw the truth. The pain, the fear, the yearning for justice that had kept her bound. Compassion replaced my fear as I realized she was not the threat I had imagined, but a lost soul seeking retribution. Her death had gone unanswered, her cries for help drowned out by the passage of time. Empowered by this revelation, I promised her what she sought: justice. The following days were a blur of activity. I reached out to the local authorities, reopening the case that had long been considered cold. The evidence was scant, the trail long faded, but I persisted, driven by a need to set things right. My determination bore fruit, as old secrets were unearthed, truths whispered by those who had long held their silence. In a stunning turn of events, a suspect was apprehended, a man who had lived undetected in our midst, his sins buried beneath layers of respectability. Anna's story was brought to light, her memory honored, her spirit finally laid to rest. The atmosphere in our home shifted, the air lighter, the sense of unease dispelled. But even as the world returned to normal, the echoes of that time lingered, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next. I often found myself reflecting on those events, my heart heavy with the knowledge of how close we had come to the brink. Though the presence was gone, I couldn't shake the feeling that something remained, a shadow at the edge of my vision, a whisper in the night. It was as if the house had retained a memory of those dark days, a subtle reminder that some stories never truly end. Emily remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired, her innocence preserved. But I knew, deep down, that the experience had changed me irrevocably. I was no longer the same person, my understanding of the world forever altered. As I stand at the window, watching the sun dip below the horizon, I feel a presence at my side. It is not malevolent. Rather, it is a comforting sense of being watched over, protected. In the silence, I hear a whisper, soft as a breeze. "Thank you," it says, a final farewell from the girl who had been trapped in darkness for far too long. The world moves on, as it always does, but I hold on to the lessons learned, the understanding that sometimes the past reaches out, seeking resolution, seeking peace, and though the fear has faded, a part of me remains wary, attuned to the unseen, the mysteries that lie just beyond our grasp. For that is the nature of life, a tapestry woven with strands of the known and the unknown, the living and the departed, each thread a connection to something greater than ourselves. The autumn leaves had begun to fall, a golden cascade lining the streets of our small suburban town. Life had measured its pace with the steady regularity of the seasons, and I found solace in the mundane rituals of day-to-day living. I had my routines, a morning coffee, a walk with our dog through the park, and an evening where I sat by the window, reading old letters. These letters were all I had left of her, my daughter, Emily, whose presence had vanished like a dream evaporating with the dawn. It had been 3 years since she went missing, 3 years since our world was turned inside out. Yet, every day, I imagined her face in those old photographs, her laughter echoing in the quiet spaces of our home. The day Emily disappeared was unremarkable in its normalcy. She had gone to school, kissed me goodbye, and never returned. The search that followed was thorough yet fruitless. No trace of her was found. The police eventually labeled the case cold, and I was left with an aching void and unanswered questions. Friends and neighbors offered condolences, but their words were hollow, unable to fill the emptiness that had carved itself into my heart. In the evenings, when the world was silent, I would sit by the window and watch the shadows lengthen, hoping that one day she would step through the door, smiling, as if she'd just been out playing in the yard. It was on a crisp October evening that the first disturbance rippled through my carefully maintained facade of normalcy. I was sitting in my usual spot by the window when the doorbell rang. A peculiar unease settled over me as I rose to answer it. Visitors were rare in the evening, and the hour was late. I opened the door to find a girl standing on the porch, her hair wind-tossed and her eyes wide with something that I can only describe as longing. "Mom," she said, her voice a haunting echo from the past. It was Emily. I blinked, convinced I was caught in a cruel dream. She looked older, her features sharper, but there was no mistaking her. She had the same eyes, the same gentle curve of her smile that could light up the darkest of days. I pulled her into my arms, tears streaming down my face as every suppressed emotion flooded to the surface. Joy, disbelief, and a lingering shadow of fear. "Where have you been?" I asked, my voice shaking with a multitude of questions. Her response was vague, cloaked in mystery. "I've been away," she said softly, "but I'm home now." There was something in her tone, a calmness that was unfamiliar, yet I was too overwhelmed to fully grasp it. Over the next few days, Emily settled back in as if she had never been gone. Her return was the talk of the town, whispers trailing us everywhere we went. People were curious, naturally, but they kept their distance, allowing us the space to reconnect as a family. For a time, life seemed to tilt back toward normalcy, with Emily resuming her old routines and slipping naturally into her place at home. Yet underneath the surface, something was amiss. I would catch her staring into space, her gaze unfocused and distant. At night, I heard her murmuring in her sleep, words that were unintelligible, yet filled with an unsettling resonance. There were moments when I'd find her standing at the window, looking out into the night with an expression of profound melancholy. When I asked her about it, she'd smile and assure me everything was all right. But a mother's instinct is rarely wrong. I knew that something was haunting her. The escalation came gradually, as subtle as the changing seasons. Strange occurrences began to plague our home. Lights flickered incessantly, shadows seemed to move of their own volition, and there was a chill in the air that no amount of warmth could dispel. Emily became increasingly withdrawn, her previously luminous presence now shrouded in an aura of impenetrable mystery. She spoke less, and when she did, her words were tinged with a cryptic quality that left me feeling unsettled. I began to notice things missing, little things at first: a book, a picture frame, a favorite mug. But then, larger items disappeared, only to return in odd places with no explanation. The sense of unease grew, a creeping vine twisting through the fabric of our home. It wasn't long before I started hearing whispers in the night, a chorus of voices just beyond comprehension, weaving through the silence. Desperate for answers, I confronted Emily, hoping to unravel the enigma that hung between us. "Emily," I said gently, "where were you? What happened?" She hesitated, the flicker of fear passing through her eyes. "I was lost," she said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. Somewhere dark. They let me go, but they're still with me." "Who are they?" I pressed, my heart pounding in anticipation of a truth I wasn't certain I wanted to hear. Emily's eyes met mine, and in that moment, it felt as though a veil had lifted, revealing the depths of her soul. "Spirits," she said, her voice steady and eerily calm. "They're here, watching." The revelation was chilling, a cold hand gripping my heart. I wanted to dismiss her words as the ramblings of a troubled mind, but the evidence was all around us. The inexplicable phenomena, the pervasive sense of being watched. My rational mind waged war with the intuition that had been screaming at me since her return. As the days passed, the disturbances intensified. Objects flew off shelves, doors slammed shut of their own accord, and the whispers grew louder, forming a cacophony that echoed through the house. I felt trapped in a waking nightmare, each day blurring into the next as reality seemed to unravel at the seams. One evening, when the wind howled outside and the moon cast an eerie glow over the town, the climax unfolded in a sequence of events that felt both inevitable and surreal. I awoke to find Emily standing at the foot of my bed, her expression serene, yet tinged with an otherworldly sadness. "They want you to know," she said, her voice carrying an unsettling gravity. "They want you to understand." Before I could respond, the air around us seemed to thicken, charged with an energy that was palpable and oppressive. Shadows danced along the walls, forming shapes that defied explanation. The whispers crescendoed into a chorus of anguish, their voices a symphony of despair that pierced the silence. "Emily, what is this?" I cried out, fear and confusion tightening their grip on me. "They're lost," she replied softly. "They want peace." In that moment, I understood. The spirits that lingered were not here to harm us, but to communicate, to reach out from their shadowed realm in search of solace. Emily, in her time away, had become a conduit, a bridge between worlds. Her return was not just a miracle. It was a plea for understanding, a call to acknowledge the presence of those who could not rest. The realization brought with it a sense of calm, a clarity that cut through the fear. I reached for Emily's hand, squeezing it gently as a silent promise passed between us. Together, we would help these restless souls find the peace they sought. In the days that followed, the disturbances abated, the atmosphere in our home shifting from tension to quietude. Emily and I worked together, learning to listen to the whispers, to discern the stories hidden within their spectral cadence. We performed small rituals, lighting candles and speaking words of comfort, offering a beacon of hope to those trapped in the shadows. Life resumed a semblance of normalcy, but the experience left an indelible mark on us both. Emily seemed lighter, her eyes brighter, as if the weight of her burden had been lifted. The house, too, felt different, warmer, more welcoming, as though it had been cleansed of its lingering unease. Yet, the fear lingered, a shadow that stretched beyond the bounds of our understanding. It was not a fear of the spirits or the supernatural, but of the unknown, the vast expanse of mystery that lay beyond the veil of our perception. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of the lights, held the potential to remind us of the tenuous balance we now walked. In the quiet moments, when Emily and I sat together by the window, watching the world beyond, I would sometimes catch a glimpse of movement in the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow, a whisper of presence. It was a reminder that we were part of something larger, something that transcended the boundaries of life and death. Though the fear was ever present, it was tempered by a sense of connection, a recognition of our place in the tapestry of existence. We continued to live our lives, bound by the knowledge of the unseen and the understanding that Emily's return had opened a door that could never be closed. And in that acceptance, we found a measure of peace, knowing that we were not alone, that the echoes of the past would always be with us, guiding us through the shadows of the unknown. The day was like any other in our quiet little suburb, a small town where each house stood neatly aligned, each garden meticulously pruned, and every face familiar in the way only small communities can breed familiarity. It was the kind of place where the sun always seemed to cast a warm, golden hue on the sidewalks, where children rode their bikes in languid loops, and adults exchanged pleasantries about weather and work from porch to porch. Life here was predictable, and after the heartache we had endured, predictability was a refuge. 3 years ago, my daughter Emily vanished without a trace. She was 10 at the time, a vibrant force of nature with laughter that bubbled over like a brook and eyes that sparkled with mischief and love. Her disappearance had been like a black hole, swallowing the light from our family and leaving a void that felt endless. Weeks turned into months, and months into years, with each day stretching painfully into the next. Her room remained untouched, a shrine to her memory, filled with toys that yearned for her touch and books waiting for her to return and read them. I remember the day she vanished with a clarity that tormented me. It was a Sunday afternoon, the kind of day where the world seemed to be cocooned in tranquility. Emily had gone to play in the yard, her laughter ringing out like a joyful bell. But when I called her in for dinner, she was gone. The police searched, the community rallied, but all efforts led to dead ends. Eventually, the world moved on, expecting us to do the same. But how could we? Morning routines became a salve. I'd wake, prepare breakfast for just my husband and myself, and then sit on our front porch, sipping coffee as the neighborhood slowly came alive. On this particular morning, I noticed the way the light filtered through the oak tree branches, casting playful shadows on the pavement. Lost in thought, I almost didn't hear the knock at the door. When it came again, insistent, I put down my mug and opened the door. My breath caught in my throat, and for a moment, I thought I might faint. There, standing before me, was Emily. My heart lurched and my mind raced, struggling to comprehend the image before me. She looked the same as the day she disappeared, unchanged, as if time had merely paused for her. Those same sparkling eyes met mine, but there was something different in them, an unfamiliar depth, an echo of something I couldn't name. "Mom," she said, her voice carrying the soft lilt of familiarity and the sharp edge of the uncanny. I reached out with trembling hands, my heart pounding furiously in my chest, as I pulled her into a tight embrace. She felt solid and real against me, dispelling the fear that I was dreaming. Tears streamed down my face, wetting her hair as I held her, too afraid to let go. "How?" I managed to whisper, my voice choked with emotion. "Where have you been?" But Emily merely smiled, a serene, almost knowing smile that sent shivers down my spine. "I'm home now," she replied softly. "That's all that matters." The days that followed her return were surreal. The initial shock rippled through our community, each neighbor expressing disbelief and cautious joy. The police came and went, but Emily's story was as elusive as the day she vanished. She couldn't, or wouldn't, explain where she'd been. Her answers were vague, veering into the strange and fantastical, leaving us with more questions than answers. She spoke of a place between, where shadows danced, and time was as fluid as water. A place where she was never alone, but never truly with anyone either. While her words unnerved me, I clung to the relief of her presence. Having her back at the dinner table, hearing her laughter fill our home once again, it was a balm for an ache I had thought eternal. Yet, even as I basked in her return, a nagging unease settled deep within me. There were small things, subtle shifts in her behavior that I couldn't quite pinpoint. A certain stillness in her, an uncanny ability to appear and disappear without a sound, and a tendency to stare into the distance as if listening to a voice only she could hear. One evening, as I watched her from the kitchen, I noticed her standing at the window, silhouetted by the dying light of the day, her eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. I approached quietly, hesitant to break whatever spell held her. "Emily?" I called softly. She turned to me slowly, her features bathed in shadows. "They're watching," she said with a small, enigmatic smile. "Who's watching, sweetheart?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The ones from the between," she replied, her voice almost a whisper. "They're always watching." Her words sent a chill through me, like the ghost of a winter breeze on a summer night. I tried to brush it off, attributing it to a child's imagination, a coping mechanism for whatever she had endured. But the feeling of being watched lingered long after she had gone to bed, casting long shadows in the corners of my mind. The next few weeks unfolded in an uneasy rhythm. Emily's presence seemed to be a catalyst for strange occurrences around the house. Items would go missing, only to reappear in odd places. The lights flickered unpredictably, often leaving us in darkness that felt heavier than it should. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I'd hear whispers, soft, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to seep from the walls. Our once peaceful home now felt different, as if another presence had moved in with us, one that was not entirely benign. My husband, ever the rationalist, dismissed these incidents as electrical faults and forgetfulness, but I could see the doubt creeping into his features, mirrored in my own. One particularly restless night, I awoke to find the space beside me empty. My heart skipped as I realized my husband was not in bed. I rose, the wooden floor cold against my feet, and ventured through the darkened house, drawn inexplicably to Emily's room. The door was ajar, and soft light spilled into the hallway. Peering inside, I found Emily sitting cross-legged on her bed, her gaze locked on the wall opposite her, where shadows seemed to ripple and shift like dark water. My husband stood beside her, seemingly transfixed by the same unseen spectacle. "Tom," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper, afraid of breaking the strange spell that held them. He turned to me slowly, his eyes glazed and distant. "They have secrets," Emily said, her voice ringing with an eerie clarity. "They whisper them to me." "What secrets?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and curiosity. Emily's smile was small and secretive. "Secrets of the between," she replied, her words echoing in the stillness. "Things that were, and things that will be." The air felt thick with tension, like the charged atmosphere before a storm. I took a cautious step forward, reaching for Tom, pulling him gently away from whatever had captured his attention. He blinked, confusion clouding his features, but he allowed me to lead him back to bed, leaving Emily to her whispers and shadows. The following days were a swirl of worry and weary vigilance. I kept a close watch on Emily, my heart aching to understand what she had become entangled with. She moved through the days with an ethereal grace, her presence both comforting and unsettling. The sense of being watched intensified, and I began to see fleeting figures at the edge of my vision. Slender silhouettes that vanished when I turned to look directly. One afternoon, while Emily was out playing in the yard, I ventured into her room. It felt different, colder, almost like a place forgotten by the sun. I moved with careful steps, drawn to her small desk where numerous drawings were scattered. They were depictions of shadowy figures, their forms reminiscent of human shapes, but twisted and elongated, set against a backdrop of swirling darkness. My heart pounded as I leafed through them, each image more disquieting than the last. A soft rustle behind me made me jump. I turned to find Emily standing in the doorway, watching me with those deep, knowing eyes. "They like it when I draw them," she said simply, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "It makes them feel real." I struggled for words, my throat tight with a mix of fear and love. Emily, why are they here? She paused, her expression thoughtful, then replied with a haunting simplicity. They followed me home. They wanted to see where I came from. The realization that these entities had traveled with her from whatever liminal space she had occupied struck me with a visceral dread. Yet, I felt a compulsion to understand, to protect her from whatever malevolent force might be lurking behind those shadowy forms. As the days turned to weeks, the sense of unease grew, twisting into a constant companion. The figures became bolder, lingering at the edge of my vision, their presence an oppressive weight on my psyche. Emily seemed unfazed, moving through our world with the same ethereal grace, her interactions with the shadows becoming a natural part of her routine. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the house was bathed in twilight, I felt an overwhelming compulsion to confront whatever had taken root in our home. I gathered my courage and approached Emily's room, the air thick with an otherworldly charge. Inside, the shadows moved like a living tapestry across the walls, their forms more distinct and sinister than ever before. Emily sat in the midst of them, her face serene, watching their dance with an unsettling calm. Emily, I called softly, stepping into the room. It's time for this to end. We need to let them go. She turned to me, her expression unreadable. They won't leave, she said, her voice a gentle murmur. Not until they've taken what they came for. My heart sank at her words, the weight of their implications settling over me like a shroud. What do they want? I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Emily's gaze bore into mine, filled with an ancient wisdom that belied her years. They want what was taken from them, she replied, her voice a haunting melody. They want something that belongs to this world. Before I could press further, the shadows surged forward, enveloping the room in inky darkness. I felt their presence, cold and vast, pressing in from all sides. Panic clawed at the edges of my mind, but I forced myself to remain grounded, focusing on the love I held for Emily, using it as an anchor against the encroaching void. In the heart of that darkness, I heard their whispers, fragments of a story long forgotten, of lives interrupted and promises broken. The weight of their sorrow was overwhelming, a torrent of emotions that threatened to drown me. But through the chaos, Emily's voice rang clear, guiding me back to the light. They just want to be remembered, she said softly, as the shadows began to recede, leaving behind a lingering chill. They need someone to hold their story, to keep it alive. Her words hung in the air, a revelation that settled over me with a profound clarity. These entities, whatever they were not here to harm, but to find closure, to be brought into the light of remembrance. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in our home shifted. Emily continued to draw, her images transforming from dark, shadowy figures to vibrant depictions of light and life. The sense of being watched faded, replaced by a quiet peace that settled over the house like a gentle rain. Though the shadows were gone, their presence lingered in my thoughts, a reminder of the fragility of the boundary between our world and whatever lay beyond. Emily remained unchanged by time, her laughter a joyous symphony that filled our home, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As summer turned to autumn, I found myself on the porch once again, watching the leaves dance in the wind. The world around me felt renewed, vibrant with the promise of a new day. And though a part of me would always wonder about the mysteries of the between, I knew that for now, our family was whole. Emily was home, and that was all that truly mattered. The soft hum of the kettle resonated gently in the kitchen, a comforting melody in my otherwise silent house. I watched the steam curl upward, dissipating into the morning air, just as I prepared my solitary breakfast ritual of toast and tea. This was my routine now, a quiet life on the outskirts of a small-town suburb where the days blurred together into a seamless tapestry of sameness. I had learned to find solace in these small rituals, to bury the aching void of my daughter's absence in the methodical motions of daily life. It had been 3 years since Emily disappeared. 3 agonizing years since that sunny afternoon when she ran out to play with her friends and never returned. The search parties, the police investigations, the endless questions with no answers, they all led to dead ends and faded into a grim acceptance of the unknown. People in town were kind, but kept their distance, as though grief were contagious, and I was a walking reminder of the fragility of their own loved ones. Yet, just as the kettle whistled its crescendo, a knock echoed through the quietude of my home, startling me. I wasn't expecting anyone, and visitors were a rarity. I hesitated, teacup in hand, before setting it down and moving toward the door, a strange sense of anticipation prickling my skin. I opened the door to find her standing there, a vision from a dream, or perhaps a nightmare. Emily, my Emily, but not quite. The girl before me wore the same familiar features, the cascade of chestnut hair, the deep-set, curious eyes. Yet there was something different in her gaze, an unsettling depth that seemed to pierce right through me. "Hello, Mom," she said, her voice a haunting echo of a memory. I stood paralyzed, my mind struggling to reconcile the impossible. She looked older, of course, as time had not stood still for either of us. But it was more than age. It was as if she had lived a lifetime in those 3 years, and perhaps she had. "Emily?" I whispered, the name of fragile hope escaping my lips. She nodded, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. I reached out instinctively, my fingers trembling as they brushed against her cheek, real and warm. A sob choked its way up my throat, and I pulled her into a tight embrace, the scent of her hair a nostalgic balm to my fractured soul. But even as I held her, I felt a coldness emanate from her skin, a chill that seemed to seep into my bones. As the initial shock ebbed away, questions flooded my mind, each one vying for release. Where had she been? How had she survived? What had happened to her? But all those inquiries tangled into silence, overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of her presence. "Can I come in?" she asked, her voice soft, almost pleading. Of course, of course. I stepped aside, and she walked in with an air of familiarity, as though she had never left. The day unfolded with an eerie normalcy. I found myself making tea again, this time for both of us, watching her as she sat at the kitchen table, her fingers tracing the grain of the wood, her eyes lingering on each corner of the room, as if reacquainting herself with a long-lost friend. We spoke little, words trembling through the tension of the moment, and I let her lead the conversation, careful not to push too hard, too fast. "Do you remember this place?" I asked, my voice tentative. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting mine with an inscrutable expression. Bits and pieces, like fragments of a dream. It was then I noticed the shadows under her eyes, the pallor of her skin, and a chill seeped through me once more. Something was not right. But how could I question the miracle of her return? Could a mother's love not forgive all transgressions, all impossibilities? As the day gave way to evening, Emily remained, her presence both comforting and disquieting. I found myself watching her closely, noting every gesture, every flicker of emotion. Her laughter was the same, yet tinged with an edge of something darker, something that lay just beneath the surface. That night, she slept in her old room, a place I had left untouched since her disappearance. I stood by the door, watching her form rise and fall with breath, a miracle I dared not question aloud. Yet sleep eluded me, haunted by an unease I couldn't shake, and I found myself wandering the house, each creak of the floorboards echoing like a ghostly whisper. In the days that followed, Emily's presence became both a balm and a burden. She began to recount stories of her time away, snippets of a life that seemed both fantastical and terrifying. Her words painted a world of shadowy figures and hidden realms, a place where time twisted and reality blurred. She spoke of beings who watched and whispered, guardians and captors in equal measure. I listened, torn between disbelief and a mounting dread. "Why did you come back?" I asked one evening as we sat by the window, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Emily turned to me, her eyes reflecting the dying light, and for a moment I saw something ancient and knowing within them. "I had to," she replied simply, yet the weight of her words lingered, heavy and impenetrable. As days turned into weeks, the atmosphere in the house shifted. I couldn't quite place when it started, but the air grew thick with an oppressive presence. Strange occurrences began to unravel the fragile semblance of normalcy we had tried to cultivate. Doors creaked open of their own accord. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision, and at night, whispers threaded through the air, too soft to understand, but impossible to ignore. I tried to rationalize, to attribute these happenings to stress and exhaustion, but the truth loomed ever larger, undeniable and terrifying. Emily was different, changed in ways that defied understanding. She seemed to know things before they happened, her eyes distant and knowing, as though she carried the weight of secrets too profound to voice. One night, driven by a restless curiosity and mounting fear, I ventured into her room while she slept, searching for answers in the silence. Her journal lay on the bedside table, its pages worn and stained. Hesitation clawed at me, but I opened it, driven by a desperate need to understand. The entries were scattered, a tapestry of thoughts and experiences that painted a portrait of a fractured mind. She wrote of the place she had been taken to, a realm between worlds where shadows danced and time stretched like elastic. Her words spoke of figures who loomed at the edges of her awareness, watching, waiting. Her final entry sent a chill racing down my spine. I cannot stay. They will come for me, and I must be ready. In that moment, I understood. Emily's return was not the miracle I had longed for, but something far more complex and terrifying. She had crossed a boundary, touched a world that should remain unseen, and now that world reached back for her. As realization settled in, the house seemed to shudder, as if acknowledging the truth I had uncovered. The whispers grew louder, the shadows more insistent, and I felt their gaze upon me, probing, questioning. I confronted Emily the next morning, the words spilling out of me in a torrent of fear and desperation. "What is happening, Emily? What have you brought back with you?" She looked at me with those ancient eyes, sadness etched into her features. "I'm sorry, Mom," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought I could keep them at bay, but they're already here." A cold despair settled over me, and I understood then that I was powerless to stop whatever was coming. Emily's presence was both a gift and a curse, a tether to a world beyond comprehension. In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. The house became a living entity, groaning under the strain of an unseen force. Lights flickered and died, mirrors cracked without warning, and a chill permeated every corner. Emily's health deteriorated, her vibrant spirit dimming as though the very life was being drained from her. I watched, helpless, as the fabric of our reality unraveled. And then, one night, the climax I had feared unfolded. Shadows congealed into form, a presence that filled the room with an oppressive force. Emily stood at the center, her eyes closed, a tranquility about her that was both eerie and profound. "I'm sorry," she whispered to me, as if from a great distance. "But it's time." The shadows closed in, enveloping her in a cocoon of darkness. I screamed, reaching out, but my hands passed through empty air. And then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The room was empty, and Emily was gone. Again. The silence that followed was absolute, a void that stretched into the corners of my soul. I stumbled back, the weight of what I had lost crushing me. Emily had returned only to be taken once more, her presence a fleeting echo of a reality forever altered. In the aftermath, the house returned to its stillness, the disturbances ceasing as abruptly as they had begun. But the fear lingered, a constant shadow that refused to dissipate. I knew now that the boundaries between worlds were fragile, and that my daughter had been a bridge between them. Life continued in the small-town suburb, the routine of daily life, a comforting distraction from the truth that lay beneath. But in moments of quiet, I felt the presence that watched and waited, a reminder of the unknown that lurked just beyond the veil of perception. Emily's return had been both a gift and a curse, a lesson in the unfathomable depths of love and loss. And though she was gone, her memory remained, a haunting specter that whispered of things unseen and a world forever changed. The evening settled over the town like a heavy velvet curtain, deepening the shadows in my small living room. I had just settled into the well-worn comfort of my brown leather armchair, ready to lose myself in the pages of a dog-eared novel that had been my companion for the better part of a week. The room was quiet, the kind of quiet that wraps around you like a warm blanket, soothing and serene. My cat, Jasper, lay sprawled on the windowsill, his eyes half closed, lulled by the gentle rhythm of the neighborhood beyond. It was a typical autumn evening. The air was crisp with the promise of approaching winter. The faint aroma of fallen leaves and distant wood smoke wafted in through the open window, mingling with the subtle scent of brewing coffee emanating from the kitchen. The world outside seemed like a distant, gentle hum, reduced to a soft murmur by the walls of my home. But then, that serene calm was disrupted by the unexpected ring of my doorbell. The sound was sharp and jarring, slicing through the tranquility like a knife. I hesitated for a moment, puzzled. I hadn't been expecting anyone, and it was an unusual hour for visitors. Jasper lifted his head, ears twitching with mild interest, before returning to his languid repose. Curiosity piqued, I set the book aside, marking my place with a folded corner, and moved to the front door. The glow of the porch light cast an amber halo over the small foyer as I peered through the peephole. There, standing in the fading light, was a delivery man. He held a large pizza box, the logo of a local pizzeria emblazoned in bright red. I didn't recall ordering pizza, but then again, perhaps I had made some absent-minded mistake. The humdrum of daily life had a way of blurring the lines between intentions and actions. Opening the door, I was greeted by the delivery man's polite nod. He was nondescript, with a cap pulled low over his brow, obscuring most of his features. "Evening," he said, his voice a monotone drawl. "Everything pizza. Delivery for you." I blinked in surprise. "I think there's been a mistake," I replied, glancing at the box. "I didn't order any pizza." The delivery man shrugged, unfazed. "It's already been paid for," he insisted, extending the box towards me. I hesitated, a small frown creasing my brow. My hand reached out almost instinctively, accepting the box. It was warm beneath my fingers, the aroma of melted cheese and a myriad of toppings drifting up to meet me. There was something unusually compelling about it, an allure that was hard to pinpoint, but impossible to ignore. "Have a good night," the delivery man said curtly, turning on his heel before I could protest further. I watched him retreat into the shadows, his figure dissolving into the obscurity of the night. Perplexed but unwilling to let a perfectly good pizza go to waste, I carried the box back into the living room. Setting it down on the coffee table, I lifted the lid. Inside, the pie was a kaleidoscope of ingredients. Everything imaginable adorned its surface. Peppers, mushrooms, olives, pepperoni, sausage, onions, and more, all nestled atop a bubbling sea of cheese. As I surveyed the pizza, I couldn't shake an odd sensation, a prickle at the back of my neck that was both familiar and foreign. But the scent was intoxicating, the warmth of the pizza comforting against the coolness that had settled in the house. Besides, a free meal was a welcome surprise on any occasion. I took a slice, the cheese stretching in gooey strands as I pulled it free. The first bite was a riot of flavors, each distinct yet blending into a harmonious whole. It was delicious, almost unnervingly so. I found myself reaching for another slice, and then another, each one as irresistible as the last. As I ate, the room seemed to shift subtly around me. The shadows deepened, elongating in ways that defied the logic of the soft lamplight. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting in a slow and steady rhythm. A whisper of sound danced at the edges of my consciousness, too faint to discern but persistent in its presence. I paused mid-bite, the unease from earlier returning with a vengeance. Jasper, who had been watching me with a lazy eye, suddenly perked up, his gaze fixed on a point just over my shoulder. His fur bristled, and a low growl rumbled in his throat, a sound I had never heard him make before. Heart thumping, I placed the half-eaten slice back in the box and turned slowly. The room was unchanged, yet it felt different, as if the very air had taken on a life of its own. The whispering sound grew louder, forming a chorus of unintelligible murmurs that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. I shook my head, trying to dispel the odd sensation. It was just a pizza, I told myself, a strange but delicious dinner that had arrived unexpectedly. Perhaps my imagination was running wild, fueled by the eerie quiet of the night. But as I sat there, the murmurs continued, weaving through the fabric of the room like an unseen current. Sleep eluded me that night. Even as I lay in bed, the echo of those whispers lingered, slipping through the cracks of consciousness each time I drifted toward slumber. They were elusive, always on the verge of clarity, but never quite revealing themselves. It was disconcerting, unsettling enough to keep my eyes open long into the night. The following day dawned with a heavy overcast sky, the kind that seemed to press down upon the world, dulling colors and muffling sounds. I went about my morning routine with a sense of detachment, my thoughts snagging on the peculiar events of the previous night. The pizza box remained on the coffee table, a silent testament to my curiosity and the subsequent unease it had wrought. As I prepared breakfast, I found myself glancing towards the living room repeatedly, expecting, or perhaps fearing, some change. Jasper, ever intuitive, followed me around with an unusual vigilance, his eyes never straying far from my own. The day passed in a blur of mundane tasks, each movement tinged with the lingering apprehension that shadowed my thoughts. The world outside continued its ceaseless motion, oblivious to the strange undercurrent that had taken hold within my home. The whispers were absent during the day, a fact that should have reassured me, but instead heightened my anticipation for their return. Evening arrived with the same inexorable certainty as the night before. As darkness crept in, the sense of unease intensified, a tangible presence that hovered just beyond the edges of perception, I considered disposing of the pizza, but a part of me hesitated, drawn inexplicably to its mystery. When the doorbell rang again, I nearly jumped out of my skin. The sudden jolt broke the spell of my thoughts, and I went to the door with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. There, once again, was a delivery man, although this one was different from the last. He wore the same uniform, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his cap. "Another delivery for you," he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. He held out another pizza box, identical to the one from the previous night. I opened my mouth to protest, but he was gone before I could utter a word, disappearing into the night as swiftly and silently as the one before. I stood there, bewildered, the new box heavy in my hands. This time, I approached the pizza with caution, setting it beside the first on the coffee table. Jasper sat at my feet, his tail flicking back and forth in an agitated rhythm. I lifted the lid, already expecting what I would find. The pizza was identical to the first, an everything pizza, its surface a chaotic blend of toppings. But this time, there was something else. A note. It was tucked under the edge of the box, a small slip of paper that bore a single, enigmatic line. "The feast begins when the hunger never ends." A chill ran down my spine as I read the words, their meaning as cryptic as the events that had unfolded. The whispers returned, rising in a crescendo of sound that filled the room, an ethereal symphony that defied comprehension. I backed away slowly, my mind racing. There was something at play here, something beyond the realm of reason and logic. The pizzas, the whispers, the unnerving sense of being watched. It all wove together into a tapestry of dread. That night, sleep was a distant memory. The whispers were relentless, a cacophony of sound that ebbed and flowed like the tide, drowning out any hope of rest. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my heart a relentless drumbeat in the silence. The following days unfolded in a similar pattern. Each evening brought a new delivery, each pizza accompanied by a new note, each more cryptic than the last. The whispers grew in intensity, their presence a constant haunting accompaniment to my days and nights. My world had narrowed to the confines of my home, the outside a distant memory overshadowed by the dark intrigue that had taken root in my life. The notes were varied, each one a piece of a puzzle that eluded understanding. In the hollow of night, the answers lie. A choice once made cannot be unmade. Each phrase sent a shiver through me, their meanings tantalizingly close, yet always just out of reach. I became consumed by the mystery, drawn deeper into its web with each passing day. Sleep-deprived and worn thin by the relentless tension, I scoured the internet for answers, searching for any hint of a connection, any explanation for the inexplicable. But there was nothing, no record of similar occurrences, no mention of cursed pizzas or whispering shadows. One evening, as I stared at the latest delivery, a realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. Each pizza was a reflection of my own desires, my own cravings manifested in edible form. The everything pizza, a metaphor for my insatiable curiosity, my hunger for answers that seemed forever out of reach. The understanding brought with it a new sense of dread, a fear that had been lurking just beneath the surface. The whispers were not just noise, they were voices, a chorus of unseen watchers who reveled in my perplexity. The pizzas were a conduit, a way for them to reach me, to ensnare me in their web. As I faced this revelation, something shifted within me. A resolve, a determination to break free of the cycle that had ensnared me. I gathered the pizzas, the boxes stacked in a precarious tower, and carried them to the back door. The air was cold and still, the night holding its breath as I stepped out into the yard. There, beneath the pale light of the moon, I set the boxes down, their presence a weight that pressed upon me. The whispers rose to a fever pitch, a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm my senses, but I stood firm, my heart a steady rhythm that anchored me to the moment. With deliberate care, I opened the boxes, one by one, and scattered the pizzas across the ground. The toppings blended into a mosaic of color, the cheese glistening in the moonlight. The whispers reached a crescendo, a final, desperate plea that echoed through the night. And then, as if a switch had been flipped, silence fell. The air was still, the world holding its breath in anticipation. I stood there, the chill of the night seeping into my bones, waiting for some sign, some indication that the ordeal was over. But there was nothing, only the quiet, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. I turned back to the house, leaving the scattered remnants of the pizzas behind. Inside, the air felt different, lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. Jasper greeted me at the door, his purr a comforting rumble that eased the tension from my shoulders. I sank into the armchair, exhaustion finally claiming its due. The whispers were gone, their presence a fading memory that lingered at the edges of my mind. As sleep finally claimed me, I knew the strangest chapter of my life had come to a close. But the fear remained, a shadow that lurked in the corners of my thoughts. The world was unchanged, yet I was not. The memory of the pizzas, the whispers, the nights spent in restless anticipation, they were a part of me now, a reminder of the unknown that lies just beyond the edges of perception. I had faced the darkness and emerged, but the question remained. Had I truly broken free? Or was this just another turn in the labyrinth? The fear was no longer a thing to be banished. It was a companion, a reminder of the mysteries that linger in the shadows, always watching, always waiting. I had always been the kind of person who enjoyed taking the less traveled paths. It was a quirk I cultivated, often seeking out the peculiar and the uncharted. So, when I took the job at Mario's Pizza, it wasn't just for the money. It was a curiosity-driven decision, an opportunity to wander through the winding streets of my town, delivering hot slices of delight to hungry customers. Most nights were uneventful. I'd navigate familiar roads, pass through neighborhoods I'd come to know, like the back of my hand, and exchange pleasantries with regulars who'd grown accustomed to my presence. But one night, a particularly foggy Friday, I received a delivery order that took me to Tenor Street, a place I had never ventured before. I asked around, hoping my colleagues might have some insights into the area, but they merely shrugged, as if disinclined to discuss it. With the pizza box warming my passenger seat, I set off into the fog. The mist coiled around my car like a living creature, obscuring the road ahead and transforming familiar shapes into eerie silhouettes. Tenner Street wasn't marked on any map I checked. It wasn't far from the main thoroughfares, yet it felt isolated, tucked away from the bustling suburban life I was used to. The street appeared suddenly, a narrow lane flanked by dense, shadowy trees, whose branches stretched toward the sky like bony fingers. I drove slowly, the car's headlights slicing through the fog to reveal glimpses of crumbling pavement and overgrown hedgerows. There was an unsettling stillness in the air, a quiet that pressed upon my ears and made the gentle hum of my engine feel like a roar. I checked the delivery address again. An old, dilapidated house stood at the end of the street. Its facade was hidden behind thick ivy, and its windows were dark, as if the house itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I parked the car and grabbed the pizza, hesitating for a moment as I glanced around. There were no signs of life, no welcoming porch lights or barking dogs, just the oppressive silence and the cold, creeping fog. I shook off the unease and approached the house, my footsteps echoing ominously on the wooden steps of the porch. I rang the doorbell, a shrill sound that seemed to reverberate through the dense air. As I waited, I noticed something peculiar, a feeling of being watched, as if eyes were peering at me from the darkness beyond the trees. I shook my head, dismissing the sensation as a trick of the light and my own overactive imagination. The door swung open, and I was greeted by a man who looked as though he had stepped out of another time. His clothes were worn and frayed, his hair a wild tangle of gray. "Pizza's here," I said, offering a smile that felt strained. The man looked at me with eyes that seemed too large for his face, and nodded. "Thank you," he replied in a voice that was surprisingly soft, almost melodic. He handed me a few crumpled bills and took the pizza, his fingers brushing mine for a moment, a touch that felt unnaturally cold. I turned to leave, eager to be away from the strange house and its enigmatic occupant. As I stepped off the porch, a rustling sound caught my attention. I paused, straining to hear through the fog, but the noise was gone as quickly as it had come. I shrugged it off and returned to my car, eager to complete my shift and head home. But as I drove back down Tenner Street, the feeling of being watched persisted, growing stronger with each passing second. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shadowy figure trailing behind. The street, however, remained deserted, and I told myself I was being ridiculous. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the experience. It lingered in the back of my mind, a small, persistent itch that refused to be ignored. Deliveries to Tenner Street became a regular occurrence, and each visit deepened my unease. The man at the dilapidated house was always there, always waiting with those two large eyes and the chilling touch. I began to notice other things too. Whispered voices in the fog, fleeting shadows at the edge of my vision, and that ever-present sensation of being watched. One night, as I prepared for another delivery to the house on Tenner Street, a coworker pulled me aside. "Be careful out there," she said, her voice low and serious. "There's something strange about that place. I nodded, unsure of what to say. Her words mirrored the unspoken fears that had been growing within me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. Nevertheless, I set out once more, determined to complete my task quickly and return to the warmth and safety of the pizzeria. As I approached the house, the fog seemed thicker than ever, swirling around my car in an almost deliberate manner. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if I were about to cross a line I couldn't return from. I parked the car and took a moment to steady my nerves before grabbing the pizza and stepping into the cold night air. This time, the porch light was on, casting an unnatural glow that only served to accentuate the darkness surrounding it. I rang the doorbell, and the door opened almost immediately. The man stood there, his eyes even more piercing in the light. I handed him the pizza and turned to leave, eager to escape his unnerving presence. But as I stepped off the porch, I heard a voice, a perfect mimicry of my own, call out to me from the darkness. "Wait!" I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice echoed in the fog, bouncing off the trees and surrounding me. I turned slowly, my mind struggling to process the impossibility of what I'd just heard. The man was standing in the doorway, unmoving, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Who's there?" I called, my voice trembling. The fog seemed to shift, and I caught a glimpse of something, a shape, a figure indistinct and elusive, hovering at the edge of my vision. It called out again, using my voice with eerie precision. The sound was wrong, twisted, as if it had been filtered through layers of darkness and deceit. I backed away, panic rising in my throat. My instincts screamed at me to run, to flee this place and never look back. But curiosity tugged at me, a dangerous allure that compelled me to take one more step into the unknown. The figure in the fog seemed to sense my hesitation. It shifted, revealing more of itself, a form that defied logic, a monstrous entity whose features eluded clarity. It moved with a grace that belied its size, slipping through the mist with unsettling ease. "Come closer," it beckoned, the voice now a twisted amalgamation of my own and something else, something ancient and unearthly. Fear and fascination warred within me, each pulling me in opposite directions. I took a shaky breath, feeling the cold air fill my lungs and ground me in the reality of the situation. Whatever this thing was, it was using mimicry, trying to lure me into its grasp. In the distance, I heard the sound of a car engine, my salvation, a reminder of the world beyond this haunted street. I turned on my heel and ran, ignoring the creature's calls and the man's watchful gaze. The fog seemed to clutch at my limbs, slowing my progress and sapping my strength. But I pushed through, driven by a primal need to survive. I reached my car and fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The engine roared to life, and I sped away, leaving Tenor Street and its dark mysteries behind. As I drove, the sensation of being watched began to fade, replaced by relief and an overwhelming desire to put as much distance as possible between myself and that cursed place. In the days that followed, I tried to make sense of what I'd experienced. I questioned my sanity, replayed the events in my mind, and wondered if the fog had somehow played tricks on me. But deep down, I knew the truth. There was something lurking on Tenor Street, something old and malevolent, using mimicry to ensnare the unwary. I never returned to Tenor Street after that night. I made excuses, swapped shifts, and eventually left the job at Mario's Pizza altogether. Life moved on, and the memories faded into the background, a ghost story I rarely spoke of. Yet the fear lingered, a shadow that followed me wherever I went. Even now, I sometimes catch glimpses of movement in the fog, hear voices in the night that sound unnervingly familiar. And in those moments, I remember the creature on Tenor Street, waiting in the darkness, ready to wear the skin of its next victim. The night started like any other. I sat in my favorite old armchair, a remnant of my college days, now residing in the corner of my cramped living room. The fabric was worn and frayed, a testament to countless late-night study sessions and nostalgic reminiscences. A soft glow from the lamp bathed the room in a warm golden hue, offering a comforting contrast to the chill of the autumn air that crept through the cracked window panes. Outside, the wind rustled through the trees lining Wilhelmina Drive, sending a cascade of leaves skittering across the pavement like a murmuring, unseen crowd. It was a quiet neighborhood, one where the most exciting event was the weekly garbage collection. I had always found solace in its predictability, the serene rhythm of suburban life, offering a counterpoint to the chaos that often swirled in my mind. That night, as I sipped from a mug of herbal tea, I allowed my thoughts to drift aimlessly. The ticking of the clock marked time at an agonizingly slow pace, each second pulling me further into a meditative state. I was on the verge of slipping into a peaceful doze when a peculiar sensation washed over me, a sudden and inexplicable feeling of being observed. I shook the thought from my mind, dismissing it as a trick of fatigue. Yet, as I glanced toward the window, the shadow of movement caught my eye. It was brief, almost too quick to process, a flash of light darting between the trees. I leaned forward, squinting to pierce the darkness outside. Nothing. Just the whispering leaves and the soft glow of streetlights casting their nets over the asphalt. Muttering under my breath, I dismissed it again, attributing the disturbance to my overactive imagination. It was a defense mechanism, one that I had honed over years of suppressing inconvenient truths. I returned to my armchair, drawing a blanket over my legs, and attempted to recapture the elusive serenity that had just been within reach. A sharp beep from my phone interrupted my efforts. Its screen glowed brightly, an unexpected text message from an unknown number. I frowned as I read the words. "Stay away from Wilhelmina Drive tonight." A chill settled over me, more profound than any caused by the creeping autumn air. The words were simple, yet brimming with an understated urgency that demanded attention. I grappled with the message, attempting to reconcile its warning with the mundanity of my life. Wilhelmina Drive was just a road, a harmless artery of suburban life that led to the supermarket, the park, and the quiet peace of my evening walks. It was ridiculous to think of it as a source of danger, yet the warning lingered, seeping into my thoughts like a slow poison. Despite the logical part of my mind arguing against it, curiosity tugged at my senses, urging me to investigate. I resisted at first, trying to distract myself with television and meaningless internet browsing. But the allure of the unknown, of the bizarre warning, was too powerful to ignore. As the hours ticked by, I finally succumbed to its pull. I grabbed my coat, a thin barrier against the night's chill, and slipped my feet into a pair of worn sneakers. My mind raced with the possibilities of what I might encounter, everything from a simple prank to something more sinister. As I stepped out onto the porch, the air was crisp and clear, the kind that invigorated the senses and heightened awareness. Wilhelmina Drive was barely a block away, and as I approached, I noticed that the street was eerily quiet. No cars passed, no laughter from nearby houses, just the persistent rustle of the trees. I hesitated at the entrance to the street, the memory of the text message pulsing in my mind like a warning beacon. Yet, instead of turning back, I began to walk. The road stretched before me, a winding path of shadows and light. I felt an unsettling weight settle over me, as if I had crossed an invisible threshold into a world where the familiar rules no longer applied. I walked slowly, my footsteps muffled by fallen leaves, the sound barely registering in the expansive silence. As I made my way down the street, I noticed something peculiar. A car parked at the curb, its interior dark and silent. It was an old model, its paint faded and peeling, something that seemed out of place even in this quiet neighborhood. I felt a strange compulsion to approach it, my curiosity overriding the instinct to retreat. When I reached the car, I peered into the window, seeing nothing but shadows. I circled it, my breath forming clouds in the cold air, the uncomfortable sense that I was being watched, returning with greater intensity. Suddenly, the headlights flickered to life, their beams cutting through the darkness with startling clarity. The car roared to life, engine revving as if in response to an unseen command. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. The car lurched forward slightly, then stopped, the headlights blinking insistently. It was then that I realized the pattern. 3 quick flashes, a pause, then 3 more. A signal, a warning. I remembered the urban legend my friend had once told me about. A car that warned of impending danger, a spectral driver with a penchant for saving lives. But this was no comforting legend. The flashes were urgent, insistent, and I could feel the pulse of danger in the air, an unseen threat lurking just beyond my perception. As I backed away, the car's headlights continued their cryptic dance, a silent alarm that sent chills down my spine. Panicked, I turned and ran, the rhythmic pounding of my feet echoing down the deserted street. I didn't stop until I reached the sanctuary of my porch, the door slamming shut behind me with a finality that seemed to cut off the chaos outside. I leaned against it, my breath coming in ragged gasps, heart still racing from the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Back inside, I paced the small confines of my living room, my mind grappling with the events I had just witnessed. The car, the warning flashes, it was all too surreal, too reminiscent of a horror movie trope come to life. Yet, no amount of logical reasoning could dispel the lingering fear that had settled into the pit of my stomach. Sleep was elusive that night. Each creak of the floorboards, each sigh of the wind outside, sent my imagination spiraling into overdrive. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying the events over and over, like a broken record. The warning had felt so personal, so directed, and the question of why still haunted me. By morning, the world had returned to its usual mundane state. The sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow that felt almost mocking in its normalcy. I hesitated before venturing outside again, my steps tentative as I surveyed the street from my front porch. Wilhelmina Drive was as I had left it, serene, unbothered by the supernatural drama that had unfolded the night before. The car was gone, leaving behind no evidence of its eerie message. I half hoped to see it parked where it had been, to find some proof that it hadn't all been a figment of my imagination. Days turned into weeks, and I found myself unable to shake the experience. It lurked at the edges of my consciousness, a question mark hanging over the fabric of my reality. I became hyper-aware of every detail on Wilhelmina Drive, scrutinizing every parked car, every shadow, for signs of the sinister presence I had encountered. As I settled back into my routine, the warning that had once filled my thoughts began to fade, replaced by the demands of daily life. Yet, every so often, I would catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a flash of light, a shadow darting between the trees, and my heart would leap into my throat, the memory of that night returning with gut-wrenching clarity. I never did discover the source of the warning or the unseen threat it had promised. The car remained an enigma, its intentions as elusive as the shadows that danced along Wilhelmina Drive. But the experience left its mark, a reminder of the thin veil between the world we know and the strange, inexplicable events that lurk just beyond our grasp. In the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees and the night stretched endlessly before me, I would find myself wondering about the car and its spectral driver. What had they seen? What danger had they perceived that had prompted their cryptic message? And perhaps more unsettlingly, would they return? The questions lingered, unanswered, a spectral presence haunting the corners of my mind. I had no choice but to live with the uncertainty, to accept the reality that sometimes the world holds secrets it refuses to share. The experience had changed me, leaving me both wary and strangely grateful for the warning that had come in the form of flickering headlights on a quiet suburban street. It was a reminder of the unknown, of the mysteries that lay hidden in the ordinary and the extraordinary alike. And though I had returned to my life, the comforting illusion of safety restored, the memory of that night on Wilhelmina Drive would forever cast its long, eerie shadow. It was the kind of evening when the air felt thick with the promise of rain, even as the skies remained obstinately clear. The sun was setting behind a horizon of jagged trees, painting the sky in hues of orange and violet. I had just returned from my daily jog around the neighborhood, a quiet enclave on the outskirts of town, where houses were spaced generously apart, each with its own stretch of land. Our driveway, a winding path lined with towering oaks, had always felt like a secure cocoon, safely nestling our home from the busy world beyond. Life in this part of town was predictably serene, almost idyllic in its isolation. The only sounds that occasionally broke the silence were the rustling leaves and the distant chirp of crickets. My wife Emily and I had moved here a few years ago, craving a retreat from the relentless pace of the city. Our evenings were typically spent in peaceful companionship, her nose buried in a book while I toiled away at my desk, papers sprawled before me. It was a comforting monotony, one that we both cherished deeply. That evening, however, a sense of unease began to creep in, as faint as the first tremors of an earthquake. As I settled into my evening routine, Emily called out from the living room, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Did you notice the car parked at the end of our driveway?" I hadn't. My mind had been elsewhere, preoccupied with the lingering tasks of the day. But now that she mentioned it, a vague recollection surfaced, a fleeting glance at a darkened silhouette stationed just beyond the threshold of our property. It seemed out of place, like a smudge on a pristine canvas. "Probably just someone lost, checking their directions," I replied, though my words carried an edge of uncertainty. It wasn't uncommon for drivers to stray into our secluded corner, misled by unreliable GPS systems. Yet, something about the presence of that car nagged at me, refusing to be dismissed so easily. As the evening wore on, the car remained a stubborn fixture at the periphery of our world. Emily and I exchanged uneasy glances, each of us silently willing the other to suggest a course of action. Finally, I resolved to investigate, to confront this small anomaly before it could swell into a larger concern. The air outside was cooling rapidly, the first whispers of nightfall cutting through the remnants of warmth. I made my way down the driveway, each step crunching softly against the gravel. The vehicle stood still in the dim light, a nondescript sedan, colored a shade of blue so dark it appeared almost black. I approached it cautiously, feeling the pulse of my apprehension quicken. As I drew nearer, I noted with growing discomfort that the car appeared deserted. Its windows were up, obscuring any view inside, and the air around it was eerily still. I circled the vehicle, hesitant to touch it, as though it might spring to life at the slightest provocation. After another moment's hesitation, I knocked gently on the driver's side window. Silence. Not even the faintest stir from within. I peered through the glass, the interior shrouded in shadow, yielding nothing but uncertainty. For reasons I couldn't quite articulate, a shiver raced down my spine. Returning to the house, I found Emily waiting anxiously by the door. Her expression mirrored my own mounting unease. "No one in the car," I said, attempting to sound more confident than I felt. Maybe they went for a walk or needed to clear their head. But as the words left my lips, their implausibility struck me. Who would choose to wander down a secluded driveway in the gathering dark, leaving their car unguarded and locked? The question lingered, a specter hovering between us as the evening deepened into night. The hours slipped by in oppressive silence, the clock ticking with a rhythm that seemed louder than usual. We tried to resume our routines, but our attention kept straying back to the window, to the dark shape that loomed at the edge of our property. Sleep came reluctantly that night, filled with nebulous dreams, that dissolved into blackness as soon as I awoke. When morning arrived, it brought with it a chill that seeped into our bones. Emily and I exchanged wary glances over breakfast, the unspoken question hanging between us. Was the car still there? I ventured outside once more, the morning light casting long shadows across the grass. There it was, unmoved, like a sentinel watching over our home. My resolve hardened. This time, I intended to get some answers. Returning to the car, I tried the doors, finding them locked fast. A closer inspection revealed nothing new. No clues, no signs of who might own this vehicle or why it had been abandoned here. But as I leaned against the driver's side door, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Something small and white was peeking from beneath the windshield wiper. With growing curiosity, I extracted the object, a folded piece of paper, slightly yellowed with age. It felt oddly out of place, as though it belonged to a different time. Unfolding it carefully, I found a single line scrawled in an untidy hand. "The truth lies within." A cryptic message, offering neither explanation nor comfort. It was the kind of thing one might expect to find in a mystery novel, not in real life. Yet, there it was, undeniably real and profoundly unsettling. Emily listened intently as I recounted my discovery, her brow furrowing in thought. "What does it mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I admitted, the weight of the unknown pressing down heavily upon us both. The rest of the day passed in an uneasy blur. We kept to our routines, but the presence of the car anchored us to a reality that felt increasingly surreal. I contacted the local authorities, hoping they might shed some light on the enigma. They promised to send someone to investigate, but warned that it might take time, given the area's low priority. As afternoon gave way to evening, we found ourselves once more peering out the window, our gaze drawn inexorably to the car. A sense of vigilance took root in our hearts, each of us on edge, waiting for something, anything, to break the tension that had wrapped itself around our lives. The following day dawned gray and overcast, a cold wind sweeping across the landscape. True to their word, the police arrived mid-morning, 2 officers stepping out of their patrol car with an air of deliberate calm. I greeted them, explaining the situation as best I could. They nodded, asked a few cursory questions, and then proceeded to inspect the mysterious vehicle. We watched from a distance as they worked, their movements methodical, professional. They checked the doors, the windows, attempting to glean some information from the nondescript car. Finally, one of the officers retrieved a set of tools, preparing to unlock the door. With a few deft movements, the lock clicked open and the door swung wide. The officers peered inside, their expressions unreadable. After a moment, they called us over, gesturing for us to join them. Apprehension coiled like a serpent in my gut as we approached. The interior of the car was disheveled, papers strewn across the seats, an empty water bottle rolling on the floor. But what caught my attention was a small, leather-bound notebook resting on the passenger seat, its surface worn with age. The officer handed it to me, his expression grave. "We found this," he said simply. I took the notebook, feeling its weight, its potential significance. Flipping it open, I was met with a series of entries, each dated but lacking any identifying names. The handwriting was consistent throughout, a neat, cursive script that spoke of someone meticulous in their documentation. As I scanned the entries, a chilling narrative began to unfold, a story of a life unraveling, of paranoia and fear creeping into the mundane. The final pages were filled with frantic scribbles, words overlapping in a chaotic tangle. Amidst the disarray, a single phrase stood out, repeated over and over. "They are watching." The words resonated with a familiar dread, echoing the sentiments of our recent days. A person had spiraled into madness, their fears consuming them until they could no longer distinguish reality from their nightmares. And now, their remnants lay bare before us, a testament to the fragile line between sanity and the abyss. The officers took the notebook, promising to investigate further. They reassured us that they would keep us informed, but as they departed, the sense of closure I had hoped for eluded me. The car remained, an unresolved mystery, lingering at the fringes of our lives. Days turned to weeks, and though the authorities continued their inquiries, the identity of the car's owner remained elusive. Our lives resumed their semblance of normalcy, yet the shadow of that vehicle loomed ever present in our consciousness. The cryptic message, the journal of a mind unraveling. It was as though these vestiges of another's despair had seeped into our existence, leaving an indelible mark. As time passed, I found myself drawn back to that moment, to the eerie quiet of the driveway and the mysterious car that had appeared unbidden. The truth, as elusive as it was, beckoned like a siren's call, whispering of secrets yet to be uncovered. And in the quiet of the night, when the world was still and my thoughts turned inward, I found myself wondering, had the car brought with it only the echoes of another's fear, or had it awakened something within us as well? A lingering question, unanswered and eternal, as the car remained, ever watchful at the edge of our world. The highway stretched endlessly before me, a vast ribbon of asphalt cutting through a landscape that was as monotonous as it was barren. The afternoon sun bore down heavily, casting long shadows that danced on the road's surface like playful phantoms. The air conditioner in my car struggled to stave off the oppressive heat, but the faint hum it emitted was a small comfort against the oven-like atmosphere outside. My hands gripped the steering wheel with a kind of mechanical precision, my mind lulled into a state of complacent detachment by the rhythmic thump of tires against the rough, unyielding road. I had been driving for hours, having left the small town where I worked as a freelance graphic designer. It was a nondescript place, neither remarkable nor memorable, but it was familiar, and there was a certain comfort in familiarity. My destination lay somewhere ahead, a city that promised new opportunities and a fresh start. But at that moment, it was simply a distant point on the horizon, a goal that seemed ephemeral and elusive. The radio played softly, a low murmur of music and static that barely registered in my consciousness. It was interrupted suddenly by a series of urgent beeps, followed by a voice that resonated with authority and concern. "This is an Amber Alert for the following counties." The announcement was one to which I had become somewhat desensitized, living in a world where such alerts were unfortunately common. Yet, something about this particular message caught my attention, a mention of a child who bore an uncanny resemblance to my own daughter, Ella. My heart skipped a beat, a sudden rush of adrenaline jolting me from the comfortable fugue state of driving. I reached for the volume knob, turning it up in a bid to catch every word. The description was eerily accurate. A child with dark brown hair, about 5 years old, wearing a pink jacket and blue jeans. It was the same outfit Ella had worn the last time I saw her, when she and my ex-wife left for a visit to her parents' house earlier that week. The thought was ludicrous, of course. Coincidences happen all the time, and I knew Ella was safe, far away from the location mentioned in the alert. Yet, an inexplicable chill crept over me as the voice continued, describing the suspected vehicle, a dark blue sedan. My gaze instinctively flicked to the rearview mirror, almost expecting to see it trailing behind me on the near-empty highway. The rational part of my brain dismissed it as paranoia, a trick played by an overly vivid imagination. Still, the nagging unease refused to dissipate, lingering like an unwanted specter at the edge of my consciousness. I tried to shake it off, focusing instead on the road ahead. But the image of my daughter's face haunted my thoughts, refusing to be banished by logic or reason. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the landscape, I decided to pull into a rest stop. The air was cooler here, the shadows longer and deeper, hinting at the promise of nightfall. I killed the engine and stepped out, stretching my legs and taking a moment to breathe deeply, hoping the fresh air would dispel the lingering tension. The rest stop was deserted, save for a single car parked at the far end, its windows tinted to obscure any view of the interior. I paid it little mind as I made my way to the vending machines, the clink of coins and the mechanical whir of the dispenser filling the silence. With a can of soda in hand, I returned to my car, preparing to resume my journey. Just as I reached for the door handle, a movement caught my eye, something small and quick, darting across my peripheral vision. I turned sharply, scanning the area, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Only the wind rustling through the trees, whispering secrets I couldn't decipher. I shook my head, blaming my nerves and the unsettling news for my jumpiness. I climbed back into the driver's seat, closing the door with a definitive thud. As I fastened my seatbelt, a soft tapping sound emanated from the passenger window. I turned, expecting to find a branch, or perhaps a stray piece of debris caught in the breeze. Instead, my breath caught in my throat. There, peering through the glass, was a little girl. Her face was partially obscured by shadow, but there was something familiar about her, an echo of features that tugged at my heartstrings. She wore a pink jacket, just like the one Ella had. A coincidence, surely. I lowered the window slightly, enough to speak without fully exposing myself to the eerie silence of the evening. "Hello," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and even. "Are Are you lost? The girl said nothing, her eyes wide and unblinking, as if she were seeing something in me that I could not perceive. The silence stretched thin between us, taut as the string of a violin waiting to be plucked. I felt an inexplicable urge to break it, to reach out and touch her shoulder to assure myself that she was real. Do you need help? I asked again, trying to coax a response from her. She tilted her head slightly, a gesture that seemed both innocent and unsettling. Then, without a word, she turned and ran towards the trees bordering the rest stop. The leaves rustled in her wake, swallowing her small form in an embrace of green and shadow. I hesitated, torn between the instinct to follow and the rational knowledge that chasing after strange children in isolated areas was unwise. Yet, the nagging feeling, the prickling doubt that something was amiss, refused to let go. I sat there for a moment longer, caught in a paralysis of indecision, before finally setting the car in motion, leaving the rest stop and the mysterious child behind. The road unfurled before me again, shrouded now in the deepening twilight. I felt the weight of the encounter pressing heavily on my mind, a sense of disquiet that lingered even as I tried to focus on the journey. The landscape grew more indistinct, the passing scenery reduced to a blur of color and shadow, as my thoughts returned, again and again, to the child's face. Night had fallen completely by the time I reached the outskirts of a small, shady housing development. It was an area I hadn't planned to detour through, yet something compelled me to explore its narrow, poorly lit streets. The houses huddled together, their shapes distorted by the darkness, lending the neighborhood an air of quiet menace. As I navigated the maze of winding roads, my headlights briefly illuminated a figure standing on the sidewalk. It was the girl again, her pink jacket a vivid splash of color against the muted tones of the night. She stood perfectly still, her gaze fixed on me as I drove past. A chill ran down my spine, and I struggled to make sense of the situation. How could she have gotten here so quickly, ahead of me, and seemingly without a vehicle? It was impossible, yet there she was, as real as the road beneath my tires. I pulled over, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to understand what was happening, to unravel the mystery that seemed to have ensnared me in its web. I stepped out of the car, the cool night air washing over me like a balm, and approached the place where she stood. But as I drew closer, the figure blurred, dissolving into nothingness as if she had never been there at all. I stood alone on the empty street, a sense of vertigo washing over me at the sudden absence. I felt unmoored, adrift in an ocean of doubt and fear. Returning to the car, I sat for a moment, trying to regain my composure. The logical part of my mind insisted it was a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination, conjured by stress and fatigue. Yet, deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something supernatural was at play, that I had brushed against the very edge of a world beyond my understanding. With a heavy heart, I resumed my journey, the road now a comforting companion as I left the housing development behind. The radio played softly again, a gentle murmur that filled the silence like a lullaby. But even as I drove, the encounter lingered in my mind, an unsolved puzzle that gnawed at the edges of my thoughts. I reached my destination late that night, the city welcoming me with open arms and the promise of a new beginning. Yet, the events of the day refused to be forgotten, haunting my dreams with the image of the doppelganger child and the eerie sense of something left undone. In the days that followed, I found myself scanning the news, searching for updates on the Amber Alert that had sparked this strange chain of events. But there was nothing. No mention of a missing child matching the description. No reports of unusual sightings in the area I had traveled through. The world continued to turn, life moving forward with its usual rhythm. Yet I was left with a lingering unease, a haunting question that could not be answered. Was it all in my mind, a trick of light and shadow, or had I truly glimpsed something beyond the veil of reality? The doubt lingered, a constant companion that colored my perception of the ordinary and mundane. I found myself questioning the solidity of the world around me, the boundaries between the known and the unknown blurring in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. Even now, as I sit here writing, I feel the chill of that encounter, the memory as vivid as the day it happened. The little girl in the pink jacket, her eyes wide and knowing, remains etched in my mind, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, haunting the spaces between what we see and what we believe. I remember the day I dared my best friend, Sam, to ruin my life. It seemed innocent enough, a mere challenge tossed flippantly between two bored souls, attempting to outdo each other in a series of escalating dares. It was a chilly autumn afternoon, the kind where the sun barely warmed your skin, and the leaves swirled in unpredictable patterns across the neighborhood streets. We were sitting on the cracked steps of the old park pavilion, an area long abandoned by the city and its residents, save for the occasional wanderer or curious teenager. Our bond had been forged over years of shared secrets, whispered confessions, and the laughter of long summer nights. We were inseparable, or so I thought. "Come on, I dare you," I said, grinning as I leaned back on my elbows, feeling the rough concrete scrape against my jacket. Sam's eyes, usually so bright and mischievous, seemed to darken momentarily as he considered my challenge. It was a game we played often, daring each other to do stupid things, harmless pranks or benign acts of defiance. But life had grown mundane, and the stakes needed raising. "I dare you to try and ruin my life," I repeated, thinking it a silly notion, something that could never truly happen. He laughed then, the sound echoing in the quiet park. But there was something unsettling in the way his lips curled into a smile, a hint of calculation I hadn't noticed before. "All right," he said, his voice smooth and unperturbed. Weeks passed, and the dare became a distant memory, overshadowed by the routines of school, work, and the mundane details of daily life. But slowly, imperceptibly, things began to change. It was subtle at first. Little things went missing, my keys, my wallet, only to turn up in strange places I was certain I hadn't left them. I blamed it on my own forgetfulness, the scatterbrained tendencies I'd always had. Then, the whispers started. People I'd known for years would look at me differently, their eyes lingering just a bit too long, their conversations halting as I approached. Rumors of things I'd supposedly said or done in drunken stupors, moments I had no memory of, circulated among my friends and colleagues. I laughed it off, attributing it to the natural ebb and flow of social circles. But doubt began to creep in, insidious and unwelcome. Sam remained a constant presence through it all, his demeanor unchanged, supportive even. He would listen patiently as I vented my frustrations, offering reassurances that everything would blow over. "People are just being weird," he'd say, his tone light and dismissive. I took comfort in his words, clinging to the familiarity of our friendship, blind to the carefully orchestrated chaos he was weaving around me. As the weeks turned into months, the disturbances became more pronounced. My boss called me into his office one morning, a grave expression etched across his features. "We've had some complaints," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. Inside were emails sent from my account, laced with inappropriate comments and criticisms of my colleagues. I was stunned, the breath knocked from my lungs as I protested my innocence. "It wasn't me," I insisted, the words tasting bitter and hollow. But there it was, irrefutable proof of my supposed misconduct. I was given a warning, a notice that should anything else occur, I would be terminated. I left the office in a daze, my mind racing as I tried to piece together how this could have happened. I changed my passwords, increased my security settings, convinced that some malicious hacker must have been behind it. Yet, the suspicion lingered, a shadow that loomed over every interaction, every sideways glance from my coworkers. It wasn't until I found myself at the abandoned warehouse that I began to see the full picture. The warehouse had been a place of refuge in our youth, a sprawling structure on the outskirts of town, its walls covered in graffiti, its floors littered with debris. Sam and I had spent countless hours there, exploring its dusty corridors, concocting grand adventures from its forgotten relics. But now it stood silent and foreboding, a monument to the past, its shadows stretching long and dark in the fading light of an overcast afternoon. I'd gone there searching for answers, driven by a restless compulsion I couldn't quite explain. As I wandered through the echoing halls, memories of laughter and shared secrets flooded back, a bittersweet nostalgia tinged with an unease I couldn't shake. It was then that I heard the footsteps, soft and deliberate, the sound barely discernible above the whisper of the wind through broken windows. "Sam," I called, my voice echoing eerily in the vastness. There was a pause, a moment of breathless anticipation before he emerged from the shadows, his expression unreadable. "I knew you'd come," he said quietly, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "Why?" I asked, the single word laden with the weight of all my confusion and betrayal. He smiled then, a slow, deliberate curve of his lips that chilled me to the core. "You dared me," he replied simply, as though that explained everything, as though that absolved him of the chaos he had inflicted. A chill ran through me, the realization settling like a stone in the pit of my stomach. He had been behind it all, the missing items, the rumors, the emails, every piece of my carefully constructed life slowly dismantled by his hand. But why, Sam? We're friends. He shrugged, a casual motion that belied the intensity in his eyes. Because I could, he said, the words so matter-of-fact that it took a moment for their full implication to sink in. You wanted excitement, something out of the ordinary. I gave it to you. Anger flared within me, a hot, consuming fire that quickly gave way to a chilling sense of helplessness. You call this excitement? I asked, gesturing to the emptiness around us, to the shell of my former life. You've always underestimated me, he replied, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone. But now you see, I can shape your world, twist it, until you don't recognize it anymore. His words hung in the air, heavy with the truth I'd been unwilling to see. I'd underestimated him, dismissed his cunning and intelligence, content in the belief that our friendship was unbreakable. But here we were, standing amidst the ruins of our past, a chasm of deceit and betrayal stretching between us. What now? I asked, my voice barely audible above the roaring silence. He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming, a magnetic force that compelled and repelled in equal measure. Now, you decide, he said softly, his eyes locked onto mine. Do you fight back, or do you let me win? I stood there, caught in a web of my own making, the architect of my own downfall. The dare had been a jest, a careless challenge to a friend I thought I knew. But Sam had seen it for what it truly was, an opportunity, and he had taken it with both hands, molding it into something that exceeded my darkest imaginings. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to rebuild, piecing together the fragments of my life with trembling hands. Sam remained a constant presence, an enigmatic figure on the periphery, watching with an intensity that unnerved and unsettled. But he never interfered further, content to let me navigate the mess he had created. I learned to be wary, to second-guess every decision, every interaction, the specter of his influence always looming. Trust became a fragile, elusive thing, a distant memory I clung to even as it slipped through my grasping fingers. And though I vowed to never let anyone wield such power over me again, the fear remained, a lingering shadow that followed me relentlessly. Sometimes I would find myself back at the warehouse, standing amidst the echoes of my past, yearning for the simplicity of what once was. But innocence, once lost, can never be reclaimed. The dare had been fulfilled, and with it came the understanding that some doors, once opened, can never be closed. I still see Sam from time to time, a ghost from a life that no longer feels like my own. His smile remains unchanged, warm and inviting, a facade that belies the depths beneath. But I know better now. I know that beneath his charm lies a mind capable of unspeakable manipulation, a mind that had once thrived on the challenge of my destruction. In an odd way, I suppose I should thank him. He showed me the fragility of trust, the ease with which it can be twisted and torn. He taught me to be cautious, to guard my heart and mind against the subtle machinations of those who would do me harm. But the cost was high, and the innocence of my youth lies buried beneath the weight of his betrayal. The warehouse stands as a testament to my folly, a silent witness to the dare that changed everything. I no longer visit it as often, the memories too painful, the echoes too loud in the quiet of my thoughts. But it remains, a constant reminder of the power of words, the peril of careless challenges in the hands of those we think we know. And so, I continue on, navigating the uncertain waters of a world forever altered by a single, seemingly harmless dare. Sam succeeded in his challenge, but I am left with the pieces, the shards of a life I must rebuild, one careful step at a time. And though the fear lingers, I carry with me the knowledge that I will never make the same mistake again. It started as a foolish dare on an unremarkable autumn afternoon, the sky grayed by a reluctant sun that barely pierced the dense canopy of clouds. I was sitting across from my best friend, Samuel, at a weathered picnic table in the park of the small town we both called home. There was nothing particularly special about our town, just a collection of modest houses, a grocery store that closed too early, and streets that echoed with the silence of the mundane. We were on the cusp of turning 20, just young enough to feel invincible, yet old enough to know that feeling was a lie. Perhaps it was the boredom that led me to propose the dare. Or maybe it was the subtle, unspoken competition that had always simmered beneath the surface of our friendship, like a dark current in an otherwise placid lake. We both knew it was there, but we never acknowledged it, until that day. "I dare you," I said, a grin playing on my lips, "to ruin my life." Samuel chuckled, a sound that was both amused and incredulous. "Ruined how?" he asked, propping his elbows on the table. The wind rustled the leaves above us, a whispering chorus that seemed to hang on my every word. "I don't know," I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "Make me question everything. Pull the rug out from under my feet. You know, really make me regret ever daring you." His eyes narrowed slightly, the gleam of a challenge lighting up his expression. "You sure about that?" he asked, his voice tinged with something that might have been concern, or perhaps anticipation. "Absolutely," I replied, returning his gaze with unflinching confidence. The moment passed with a lingering sense of foreboding, one I dismissed too easily, as youth often does. At first, nothing happened. Days slipped into weeks, and our lives unfurled in their predictable monotony. We went about our routines with the ease of actors on a stage, playing roles we had long since mastered. Samuel continued his job at the local hardware store, while I balanced a part-time gig at the library with night classes at the community college. We still met in the park sometimes, but the dare was like a half-forgotten joke, until the first disturbance made its unsettling appearance. It was small, almost laughable, how it began. I found a note in my mailbox, written in handwriting, that looked eerily like my own. It was a short, cryptic message. "You're not who you think you are." I laughed it off at first, thinking it was some prank Samuel had concocted. But when I asked him about it, he merely raised an eyebrow and denied any involvement. Over the next few weeks, the notes continued to appear, each one more unnerving than the last. "Everything you know is a lie," one read. Another said, "Trust no one, not even yourself." These weren't just idle words on a page. They crawled into my mind, nesting in the quieter corners of my thoughts, where they bred doubt and unease. Then came the photographs, images of myself that I had never seen before. They depicted me in various locations across the state, standing outside a diner in a town I had never visited, sitting on a bench in a park that wasn't our own, and even in the middle of a bustling street market that I couldn't recall ever attending. My face was unmistakably mine, yet the scenarios were unrecognizable. It was as if pieces of an alternate life were being sewn into the fabric of my reality. I confronted Samuel again, but he maintained his innocence, his demeanor so convincingly sincere that I began to doubt whether he had anything to do with it at all. Yet the question lingered like a shadow. If not him, then who? The escalation was subtle, but relentless. My phone calls were intercepted by static-filled voices that whispered my name. My reflection in the mirror would sometimes blink back at me when I hadn't moved. And worst of all, people began acting strangely around me. Friends treated me with a cautious distance, as if I were a stranger slipping into the skin of someone they used to know. Even my mother, during one of our rare visits, looked at me with an expression of uncertainty, as though she were searching for something familiar in my eyes and finding only a void. The real tipping point came one night when I received a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end was mine, distorted and alien, speaking words I couldn't understand. It felt like an echo from a dream, one that left me reeling with disorientation when I awoke. I was losing my grip on reality, spiraling into a madness that was as insidious as it was consuming. Desperate for answers, I decided to trace the origins of the photographs. I traveled to the places they depicted, hoping to find some clue that would untangle the web of confusion. My first stop was the diner, a small establishment in a neighboring town. As I stepped inside, the clatter of cutlery and murmur of conversation were familiar, yet foreign. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes, greeted me with a nod, and I felt a flicker of recognition pass across her face. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, handing me a menu. "Have I been here before?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the din. She paused, glancing at me with a mixture of curiosity and pity. "I see a lot of faces, hun, but yours, there's something about it." Her words only deepened the mystery. I left the diner with more questions than answers, my mind a labyrinth of doubt and paranoia. Each subsequent location offered the same frustrating lack of clarity, with people who seemed to recognize me, but provided no real insight into why. The climax of this bizarre journey came one evening as I was driving back to my town, the road unfurling before me like a ribbon of uncertainty. The sky was a bruised purple, the horizon bleeding into night. I was exhausted, my mind stretched taut like a string on the verge of snapping. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the headlights, standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest. The car skidded to a halt, mere inches from the figure, and as I sat there, heart pounding, I saw that it was Samuel. He stood there, drenched in the eerie glow of the headlights, his expression a blend of triumph and apology. I stepped out of the car, the cool night air biting at my skin. "What the hell are you doing, Sam?" I demanded, my voice tinged with a fear I couldn't fully articulate. He smiled then, a weary, almost resigned smile. I did it, didn't I? I ruined your life. Words failed me. The enormity of what had transpired settled over me like a shroud. He had orchestrated everything, from the notes to the photographs, the voices and the reflections. It had all been an elaborate game, a manipulation of reality so deftly executed that I had been unable to discern the boundary between truth and illusion. Why? I asked, struggling to comprehend the depth of his betrayal. Because you dared me, he replied simply, as if that were reason enough. In that moment, I understood the truth of our friendship. The competition that had simmered beneath the surface had finally boiled over, consuming us both. I realized that he had needed to prove something, not just to me, but to himself, and in doing so, he had unraveled the very fabric of my existence. We stood there in silence, two silhouettes against the darkness, bound by a history that now seemed irreparably tainted. I wanted to hate him, to scream and curse and demand retribution, but all I felt was an overwhelming sense of loss, as if something precious and irreplaceable had slipped through my fingers. Eventually, Samuel turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows that lined the road. I watched him go, knowing that our friendship had been irrevocably altered. The rules of the game had changed, and in the end, there were no winners, only survivors. In the days that followed, life resumed its normal rhythm, but the lingering fear remained. It seeped into the cracks of my daily routine, a reminder of how easily the familiar could become strange and the secure could unravel. I had dared him to ruin my life, and he had succeeded beyond my wildest imaginings. Now, every time I pass a mirror, I hesitate, bracing myself for the possibility that the reflection might blink back, that it might hold a secret I have yet to uncover. Every anonymous letter in the mail, every unknown number that flashes on my phone screen, sends a shiver down my spine. Trust, once so freely given, is now a scarce commodity, hoarded and guarded with vigilance. And though the game is over, the specter of its aftermath lingers, a constant companion in the shadows. I find myself questioning everything, every assumption, every certainty I once held dear. The world I knew has shifted, and the ground beneath my feet feels perilously unstable. Perhaps one day I'll find a semblance of peace, a way to reconcile the threads of my fractured reality. But until then, I live with the knowledge that what began as a simple dare has become a haunting reminder of how fragile our lives truly are, and how close we are to the edge of the unknown. I always thought of myself as a person who savored the ordinary. I had built a life meticulously structured around predictability, a life with few surprises, and I liked it that way. My job was in an office with beige walls and the comforting hum of computers. My apartment was a small but cozy nook in a mid-sized city where I knew my neighbors, but not well enough to be involved in their drama. My best friend, Ethan, was a stark contrast to me, adventurous, daring, with a propensity for chaos that somehow never seemed to disrupt his life, but added spice to mine. We had known each other since childhood, and our friendship had always been a gentle tug of war between my need for stability and his craving for thrill. It was over a mundane dinner in a bustling little diner, with the predictable clatter of cutlery and the faint aroma of roasted coffee beans hanging in the air, that Ethan proposed the dare. "Why don't we spice things up a bit?" he teased, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "I dare you to let me ruin your life." I laughed it off at first. The idea seemed preposterous, a jest to fill the silence between bites. But Ethan pressed on, his voice weaving tales of how stepping outside my comfort zone could lead to the most unexpected and exhilarating experiences. In hindsight, I should have known better than to underestimate Ethan's flair for the dramatic. The first few days after accepting the dare, nothing happened. Life continued its rhythmic, predictable pattern. I was almost convinced Ethan had forgotten our agreement, and I chided myself for ever believing he would invest time in such a benign prank. But then, subtle changes began to unfold. It started small. My car keys would disappear for hours, only to reappear in the very spot I swore I left them. Emails would vanish from my inbox. Appointments I don't remember booking would pop up on my calendar. Always inconvenient, albeit slightly annoying, places. It was an innocuous Friday afternoon when the first real disturbance occurred. I was at work, churning through another report, when a call came through from HR. They asked why I had submitted my resignation letter. My heart skipped a beat, my confusion quickly morphing into a cold, creeping unease. I hadn't resigned. I hadn't even considered it. Yet, there it was, my digital signature neatly affixed at the bottom of a well-composed resignation letter. The HR manager was understanding, almost amused, correcting the error without much fuss. I laughed it off awkwardly, but a knot had begun to form in the pit of my stomach. I called Ethan that night, intending to joke about how far he'd gone with the dare. "You're behind the resignation, aren't you?" I chuckled, masking the undercurrent of tension in my voice. But Ethan merely laughed. "Do you really think I'd go that far?" he asked, his voice a blend of humor and something else I couldn't quite place. He sounded genuinely amused, almost as if he were watching a particularly engaging episode of his favorite show. I was left feeling uncertain, the first tendrils of doubt weaving their way into my thoughts. The disturbances escalated over the next few weeks. I would find myself locked out of my own apartment, discover items misplaced in the oddest of places, and receive calls for job interviews I never applied for. Strangers approached me, greeting me warmly as if we had known each other for years, yet I couldn't place their faces. Each incident was small in isolation, but together they formed a tapestry of disruption that began to fray the seams of my carefully woven life. Ethan, always one step ahead of my suspicions, continued to play the role of the bemused best friend. He was supportive, sympathetic even, always quick with a joke to lighten the mood or a suggestion to help me regain control. Yet, with each interaction, a part of me began to question his involvement. Could he truly be orchestrating this elaborate charade? And if so, Why? My world began to shift more drastically when I found myself embroiled in a police investigation. It was an overcast Tuesday when two officers knocked on my door, asking about a recent break-in at a nearby store. They had security footage showing someone who looked remarkably like me. I was bewildered, my protests falling on polite but skeptical ears. I had been home that night, alone with a book and a steaming cup of tea. Ethan was the only person I had spoken to, recounting my night in a lengthy phone call that now felt like a tenuous alibi. As the days stretched into weeks, my life became a constant cat and mouse game. A shadow seemed to loom over every aspect of my existence, a shadow that bore an uncanny resemblance to my own. I began to second-guess myself, questioning my own memory, my sense of reality. It was as if I were living in a house of mirrors, each reflection slightly skewed, distorting the image I had of my own life. The climax of this bizarre, nightmarish game came one night when I returned home to find my apartment door ajar. The room inside was a chaos of overturned furniture and scattered belongings, my sanctuary transformed into a scene of violation. Amidst the mess, a single piece of paper lay on the coffee table, stark against the otherwise disorderly environment. It was a note, penned in a handwriting that was eerily similar to my own. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" It read. In that moment, everything crystallized. The sense of being watched, the feeling of losing control, the creeping suspicion that my life was no longer my own. It wasn't just Ethan's dare that had spiraled out of control, but my own desire to step beyond the boundaries of the ordinary, to flirt with the chaos I had always avoided, that had led me here. I called Ethan, my voice a whisper of panic. "This has gone too far. You need to stop." There was a pause, a heartbeat of silence that stretched into eternity before he responded. "I haven't done anything, Han," he said, his voice laced with a sincerity that chilled me to the bone. "But if you're scared, I'm here." And that was the most terrifying realization of all, that perhaps Ethan was telling the truth, that maybe the person orchestrating this intricate game of psychological manipulation wasn't him, but a darker part of myself, unleashed by my own subconscious desires, my own yearning for something beyond the mundane. In the days that followed, I tried to piece together the fragments of my life. I moved to a new city, cutting ties with the familiar, hoping to leave behind the shadows that seemed determined to follow me. But even now, in moments of quiet reflection, I catch glimpses of that shadow, lurking at the edges of my existence, a reminder of the dare that had once sounded so harmless. Ethan and I still talk, though less frequently. Our conversations are tinged with an unspoken understanding, a shared knowledge of the game we played and the boundaries we crossed. I continue to live in that uneasy balance between ordinary and extraordinary, haunted by the lingering fear of losing myself again, of finding that my own reflection has become a stranger. It's a fear that whispers in the darkness, a subtle reminder that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are those we create within ourselves. I've always been one to push boundaries, to test the limits of what's possible with a reckless, almost arrogant disregard for the consequences. Perhaps that's why I dared my best friend, Jonathan, to ruin my life. It started as a joke. We'd been friends since childhood, bound by shared secrets and the kind of loyalty that only exists in storybooks. We were sitting in a dimly lit bar, the air heavy with the scent of spilt beer and stale smoke, the world outside reduced to shadows and passing headlights. The idea was simple, absurd even. How far could one go to dismantle the structures of another's life? Jonathan took a long sip of his drink, his eyes thoughtful, considering. "You always say that nothing can shake you," he said, his voice barely audible over the background clatter. "But what if I tried?" There was a hint of something in his tone, challenge mingled with curiosity. I laughed, dismissing it as just another one of our silly hypotheticals. "Go ahead," I said, raising my glass in a mock toast. "I dare you." For weeks, nothing happened. Life continued in its predictable pattern. Work filled my days, a repetitive cycle of meetings and paperwork, punctuated by the occasional night out or weekend adventure. Jonathan and I saw each other often, sharing stories and dreams in the comforting embrace of familiarity. I had almost forgotten about the dare, relegating it to the dusty corners of my mind, where all idle thoughts eventually settle. Then, the first disturbance occurred, a minor inconvenience that I barely registered as a sign of what was to come. One morning, I found my car missing. It was an old, battered thing, more rust than paint at this point, but reliable nonetheless. Panic flared briefly before I remembered Jonathan's cryptic smile when I last spoke about my reluctance to buy a new one. "Time for an upgrade," he'd said, and I had shrugged it off. The police report I filed felt more like a formality than anything else. Days later, my phone began receiving strange calls at odd hours. There was never anyone on the other end, just silence broken occasionally by a soft, distant rustling. It unsettled me, but I dismissed it as a prank, the kind of juvenile tricks kids play when they discover they can make anonymous calls. I mentioned it to Jonathan over drinks. He listened, nodding with an expression of mild interest, offering no solutions or advice. His lack of concern was comforting, normalizing the unnerving events until I barely thought about them. But as these disturbances escalated, the sense of normalcy began to fray. My emails were hacked, my social media accounts filled with strange, cryptic messages. Friends texted me, confused by odd remarks or requests they claimed I'd sent. I found myself surveilled in a way that felt both intimate and invasive, as if someone had slipped beneath my skin and peered out through my eyes. I confronted Jonathan one evening, half laughing, half serious. "Is this you? You said you'd try to ruin my life." He met my gaze with an enigmatic smile. "You told me to," he replied simply, and then changed the subject. His ambiguity was infuriating, yet part of me admired his commitment to our game. Still, I felt a chill at the thought that my oldest friend could orchestrate this chaos with such precision. Then came the climax, the moment where the thin veneer of control shattered entirely. It was a quiet evening, the sky a deep blue that stretched endlessly into the horizon. I was driving down a familiar road that cut through the forest, the dense canopy above filtering the fading light into long, clawing shadows. My headlights traced the winding path, and for a moment, I was lost in the rhythm of the drive, the hum of the engine a soothing counterpoint to my frayed nerves. But then I saw it, a figure stepping out from the trees, illuminated briefly in the piercing beam of my lights. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt, heart hammering in my chest. Jonathan walked toward me, calm and composed, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. He opened the passenger door and slid in, his face unreadable. "You're ruining my life," I said breathlessly, the words tumbling out in a rush. "You're actually doing it." He turned to me with a slow, deliberate smile. "No, you're ruining it yourself. I'm just showing you how easy it is." His gaze was steady, unwavering, and I felt a tremor of fear beneath the surface of my anger. We drove in silence, the tension between us a palpable force. I knew this road, and yet it seemed different, each twist and turn unfamiliar, as if seen through new eyes. The trees closed in around us, an impenetrable wall of darkness, and the night air was thick with the promise of rain. Jonathan's revelations came in quiet, measured tones. He spoke of the vulnerabilities I'd exposed, the careless ease with which I'd entrusted him with the keys to my existence. Each word was a carefully placed brick in the growing edifice of my paranoia, until I felt the weight of it suffocating me. The realization that I was complicit in my own downfall, that I'd handed him the tools to dismantle my life, gnawed at me with relentless persistence. When we finally reached the end of the road, he got out without another word, disappearing into the shadows, leaving me alone with the echoes of his accusations. I sat there, the engine idling, the forest silent once more. I could feel the boundaries of my reality shifting, the ground beneath my feet as uncertain as my thoughts. I knew that I would not see Jonathan again, not in the way I had before. In the days that followed, I tried to reclaim my life, to piece together the remnants of my former certainty. But Jonathan had been right. It was too easy to unravel the fabric of what I had taken for granted. My job slipped away, my relationship strained under the weight of suspicion and doubt. Even the familiar comforts of my home felt illusory, as if reality had become a fragile construct, awaiting the slightest pressure to crumble. The lingering fear is the worst part. The sense that at any moment, everything could fall apart again. I find myself questioning every interaction, every gesture. How much of my life is still within my control, and how much is influenced by the invisible hand of an absent friend? I wonder if I am still playing his game, or if it has become my own, an endless cycle of self-destruction. Each day, I drive that same forest road, half expecting to see him step from the shadows once more. The fear that he will and the fear that he won't are equally potent, binding me to the path I set in motion with a careless dare. And so, I am left with this haunting realization. I dared my best friend to ruin my life. But in doing so, I gave him the power to show me that it was never truly mine. The day began like any other. The gentle hum of the coffee maker filled the air as I, Xander, sat in my cozy kitchen, the morning light filtering through the blinds. The familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee promised a day of routine and simplicity, a day just like the hundreds before it. I had always found comfort in the predictability of my life, my job, my friends, my solitary evenings spent reading in the quiet of my apartment. It was a Saturday, and as was tradition, my best friend, Kyle, would soon arrive. We shared a peculiar bond, one that had weathered the storms of adolescence and transitioned into adulthood with surprising resilience. Our friendship had a playful edge, often fueled by mutual dares and challenges that we dared to propose to each other, mostly out of boredom or a shared desire to escape the mundane. When Kyle arrived, the conversation flowed with ease. We joked, reminisced, and inwardly marveled at how our lives had settled into such routine patterns. In one of those moments where the air felt thick with nostalgia and yearning for the slightest disruption to the monotony, I proposed a dare. It was meant to be harmless, a jest infused with the innocence of our old challenges. "I dare you to ruin my life," I said with a laugh, feeling invincible in the safety of my ordered world. Kyle's expression shifted subtly, a strange glint appearing in his eyes that I couldn't quite place. "All right," he replied, his voice carrying an undertone that made me pause. But then the moment passed, the conversation moved on, and I forgot about the dare as the day slipped away into the folds of memory. The following week, things began to shift. It started with minor inconveniences, the type that easily slipped into the realm of coincidence. My morning alarm failed to sound, making me late for work. Files on my computer seemed to disappear only to reappear in different folders. My email inbox was suddenly flooded with spam, an annoyance, but nothing more. Then the oddities began to escalate. At work, I noticed a change in the demeanor of my colleagues. They seemed colder, more distant. Whispers followed me through the corridors, and curious glances lingered a moment too long. I shrugged it off, attributing it to office politics, or perhaps my own imagination running wild on a slow day. It wasn't until I found myself summoned to a meeting with my supervisor that the reality of my situation began to sink in. She sat across from me, her gaze searching, as she questioned me about emails I had supposedly sent. Emails filled with inappropriate comments and accusations, words I had never typed, sentiments I did not hold. My protests were met with skepticism, the shadow of doubt beginning to cast itself over my once secure position. Leaving the office that day, I felt the first twinge of fear. A creeping unease settled in my chest, a sense that something was terribly awry, though I couldn't quite pinpoint what. That night, I tried calling Kyle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. A part of me wondered if he was involved, but I dismissed the thought as paranoia. Kyle was my friend, my confidant, someone who had always been there, standing by my side. The disturbances continued. My social media accounts were hijacked, filled with posts that painted me in a light that wasn't my own. Friends and family reached out, confused and concerned, questioning my sudden change in behavior. It felt as though I was losing control, my life no longer my own, slipping through my fingers like sand. One evening, driven by desperation, I ventured into my local church. It was a place I hadn't visited in years, but I hoped to find solace, perhaps clarity. I sat in one of the back pews, the silence of the sanctuary wrapping around me as I tried to gather my thoughts. I closed my eyes, seeking an anchor in the chaos that my life had become. "Xander," a voice called softly, and I turned to see Father Matthews approaching. His presence was calm, reassuring. "You look troubled, my son." I nodded, words escaping me as I grappled with the enormity of what I'd been experiencing. I spoke in halting sentences, explaining the bizarre events, the feeling of being watched, manipulated. The father listened with a patient ear, his expression thoughtful. "Sometimes we are faced with trials that test our very spirit," he said after I finished. "It is in these moments we must seek the truth within ourselves and the courage to confront that which seeks to unravel us." Leaving the church, I felt a renewed sense of determination. I decided it was time to confront Kyle, to seek answers and, hopefully, to end the nightmare I found myself living. I drove to his apartment, my heart pounding in my chest with a mix of fear and anger. Arriving at his door, I hesitated, gathering the courage that Father Matthews had spoken of. I knocked firmly, and after a moment, Kyle opened the door, his face an unreadable mask. There was a tension in the air, a palpable shift in our dynamic. "Xander," he greeted, his voice devoid of the warmth it once held. "What brings you here?" I took a deep breath, my resolve hardening. "Kyle, I need to know. Are you behind all of this? The emails, the social media posts, everything that's been happening to me?" He didn't respond immediately, his eyes assessing me with an intensity that made me shiver. Then he smirked, a hint of malice behind his otherwise familiar features. "You did dare me after all." His words hit me like a physical blow. I stumbled back, unable to comprehend the depth of his betrayal. It was true, I had dared him, but never in my wildest nightmares did I imagine he would take it seriously, or take it this far. "Kyle, why?" My voice was a mix of disbelief and betrayal. "You live such a tidy life, Xander. So predictable, so boring. I thought you needed a little chaos, a little excitement," he explained, his tone almost casual, as if he were discussing the weather. My mind raced, trying to find reason amidst the madness. "This isn't excitement, Kyle. This is my life, my career, my relationships. You've put everything at risk." He shrugged, an infuriatingly indifferent gesture. "It was just a game, Xander. You know how we are with games." A game. The word echoed in my mind as I stood there, grappling with the reality that my closest friend had chosen to toy with my life for his own amusement. I felt a cold fury rising within me, a need to reclaim what had been taken, to restore the order that had once been my refuge. "I'll fix this," I vowed, more to myself than to him, before turning away, leaving him standing in the doorway with his callous smirk. The next few weeks were a blur of damage control. I reached out to my workplace, to IT departments, to friends and family, explaining, apologizing, trying to rebuild the bridges Kyle had burned. It was exhausting, emotionally draining, but with each small victory, I felt a piece of my life returning. Kyle, however, did not fade into the background. He became a specter, haunting the periphery of my existence. I would catch sight of him in unexpected places: a coffee shop, the library, always watching, always waiting. His presence was an ever-present reminder that the dare, though meant in jest, had set in motion a series of events that could not easily be undone. Despite my efforts, the fear that had taken root during those early days lingered. It was a gnawing anxiety that whispered in the quiet moments, a shadow that loomed over my interactions with others. Trust, once given freely, became a fragile thing, easily shattered and hard to rebuild. The experience changed me in ways I could never have anticipated. My life, once so neatly ordered, was now a tapestry of caution and vigilance. I learned to navigate the world with a wary eye, to question the intentions of those around me, to protect myself from the whims of those who might seek to exploit my vulnerabilities. In the end, Kyle's dare had succeeded in its own twisted way. My life, as I had known it, was irrevocably altered. The chaos he had sown taught me the value of resilience, of standing firm in the face of adversity, even when the source of that adversity is someone you once considered a friend. As the months slipped by, and the wounds of betrayal began to heal, I found myself reflecting on the nature of trust and the fragility of the human psyche. In the calm moments, when the world seemed to settle into a semblance of peace, I realized that my life, though scarred, was still my own. The fear, though it lingered, served as a reminder of the strength I had discovered within myself, the courage to face the shadows and emerge, if not unscathed, then at least whole. I never thought of my life as particularly remarkable. It was, by all accounts, a life of tranquil monotony, easily overlooked among the grand dramas of city existence. My apartment was my sanctuary, a small but cozy one-bedroom nestled within the heart of the bustling metropolis. It was a place of books and quiet reflections, where I could curl up with a well-loved novel and escape into other worlds. My evenings were often spent in solitude, accompanied by the soft glow of a reading lamp and the occasional pitter-patter of rain against the windows. Things had been this way for as long as I could remember, and for the most part, I was content. I had a steady job as a librarian, a modest circle of friends, and a budding relationship with someone who intrigued me in ways I hadn't expected. His name was David, and we met at a literary event a few months prior. We bonded over a shared love of classic literature, and soon found ourselves entangled in a gentle romance, full of conversations that stretched long into the night. David was charming in his quietness, a man of few words but profound thoughts. Our time together was marked by a sense of ease, a natural cadence that seemed rare in the world of modern dating. Yet, there was a part of him that remained inscrutable, a secretive depth that piqued my curiosity, but which he never fully revealed. I was drawn to him, enchanted by his mystery, convinced that whatever lay beneath was a treasure worth uncovering. The first disturbance came on a night much like any other. I had invited David over for dinner, a simple affair of pasta and wine shared amidst laughter and soft music. Afterward, as he prepared to leave, he paused at the door and regarded me with an intensity I hadn't noticed before. His eyes, usually so gentle, seemed to bore into me with an urgency that was unsettling. "Stay safe," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. There was an edge to those words, a gravity that weighed heavily in the air between us. I brushed it off, attributing it to a fleeting moment of overprotectiveness, and watched him retreat into the night. That evening, as I prepared for bed, I felt a strange restlessness that kept me from sleep. There was a sense of being watched, a prickling at the nape of my neck that refused to subside. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, reassured myself that it was nothing more than an overactive imagination, and finally drifted into a fitful slumber. Days passed, and the feeling grew more persistent, insinuating itself into the quiet corners of my life. I began to notice things: a book out of place, a curtain slightly askew, the faintest trace of a scent that wasn't mine. These were small things, easily dismissed, but collectively they gnawed at my sense of security, fraying the edges of my calm. The escalation was subtle, a gradual crescendo that unfolded over the course of weeks. David's behavior became increasingly erratic. Our conversations, once a source of comfort, turned tense with unspoken words. He would call at odd hours, his voice tremulous with emotions he kept hidden. "I just wanted to hear your voice," he'd say, a tremor in his tone, "to make sure you're okay." There was a protectiveness to his concern that should have been touching, but instead felt suffocating. I began to question whether I truly knew the man I had let into my life. It was as if he were a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit, an enigma wrapped in layers of contradictions. One evening, as I returned home from work, I was greeted by a sight that stopped me cold. On my kitchen table was a bouquet of white roses, their petals glistening softly in the fading light. There was no note, no indication of who had left them, but I knew with an instinctive certainty that they were from David. I hadn't given him a key, yet somehow he had found his way in. A chill ran through me, threading icy fingers through the fabric of my resolve. I wanted to confront him, to demand answers, but fear held me silent. Instead, I began to scrutinize my surroundings with a heightened awareness, searching for signs of intrusion, for any clue that might unravel the mystery. The climax came without warning, a harrowing revelation that shattered the fragile normalcy of my world. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon, sunlight streaming through my window in golden shafts. I was cleaning, lost in the routine of dusting and tidying, when I discovered the hidden compartment. It was behind the bookshelf, a small alcove skillfully concealed, and within it lay the evidence of his obsession. Photographs of me taken without my knowledge, snippets of conversations recorded in stealth, and a journal filled with meticulous entries about my daily life. Each page was a testament to David's vigilance, his fixation chronicled in painstaking detail. As I stood there, the truth unfurled before me, a tapestry of unsettling revelation. I was not a partner in a mutual romance. I was the object of an affection that had warped into something darker, something born of control and possession. The realization was a visceral blow, a sickening twist of betrayal that left me breathless. I confronted him that evening, the confrontation a blur of accusations and denials. David's calm facade crumbled beneath the weight of his obsession, his pleas for understanding underscored by a madness that defied reason. "I did it for us," he insisted, eyes wild with desperation, "to keep you safe." But there was no safety in such love, only a perilous descent into a chasm from which there could be no return. I severed ties with him that night, my heart heavy with a sorrow that mingled with relief. It was a necessary end, a finality that marked the beginning of a new and uncertain chapter. In the days that followed, the apartment felt both foreign and familiar, a battleground where echoes of the past lingered like ghosts. The fear, though less acute, remained a shadow at the periphery of my consciousness, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the deceptive nature of appearances. I changed the locks, fortified my routines with vigilance, yet the sense of vulnerability persisted. It was as if his presence was an indelible stain, a reminder that even the most seemingly benign connections could harbor darkness. The world, once a place of ordered simplicity, now seemed rife with hidden threats, with truths buried beneath layers of deceit. In time, the scars began to fade, leaving behind a wary resilience. I learned to navigate the complexities of human connections with a cautious heart, to cherish the sanctity of my solitude while embracing the possibilities that life continued to offer. Yet, the lessons of that experience were etched into my being, a quiet vigilance that would forever shape the contours of my trust. And so, I returned to my books, to the solace of words and the refuge of stories that unfolded within the safety of my apartment's walls. The city continued its ceaseless dance beyond my window, a testament to life's inexorable march. But within the quiet haven of my home, I found a renewed strength, an unexpected truth that had been waiting to be discovered all along. I remember those days in the suburban sprawl, where the routine life of school and home provided a comforting rhythm. The mornings were predictable, filled with the hurried clatter of breakfast dishes, the rustle of backpacks being prepared, and the soft murmur of a radio announcer forecasting the day's weather. Parents drove their children to the local elementary school, waving goodbye with a practiced cheerfulness that belied their own adult preoccupations. The school was a squat, unassuming building, brick facades and expansive windows that let in generous streams of light, making the corridors seem less daunting and more welcoming. Within this microcosm of youthful exuberance and routine, one child seemed to stand apart. Daniel. He was an unremarkable boy, quiet, with an unassuming presence that allowed him to blend seamlessly into the background. His eyes, however, told a different story. Deep and contemplative, they hinted at a world beyond the mundane. Daniel had an imaginary friend, which didn't seem all that unusual at first. Many children conjured imaginary companions, figures who occupied their minds, sharing in adventures and secrets never to be divulged to adults. Daniel's imaginary friend was named Uncle Milty. He often spoke of Uncle Milty with a fondness that made it seem as though this entity were an integral part of his life. His parents laughed it off, attributing it to a vivid imagination and perhaps a craving for attention. After all, they were often busy with work, leaving Daniel to his own devices more often than they liked. The first sign that Uncle Milty was more than just a figment of Daniel's imagination occurred during an otherwise uneventful show-and-tell session at school. Each child was expected to bring something of interest from home, a tangible link to their world outside the classroom. As Mrs. Henderson, their ever-patient teacher, called on Daniel, he padded to the front of the room with the unassuming confidence of one about to reveal a great treasure. He carried a small, nondescript box, which he placed on the teacher's desk with great care. "This is a gift from Uncle Milty," he announced, his voice steady, lacking the usual childish tremor when addressing the class. The room stirred with curiosity as Mrs. Henderson, amused by the mystery, urged him to open it. Daniel lifted the box's lid with a deliberate slowness, a magician about to reveal a trick. Inside was something that should not have been there. A severed head, real yet impossible, sat within the confines of the box. The class erupted into chaos. Screams, gasps, a chorus of disbelief. Mrs. Henderson paled, her voice faltering as she hurriedly closed the box, ushering the children away. The school called the authorities, and Daniel's parents were summoned in a flurry of confusion and fear. The incident was dismissed as an elaborate, albeit horrific, prank. An investigation was conducted, but no head was ever found. The box, upon closer inspection, was empty, leading many to suspect that it had been a macabre illusion or a collective hallucination. Yet, for those who had been in that room, the sight was seared into their consciousness, an indelible mark of something profoundly wrong. In the days that followed, Daniel became the center of an intense scrutiny, both from curious peers and worried adults. His parents were perplexed, questioned repeatedly, but unable to offer any clarity. Daniel, however, remained unchanged by the ordeal. When asked, he simply explained, "Uncle Milty wanted me to share his gift. He said it would be important." Attempts to delve further into Daniel's psyche were met with a calm deflection. He spoke of Uncle Milty as though he were discussing the weather, with a straightforwardness that unnerved those attempting to unravel his truth. Psychologists were brought in, professionals who probed with clinical detachment, searching for signs of trauma or underlying issues. Each session ended with the same conclusion. Daniel was a perfectly normal child, albeit one with an unusually vivid imagination. At home, his parents tried to downplay the event, hoping the attention would fade with time. They watched him closer, though, noting any trivial change in behavior. Yet, to their bewilderment, Daniel remained steadfastly himself, an ordinary boy living in the shadow of an extraordinary event. As weeks turned into months, the memory of the severed head began to fade from the collective consciousness of the community, becoming a whispered myth rather than a reality. However, for Daniel, the presence of Uncle Milty grew stronger. He spoke to his imaginary friend more frequently, often retreating into long, silent conversations that left onlookers uneasy. The escalation was subtle, a gradual shift that went unnoticed by those preoccupied with their own lives. Daniel's demeanor became more introspective, his play more solitary. In his room, he would arrange his toys in elaborate formations, as though preparing for a role in some grand narrative, understood only by him and Uncle Milty. One evening, as autumn's chill settled over the neighborhood, Daniel's mother heard him speaking in hushed tones. She paused outside his door, listening. His words were soft, contrasting with the unsettling content of his conversation. "Yes, Uncle Milty, I understand. They can't see you, but I do. We're ready." Concerned, she knocked softly before entering. Daniel was alone, his expression serene as he turned to her with an innocent smile. "I'm talking to Uncle Milty," he explained, as though no further clarification was needed. "Would you like to tell me what you and Uncle Milty were discussing?" she asked, striving for a casual tone that masked her growing unease. "He's helping me with a new game," Daniel replied cryptically, his gaze unwavering. The climax arrived on a night when the winds howled with an unusual ferocity, shaking the trees and sending leaves skittering across the pavement like restless spirits. Daniel's parents were hosting a dinner party, a rare occasion aimed at re-establishing normalcy, an antidote to the lingering shadows of the past months. As laughter and conversation filled the house, Daniel excused himself to his room, leaving the adults to their revelries. His absence barely noted amidst the clinking of glasses and the soft strains of music. It wasn't until the lights began to flicker ominously that anyone noticed. A sudden, inexplicable coldness descended, an oppressive weight that stilled the room's chatter. The guests glanced at one another, unease spreading like a contagion. From upstairs, the sound of Daniel's voice, clear and unperturbed, drifted down, a lullaby of sorts, sung in a language none recognized. Alarmed, Daniel's mother rushed upstairs, her heart pounding with a dread she couldn't articulate. She found his room illuminated by a strange, ethereal glow, a light with no discernible source. Daniel stood in the center, his eyes closed, a serene expression on his face. "Daniel," she called, her voice tight with fear. He opened his eyes slowly, his gaze meeting hers with an intensity that seemed beyond his years. "Uncle Milty was just showing me the way," he said, his tone placid, devoid of fear or uncertainty. "What way?" she pressed, her mind reeling with possibilities she dared not entertain. "The way to see what others can't," he replied, as though the answer were self-evident. Before she could respond, the glow winked out, leaving the room steeped in a darkness deeper than before. Daniel's mother stood frozen, her thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind. The following days were marked by an air of unreality, the world viewed through a lens of quiet dread. Daniel continued his days as though the events of that night were nothing more than a dream, a surreal interlude in the continuum of normal life. Yet, for his parents and those who had been there, the fear lingered, a constant, gnawing presence. In time, the neighborhood returned to its routines, the incident relegated to whispers shared in hushed tones. But in Daniel's house, there remained a palpable, unsettling quiet, a silence that spoke of otherworldly connections and unseen companions. Daniel still spoke of Uncle Milty, his conversations less frequent, but more profound, his eyes carrying the weight of secrets untold. His parents watched him with a vigilance born of love and fear, uncertain of what each day might bring. As the seasons changed and years passed, Daniel grew into adolescence, the memory of that peculiar time in his life fading like an old photograph. Yet, the shadow of Uncle Milty lingered, a silent witness to his journey from boyhood to adulthood. The neighborhood, in its quest for normalcy, forgot the details, remembered only the echoes of a child's strange attachment to an imaginary friend. Yet, behind closed doors, Daniel, now older, occasionally felt a presence, a gentle reminder of those days when Uncle Milty was his constant companion. Even as he moved away, starting a life of his own, he would sometimes wake in the dead of night, certain he could hear the soft, familiar whisper of Uncle Milty, reminding him of the truths seen only by those who dare to look beyond the veil of the ordinary. I remember the sound of the school bell, that familiar chime signaling the end of the day, and the swarm of eager children spilling into the hallways. It was a typical afternoon at Willow Creek Elementary School, the sun casting a warm glow through the windows as the collective noise of laughter and chatter filled the air. In those days, everything seemed so normal, so perfectly mundane, that I could hardly have imagined how quickly things would take a turn. My son, Peter, was a quiet child with a vivid imagination that often left him absorbed in worlds of his own making. He had a particular fondness for show and tell, where he could weave stories around his little treasures, much to the delight of his classmates. Peter's teacher, Mrs. Collins, had called me in for a meeting once, praising his creativity, but noting his tendency to drift into conversations about his Uncle Milty. She assumed it was a figment of his imagination, a harmless, invisible friend the children sometimes conjure. At home, Peter often spoke of Uncle Milty. To him, Uncle Milty was an eccentric character, full of whims and wisdom. He said Uncle Milty lived in the shadows, but Peter never seemed afraid. He described him as a guide of sorts, helping him find lost toys or giving advice on school projects. At first, this amused me, the way children often find comfort in their imaginary companions. But there was something in Peter's eyes, a glimmer of sincerity, that sometimes unsettled me. Life continued in its regular cadence, our routines unbroken until that peculiar morning when Peter insisted on taking a new item for show and tell. He cradled a small, nondescript box carefully wrapped in plain brown paper and declared it was a gift from Uncle Milty. I hesitated for a moment, asking what was inside, but Peter only smiled, a secretive smile that held both innocence and something I couldn't quite place. As he left for school, the sun rose higher, casting long shadows across our suburban street, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this day would be different. By noon, my phone rang. Mrs. Collins on the line, her voice quivering. She asked me to come to the school immediately. I hurried, heart pounding with each step as I braced myself for whatever awaited. The scene in the classroom was chaotic. Children huddled in groups, whispering, while Mrs. Collins stood pale and shaken. On the teacher's desk was the box Peter had taken with him, now open, its contents exposed. The room felt cold, an odd chill that didn't belong on such a sunny day. My gaze fell on Mrs. Collins, who gestured toward the box, as if unable to speak the words aloud. Inside was a head, not a real one, but a disturbingly lifelike replica. Eyes open and staring, mouth slightly agape. A prop, perhaps, from a movie set or an elaborate Halloween setup, but still grotesque enough to unsettle anyone who laid eyes on it. I felt a cold sweat prick my skin, a sense of dread creeping over me as I wondered how Peter came into possession of such a thing. Peter stood off to the side, unperturbed, as if this was all as it should be. When I asked him where he got the head, he simply said, "Uncle Milty gave it to me." His calm demeanor only heightened my distress. Mrs. Collins suggested that perhaps some older kids had played a prank on him, but deep down, I suspected something more enigmatic was at play. After a lengthy conversation with the principal, Peter was allowed to leave early, the head confiscated for investigation. As we drove home, I asked him more about Uncle Milty, but his answers remained vague, shrouded in the fanciful logic of a child. He insisted that Uncle Milty was always around, especially when it was dark, watching out for him and teaching him things. There was a sincerity in his words that both warmed and chilled me. Over the following days, I tried to learn more about this imaginary uncle. I combed through Peter's room, searching for clues. In his drawings, Uncle Milty was often depicted as a tall, shadowy figure with a wide-brimmed hat, always standing on the periphery of whatever scene Peter had sketched. I found a series of notes, simple messages scrawled out in Peter's childish hand. Uncle Milty says be careful. Uncle Milty knows secrets. Uncle Milty sees in the dark. The atmosphere in our home shifted subtly, but surely. The shadows seemed to grow longer, the nights colder. Peter continued to speak of Uncle Milty with familiarity, occasionally laughing at jokes only he seemed to hear. Despite my unease, I couldn't bring myself to dismiss Peter's tales outright. They were too consistent, too real in his eyes. One evening, as I washed dishes, I heard Peter talking in his room. At first, I thought nothing of it. He often entertained himself with stories and conversations. But as I approached his door, the air felt different, charged with a static energy that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I paused, ear pressed against the wood, listening to the one-sided dialogue. Peter's voice was a soft murmur, responding to questions or prompts only he could hear. "Yes, Uncle Milty," he said. "I will tell them." There was a pause, then laughter. His giggle mixed with something deeper, a resonance that did not belong in the throat of a child. My heart skipped, fear settling in my stomach like a stone. I knocked, the sound reverberating down the corridor, and entered. Peter sat cross-legged on the carpet, toys scattered around him, but his focus was on the shadow-draped corner of the room. When I asked whom he was talking to, he grinned. "Uncle Milty." His eyes shone with an intensity that seemed far beyond his years. That night, I struggled to sleep, tossing and turning as the house creaked around me. At some point, I must have drifted off, only to be jolted awake by the sound of soft footsteps in the hallway. I lay still, listening as they paused outside my door before continuing towards Peter's room. My pulse quickened as I rose, every instinct telling me to protect my son. The hallway was dark, the only light a sliver of moonbeam filtering through a window. I moved towards Peter's room with trepidation, feeling a presence, an awareness that seemed to watch from the shadows themselves. But when I reached the door, the sensation vanished, leaving only silence and the faint sound of Peter's breathing. The following days blurred together, each one steeped in a tension that refused to dissipate. I found myself increasingly on edge, jumping at small noises and imagining figures in the corner of my vision. Peter, on the other hand, seemed untouched by the unease that gripped our home. His conversations with Uncle Milty grew more frequent, and though his demeanor remained unchanged, I sensed a growing distance, a part of him slipping into a world I couldn't reach. Desperate for answers, I decided to consult a child psychologist, hoping they might shed light on Peter's unusual attachment to his imaginary friend. The psychologist, Dr. Harris, was kind and patient, listening intently as I recounted the events. She suggested it was common for children to have imaginary friends, especially in times of stress or loneliness. But Peter isn't lonely, I argued. He's always been happy, content. Dr. Harris nodded, considering my words. Sometimes these figures are a way for children to process emotions they can't articulate. Perhaps Uncle Milty represents something Peter is grappling with internally. I left the office feeling no better than when I arrived. Though Dr. Harris's explanation made sense, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Uncle Milty than mere imagination. That night, as shadows danced across the walls, I found myself questioning everything I thought I knew about the world. As the days wore on, my fear turned into something more tangible, an urge to confront whatever it was that had taken hold of my son. I began staying up late, determined to catch a glimpse of Uncle Milty, to prove to myself that he was nothing more than a figment of Peter's active imagination. One evening, as I wandered the darkened halls, I felt a shift, the air thickening with that familiar static charge. I stopped by Peter's room, where the door stood ajar, casting a sliver of light across the hallway floor. I peered in, my breath catching in my throat. Peter was asleep, peaceful and unaware, yet the shadows in the room seemed to pulse, coalescing in the corner by his bed. I blinked, and for a moment, I swore I saw a figure standing there, tall, with a wide-brimmed hat casting a deeper shadow over its face. Cold fear gripped me, and I stumbled back, heart racing. As quickly as it appeared, the figure dissolved into the darkness, leaving me questioning my sanity. In the days that followed, I became obsessed with uncovering the truth. I scoured the internet, searching for anything that might explain the phenomenon. My search led me down paths of folklore and urban legends, stories of shadow people and entities that feed on fear and imagination. They were tales, nothing more. Yet they resonated with an uncomfortable truth I couldn't dismiss. Peter, oblivious to my growing obsession, continued his conversations with Uncle Milty, now more animated than ever. It was as if he were communicating with a trusted mentor, someone who understood him completely. I watched him, torn between the urge to intervene and the fear of pushing him further away. As the situation reached its zenith, I resolved to confront whatever force was influencing Peter. I stayed awake for nights on end, vigilant and determined, until exhaustion threatened to overtake me. On the final night, as the moon hung low and the world was draped in silence, I took a deep breath and entered Peter's room. The air was thick, the shadows deep and impenetrable. I called out, my voice trembling as I demanded to speak with Uncle Milty. There was no response, only the faint rustling of leaves outside the window. I pushed further, insisting that if he was real, he should show himself, explain his intentions. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, the shadows flickered, and I felt a presence, a consciousness brushing against mine, like a whisper in the dark. It was neither hostile nor benign, simply there, observing. My legs threatened to give way under the weight of the moment, but I stood firm, refusing to yield to fear. "Please," I whispered, "leave my son alone." The shadows seemed to shift, a ripple of movement that left me breathless. I felt a pressure in my mind, not words, but an understanding that settled over me like a sudden storm. Uncle Milty was not a threat, but a guardian of sorts, drawn to children like Peter, who saw beyond the veil of reality. He had no desire to harm, only to teach, to guide. As the realization sank in, the shadows receded, leaving the room bathed in the gentle light of a new dawn. Peter stirred, waking to find me sitting at his bedside. He looked at me with sleepy eyes, unaware of the night's events, and smiled. "Did you see Uncle Milty?" he asked, his voice a soft murmur. I nodded, overwhelmed by the truth I had come to accept. "Yes," I said softly, "I did." In the weeks that followed, the tension in our home eased. Peter continued to speak of Uncle Milty, but the fear that had haunted me gradually faded. I accepted that some mysteries are beyond explanation, that the world is full of wonders and enigmas that defy logic. Yet, even as peace returned, I couldn't entirely forget the presence I had felt, the sense of being watched from the shadows. It lingered at the edges of my consciousness, a reminder that the boundary between reality and imagination is often blurred. And so, life went on, ordinary and extraordinary, in equal measure. I watched Peter grow, his imagination as vibrant as ever, knowing that Uncle Milty was never far away. Shadows became less menacing, more like old friends, always there just beyond the light, whispering secrets to those willing to listen. When I look back on it, I often wonder when I first realized that something was off about my son. On the surface, he was perfect. Tommy was the kid every parent dreamed of having, well-behaved, polite, brilliant at school, and beloved by everyone who met him. At 8 years old, his teachers gushed about his intelligence and kindness. Neighbors greeted him warmly as he walked past, always eager to lend a hand or offer a smile. Even his room was impeccably tidy, with toys arranged in neat rows and books alphabetized on the shelves. Yet, there was something about the way he held himself, an almost preternatural calmness that seemed to seep into the very air around him, creating a subtle discord that only I could sense. It was on a clear autumn afternoon when I felt the first stirrings of unease. I was washing the dishes, the sun casting golden patterns across the kitchen, while Tommy played in the backyard. Glancing out the window, I saw him standing stock still at the edge of the lawn, staring intently at something hidden from my view by the hedgerow. There was a focus to his posture, an intensity that seemed unusual for a child immersed in the world of make-believe games. I watched for a moment, expecting him to lose interest and run back to the swings or the sandbox, but he remained there, unmoving. After drying my hands, I stepped outside, the crisp scent of fall filling my lungs. Tommy didn't hear me approach, his attention riveted. "What are you looking at, sweetheart?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He turned slowly, his blue eyes catching the light in a way that for a split second made them look almost translucent. "Just a bird, Mom," he replied, his voice calm, too calm. I searched the shadows of the hedgerow, but saw nothing. "What kind of bird?" I pressed, curious now. "A pretty one," he said simply, and then he smiled, the kind of smile that parents treasure, wide and innocent. Yet beneath it, or perhaps within it, something flickered, something cold. The incident lingered in my mind, like a splinter under the skin I couldn't quite dislodge. As the days folded into weeks, Tommy's behavior continued to be exemplary, and gradually, I dismissed my worries as overprotective fretting. But there were moments, fleeting as the shadows that slip across a room at dusk, when a chill would prick my heart. Once in the supermarket, I caught sight of him standing by the cereal aisle, staring at a couple arguing some distance away. His expression was unreadable, yet there was a density to his gaze that seemed out of place for a child. When he noticed me watching, he waved and ran over, his cheerful demeanor returning as quickly as it had left. I didn't mention my concerns to my husband, Mark. He was busy with work, and besides, voicing my fears felt like admitting they were real. Instead, I buried them, telling myself Tommy was just an observant child, nothing more. However, deep down, I knew that whatever I had glimpsed was not imagination. Then came the night of the school play. Tommy had landed the lead role as Peter Pan, and the whole family was excited. On the evening of the performance, the school auditorium was packed, filled with the buzz of anticipation. As the lights dimmed and the curtain rose, I settled into my seat, eager to watch my son shine. And shine he did. Tommy was flawless, moving across the stage with a confidence and charisma that drew every eye. His lines delivered with perfect timing, his expressions vivid and captivating. Yet, as I watched him, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a performance at all. It was as if he had truly become someone else, someone other. The thought disturbed me, and I tried to dismiss it, focusing on the proud cheers and applause that followed each scene. The play ended with a standing ovation, and I joined the throng of parents gathered to congratulate their children. Tommy was surrounded by classmates, all of them laughing and chattering excitedly. When he saw me, he ran over, face alight with triumph. "Did you see, Mom? Wasn't it great?" he asked, eyes wide with exhilaration. I hugged him tightly, the warmth of his small body reassuring against my inexplicable disquiet. "You were wonderful," I whispered, meaning it, and for a moment, all my fears seemed absurd, banished by the simple reality of his presence. That night, after tucking Tommy into bed, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. My thoughts circled, restless and unresolved. It was then that I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound, like whispering carried on the wind. I sat up, straining to listen, and realized it came from Tommy's room. Heart pounding, I tiptoed to his door, pushing it open a crack. Tommy lay in bed, eyes closed, his expression serene. Yet the murmuring continued, a low susurrus that seemed to fill the space between us. As I stood transfixed, his lips moved, shaping silent words I couldn't understand. Panic surged through me, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. Finally, as if sensing my presence, he stopped, the room falling into an oppressive silence. I backed away, closing the door, my hands trembling. The next morning, I decided to confront Tommy, to ask him directly about what I had seen and heard. But when he came down for breakfast, cheerfully munching on toast, I lost my nerve. How could I accuse him of something I couldn't even articulate? Instead, I watched him closely, searching for any sign of the elusive darkness I had glimpsed the night before. Yet under the bright kitchen lights, he was just Tommy, my perfect son. The unease continued to build, weaving a silent tension into the fabric of our daily lives. I began to dread the evenings, when the shadows outside grew long and the house fell into stillness. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the trees seemed amplified, echoing the turmoil within me. I became hyper-vigilant, watching Tommy for any hint of strangeness, but he appeared blissfully unaware of my growing anxiety. Then one evening, as I was folding laundry, I found something that made my blood run cold. In the pocket of Tommy's jeans was a crumpled piece of paper covered in drawings. At first glance, they seemed like ordinary child sketches. Houses, trees, a family standing hand in hand. But as I looked closer, the details shifted, revealing something else entirely. The figures were distorted, their features twisted into grotesque masks of anguish. The trees loomed like sentinels, their branches curling into grasping claws. And at the center, a pair of eyes, Tommy's eyes unmistakably, stared back at me, filled with an unfathomable depth. I tried to calm the rising panic, telling myself it was just a child's imagination. But the drawings haunted me, vivid in ways that had nothing to do with the crude lines on the page. That night, I lay awake, my mind churning over the images, their meaning eluding me like smoke through my fingers. Days passed, and the atmosphere at home grew taut, straining under the weight of unspoken fears. Mark noticed my distraction, But I brushed off his concerns, unwilling to admit the truth even to myself. Instead, I resolved to find out what was happening, to uncover the source of the shadow that seemed to hang over my son. One evening, I waited until Tommy was asleep and then crept into his room. I felt a mix of guilt and determination, knowing that I was invading his privacy, but needing answers. I searched through his drawers and shelves, careful to leave everything as I found it. At first, there was nothing, just the usual assortment of toys and books. But then I found it, tucked away in the back of his closet, a small box, its lid secured with a piece of string. My hands shook as I opened it, revealing a collection of objects that seemed innocent at first glance. Pebbles, feathers, bits of string. Yet each item was meticulously arranged, an order that spoke of a significance beyond my understanding. And there, nestled among them, was a small notebook. I opened it with trepidation, the pages filled with dense, swirling script. The words were indecipherable, but the energy they exuded was palpable, a silent hum that resonated through me. I closed the notebook, a growing dread settling in my bones. I replaced everything as I had found it, retreating to the safety of my room, where I sat, shivering in the dark, a prisoner of my own fear. What was happening to my son? And why did I feel as though something ancient and unknowable was watching, waiting in the shadows of our lives? The next morning, I knew I had to confront Tommy, no matter how difficult it would be. Over breakfast, I watched him, gathering my courage. "Tommy," I began, voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I found your drawings. Can we talk about them?" He looked up, the spoon pausing midway to his mouth, surprise flickering across his face. But then, to my astonishment, he smiled. "They're just pictures, Mom, from my dreams." "Dreams?" I echoed, caught off guard. "Yeah," he continued, as if this explained everything. "They come to me at night. I just draw them so I don't forget." There was an innocence to his explanation, yet it only deepened my unease. "Is that why you whisper at night?" I pressed, watching him closely. His smile faded, replaced by a look of genuine confusion. "Whisper? I don't whisper." The sincerity in his voice left me at a loss. Had I imagined it all? Was my mind playing tricks on me, weaving patterns where none existed? But the drawings, the notebook, they were real, weren't they? I decided to confide in Mark, hoping for some clarity. That evening, after Tommy was asleep, I told him everything. My fears, the drawings, the box. He listened patiently, though I could see the skepticism in his eyes. "Kids have wild imaginations," he said gently. "Maybe he's just more creative than most." "It's more than that," I insisted, frustration edging my voice. "There's something else, something wrong." Mark sighed, wrapping an arm around me. "I think you're overthinking it, love. But if it bothers you, we can talk to someone. Maybe get a professional opinion." The suggestion provided a small measure of comfort, yet it did little to quell the storm inside me. I spent the following days in a haze of anxiety, vacillating between seeking help and fearing the answers I might uncover. It was late one night when everything came to a head. I awoke to a soft creaking, the sound of footsteps in the hall. Heart pounding, I rose from bed, quietly opening the door. Tommy stood there, silhouetted in the dim light, eyes open, but unseeing. "Tommy?" I whispered, but he didn't respond, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond the walls of our home. He began to move, a slow, deliberate walk, as if drawn by an invisible thread. I followed, a sense of inevitability wrapping around me like a shroud. He led me to the backyard, the air cool and still, the silence deep as a well. There, in the moonlight, Tommy stopped, turning to face me. His eyes, usually so bright and cheerful, were dark pools, unfathomable and ancient. "Why, Tommy?" I asked, my voice a fragile thing in the night. He blinked, and for a moment, clarity seemed to return. "It's okay, Mom," he said softly, as if he were the parent, soothing a child's fears. "They told me everything will be fine." "Who told you?" I demanded, though part of me dreaded the answer. "Them," he replied simply, gesturing to the shadows that stretched long and thin around us. I blinked, and the world seemed to shift, the familiar turning strange and ominous. I saw them then, shapes moving in the darkness, indistinct yet undeniably real. They hovered at the edge of my vision, whispering secrets I couldn't comprehend, a language of silence and shadows. Tommy reached out, his small hand finding mine, grounding me in the midst of the surreal. "Don't worry, Mom," he said, his voice gentle and knowing. "They won't hurt us." The conviction in his words offered a strange comfort, yet it did nothing to dispel the terror that gripped me. I closed my eyes, wishing for the nightmare to end, for dawn to break and banish the phantoms of the night. When I opened them again, Tommy was just a boy once more, his eyes clear and innocent. The shadows were gone, leaving only the quiet hum of the world settling back into place. I held him close, the warmth of his body a welcome balm against the lingering chill. In the aftermath, we never spoke of that night. Life resumed its normal course, the days slipping by with familiar ease. Yet beneath the surface, the unease remained, a silent undercurrent that I could never fully ignore. Tommy continued to draw, his dreams still vivid and enigmatic, but I no longer searched for meaning in them, no longer sought answers that seemed beyond my grasp. Instead, I focused on the everyday moments, finding solace in the ordinary, even as the extraordinary lingered, waiting in the wings. The fear never fully left me, a shadow that walked beside us, invisible yet ever present. But I learned to live with it, to accept the dual nature of the world we inhabited. My perfect son, with his perfect life, and the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of understanding. In time, I came to realize that some questions are best left unanswered, that some shadows are meant to remain unseen. And so I watched and waited and loved my son, even as the darkness watched and waited too. The house was quiet, as it always was during the time when the sun began its descent beyond the horizon. It was a modest two-story home, nestled comfortably in an unassuming suburban neighborhood. The Reynolds family had lived there for over a decade, and the space had become an integral part of their lives. The walls, painted in warm hues, echoed with laughter and memories. It was a sanctuary, a place meant for safety and solace. From the outside, the house was unremarkable, like any other in the neighborhood with its neat lawn and white picket fence. Inside, however, it held a secret, one that was slowly beginning to stir from its long slumber. Tommy Reynolds was 8 years old, and like many children his age, he harbored an irrational fear of the dark. His parents, understanding but practical, had installed a nightlight in his room, its soft, comforting glow casting friendly shadows across the walls. Yet, even with its presence, Tommy found himself clutching his blanket tightly each night, his small heart thumping nervously as he peered into the inky corners of his room. It was on a particularly warm autumn evening when things began to change. The day had been unremarkable, filled with ordinary events, school homework, and a dinner of macaroni and cheese. As bedtime approached, Tommy finished brushing his teeth and reluctantly shuffled to his room. His mother, Sarah, followed behind, offering the usual bedtime assurances. "Everything's okay, sweetheart," she murmured, smoothing his hair as she tucked him in. "There's nothing in the dark that isn't there in the light." Tommy nodded, though his eyes still darted towards the closet, that yawning maw that seemed to hold secrets of its own. His mother kissed his forehead and turned off the main light, leaving only the gentle luminescence of the nightlight to hold back the darkness. Sarah left the room, pulling the door to a close with that familiar creak, leaving a small crack open as Tommy preferred. He lay there for several minutes, staring at the ceiling, trying to quiet his mind. The house was still, the only sounds the occasional creak of settling wood and the soft hum of the refrigerator downstairs. It was then that the first disturbance occurred. A soft rustling, barely perceptible, drifted from the closet. Tommy's heart skipped a beat. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing himself to think of other things, of the weekend trip to the zoo, of his favorite superhero. But the sound persisted, a gentle scratch that set his teeth on edge. "Mom," he called out, his voice barely above a whisper. But there was no response. His parents were likely engrossed in their own pursuits, assuming their son was tucked safely in the arms of sleep. Summoning his courage, Tommy sat up and peered into the dimness. The closet door was slightly ajar, though he distinctly remembered it being closed. His small hand trembled as he reached for the flashlight he kept under his pillow. Clicking it on, he shone the beam towards the source of his anxiety. The light fell upon the open closet, illuminating nothing more than clothes and toys. But the rustling stopped, as if whatever had disturbed the peace had retreated from the probing glare. Tommy exhaled slowly, convincing himself it was nothing but a trick of the mind. Yet, as he lay back down, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. Over the next few nights, the disturbances grew more frequent. Every evening, as the house descended into its nocturnal quietude, the sounds would begin. The rustling, now accompanied by a soft whispering, seemed to emanate from the very walls. Tommy, sleep-deprived and anxious, confided in his parents, but they dismissed his fears as childish fancy. "There are no monsters, Tommy," His father, Mark, assured him with a chuckle. Just your imagination playing tricks on you. But Tommy knew, deep down, that something was amiss. The darkness within the house felt alive, as though it was slowly awakening from a deep, restless slumber. He began to dread the approach of night, the anxiety building into a tight knot in his stomach. The escalation came without warning. One night, as the family sat down for dinner, an unsettling chill filled the air. It was subtle at first, a cool draft snaking through the rooms, despite the windows being closed. Tommy shivered, feeling the prickle of fear along his spine. His parents exchanged a glance, both aware of the sudden change in atmosphere, but unwilling to voice it aloud. Later, as Tommy lay in bed, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They were incoherent, a jumble of voices overlapping, though one cut through the rest, a deep, resonant tone that seemed to resonate within the very marrow of his bones. Tommy, it sighed, his name stretching into a susurrus that filled the room. Panicked, Tommy bolted upright, clutching his flashlight like a talisman. The beam swept across the room, landing on the closet once more. The door was wide open now, darkness pooling within its depths. For a moment he thought he saw a shape lurking there, a shadow darker than the rest, shifting and amorphous. He scrambled out of bed, running to his parents' room. His mother, groggy and half asleep, comforted him, though her patience was wearing thin. "It's just a bad dream, honey," she murmured, half convinced herself. But Tommy knew it was more than that. The house was changing, the comforting embrace of home replaced by an insidious presence that wrapped around him like a shroud. It felt as though the walls were closing in, the darkness pressing ever closer. The climax came one fateful night, a night that began like any other. The family gathered for dinner, the conversation stilted, each member acutely aware of the tension that had settled over them like a fog. Even the house seemed to hold its breath, the air heavy with anticipation. As Tommy lay in bed that night, he felt certain he would not find sleep. The whispers came again, louder than ever, filling his ears until he thought they might burst. And then, with a suddenness that took his breath away, the nightlight flickered and died, plunging the room into impenetrable darkness. Panic-stricken, Tommy fumbled for his flashlight, but it slipped from his grasp, rolling under the bed. He was alone, utterly alone, cocooned in an ebony void. The whispers ceased, replaced by a low, rumbling growl that seemed to reverberate through the floorboards. Heart pounding, Tommy knew he had to act. Driven by a primal instinct to survive, he leapt from his bed for the safety of his parents' room. But as he reached the door, it slammed shut with a force that shook the walls. He was trapped, the doorknob cold and unyielding beneath his fingers. Terror mounting, Tommy turned back to face the room. The darkness was shifting, coalescing into a form, a hulking silhouette that loomed near the closet. It was the embodiment of his nightmares, a creature born from the shadows themselves. Its eyes, pinpricks of malevolent light, fixed on him with an intensity that froze him in place. Summoning every ounce of courage, Tommy opened his mouth to scream, a soundless plea for help that echoed in the void. But before he could voice it, The shape moved, gliding across the room with an unnatural fluidity. It reached out, a tendril of darkness extending towards him. Just as the inky appendage brushed his skin, the door burst open, flooding the room with light. His parents stood there, eyes wide with fear and confusion. The creature recoiled, dissolving into shadows that slunk back into the closet, the door creaking shut behind it. Tommy collapsed into his mother's arms, trembling and sobbing. His father, shaken but resolute, approached the closet, wrenching it open to reveal nothing but clothes and toys, the ordinary trappings of a child's domain. In the days that followed, the house seemed to return to normal. The oppressive atmosphere lifted. Yet, the memory lingered, a shadow on the edge of Tommy's consciousness. The whispers ceased, and the darkness no longer felt alive. But he knew that it was not gone, merely dormant. The parents, eager to restore peace, installed new, brighter lighting throughout the house, and even consulted a child psychologist, convinced that Tommy's imagination had simply run wild. But Tommy, now more aware of the thin veil between reality and the unknown, sensed that the house had secrets yet to reveal. The fear remained, lurking in the corners of his mind. He avoided the closet, never allowing it to stay open for long, the feeling that something was watching, waiting, ever present. And as night fell each day, he lay in bed with his new nightlight, a beacon against the encroaching dark, wondering if it would be enough to keep the shadows at bay. For now, the sleeping giant within the house had returned to its slumber, but Tommy understood the precariousness of peace. The darkness within might have retreated, but it was always there, a silent sentinel in the background, ready to rise once more. In the stillness of the night, as he drifted between wakefulness and dreams, Tommy occasionally heard it, a soft rustle, a breath of air, and in those moments, he knew that he was not entirely alone. The darkness a constant companion, waiting patiently for its time to come again. Every Sunday morning, in our modest suburban home, was a ritual of tranquility. As the first light of dawn filtered through the thin curtains, casting a warm glow over the room I shared with my younger brother Tommy, we would awaken to the familiar aroma of pancakes wafting through the air. It signaled a day free from the obligations of school and the routine mundanity of weekday mornings. Our house, nestled between rows of identical homes with their manicured lawns and picket fences, seemed the epitome of safety and peace. In the kitchen, Mom would hum softly to the tune of a song only she knew, flipping pancakes with a grace that came from years of practice. Dad would be at the table, hidden behind a paper, occasionally peeking over the top to watch Tommy and me as we engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the syrup bottle. It was a scene so ordinary that it never occurred to me how fragile it was, how easily the veneer of normalcy could be shattered. The first disturbance came on a night that seemed no different from any other. It was a Tuesday, and the evening had unfolded in the usual way. After dinner, we retreated to our room, where the soft hum of the house settling surrounded us. Tommy sat cross-legged on his bed, engrossed in a book about dinosaurs, his brows knitted in concentration. I lay on my bed, lost in the imaginary worlds of my own paperback. The clock ticked methodically as I drifted toward sleep, the gentle rhythm pulling me into its embrace. But then, a sound broke through the familiar cadence of the night. a soft scratching, like fingernails brushing against wood. I froze, my heart skipping a beat, straining to listen. The noise seemed to originate from the closet, an innocuous part of our room that had always been a reservoir for clothes and forgotten toys. I glanced over at Tommy, who appeared oblivious, still immersed in his book. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the oppressive silence that followed the mysterious sound. He looked up, eyes wide with innocent curiosity. "Hear what?" "The scratching from the closet." Tommy's gaze flickered to the closet door, then back to me. He shrugged, feigning nonchalance, but I noticed the way his fingers tightened around the edge of the page he had been about to turn. "Probably just a rat," he said, trying to sound braver than he felt. We both knew there were no rats in our house. Pest control had been Dad's obsession the previous summer, and the place was sealed tighter than Fort Knox. Trying to shake off the unease, I suggested we listen to music, a distraction that allowed us to drift back into the arms of sleep. The following days were a haze of school routines and homework assignments, the incident almost forgotten. But each night, as darkness enveloped our room, the scratching returned, more insistent and persistent. It became a nightly ritual, the sound growing in intensity, a constant reminder that something was amiss. It was as if the closet itself had developed a pulse, breathing and living in the shadows. Tommy grew quieter, his laughter less frequent, his eyes shadowed with something unspoken. I noticed the way he would hesitate before entering our room, the slight flinch whenever the closet creaked open to reveal its mundane contents. I, too, felt the weight of it pressing against my mind, a presence I couldn't explain, but felt with every fiber of my being. Then came the night when everything changed. It was a Friday, and our parents had decided to indulge in a rare outing, leaving us in the care of a neighbor. Mrs. Callahan was kind, but oblivious, her attention more on her knitting than on us. We were left to our own devices, and as the hours ticked by, the sense of unease grew, festering like a wound that refused to heal. We sat on Tommy's bed, the book forgotten between us. The room was dimly lit by a single lamp, casting long shadows that danced across the walls. The air seemed heavier, charged with an energy that vibrated through the room. I could see the fear in Tommy's eyes, a reflection of my own. "It's getting louder," he whispered, his voice trembling. I nodded, unsure of what to say. The scratching had transformed into more than just noise. It was a presence, palpable and sinister. The thought of opening the closet terrified me, yet the compulsion to confront whatever lay within was overwhelming. "Maybe we should tell Mom and Dad," I suggested, though I already knew what their response would be. A gentle dismissal, attributing our fears to overactive imaginations. Tommy shook his head. "They won't believe us." Silence stretched between us, thick and suffocating, and then, as if sensing our fear, the scratching intensified, a frantic clawing that resonated through the room. We recoiled, instinctively huddling closer together, our gazes fixed on the closet door. Suddenly, there was a soft click, barely audible over the sound of our own breathing. The closet door creaked open, inch by inch, revealing nothing but darkness within. I could feel the cold tendrils of fear wrap around my heart, squeezing until it was hard to breathe. "Close it," Tommy urged, his voice high-pitched and urgent. I moved, despite the terror that paralyzed my limbs, reaching out with a trembling hand to push the door shut. As I did, the scratching stopped abruptly, leaving a silence more chilling than the noise itself. We stayed up late that night, sleep eluding us, haunted by the specter of the unknown. When dawn finally broke, the room seemed less threatening, the morning light dispelling some of the shadows that lingered in the corners. But the sense of dread persisted, following us like a shadow we couldn't shake. Each night became a test of endurance, and I found myself growing more protective of Tommy, fearing for him more than for myself. The scratching continued, relentless and tormenting, a whisper in the dark that promised something terrible. And then, the climax of our ordeal came, swift and merciless. It was a windy night, the gusts howling through the trees outside, rattling the windows with a ferocity that matched the storm within our hearts. We lay in bed, the tension between us as taut as a drawn bowstring, waiting for the inevitable. The scratching began, louder than ever, a cacophony that seemed to emanate from the very walls of the closet. Tommy whimpered, clutching at my arm, and I pulled him closer, desperate to protect him from whatever horror lay in wait. And then it happened. The closet door burst open with a force that sent it crashing against the wall, and from the depths of that impenetrable darkness, something emerged. I couldn't see it, not really, but I felt its presence, cold and malevolent, filling the room with a primal fear. Tommy screamed, a sound that pierced my heart, and I watched in horror as he was drawn towards the closet, an invisible force pulling him inch by inch. I lunged forward, grabbing him with all my strength, but it was like trying to hold on to smoke. My grip faltered, and he slipped from my grasp, disappearing into the shadows with a final, terrified cry. The door slammed shut, and the room was plunged into silence, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing. I was alone, the reality of it hitting me like a physical blow. Tommy was gone, swallowed by the darkness, leaving nothing behind but the echo of his voice. I stumbled back to my bed, numb and disoriented, my mind refusing to process what had just happened. The closet stood silent and closed, no sign of the terror it had just unleashed. I wanted to scream, to cry out for help, but the words wouldn't come, locked inside by the fear that gripped my heart. When morning came, it brought with it no relief, only an emptiness that filled every corner of the room. I sat there, staring at the closet, willing it to open and return my brother to me. But the door remained stubbornly closed, as if mocking my desperation. Our parents returned home, their smiles fading into confusion, and then horror as they realized Tommy was missing. The police were called, neighbors questioned, but there was no trace of him, no sign of the struggle that had unfolded in our room. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist, erased by the malevolent force that lurked within the closet. Days turned to weeks, and the world moved on, but the shadow of fear lingered, a constant presence in my life. I couldn't bring myself to sleep in that room again. not with the knowledge of what lay within the closet. I was haunted by the memory of Tommy's last, terrified scream, a sound that played on a loop in my mind. I told no one of what had happened that night, afraid of the disbelief I would encounter, the accusations of madness. Instead, I kept it locked away, a secret I carried alone, the weight of it pressing down on me with every passing day. But the fear never left me, an insidious whisper that followed me wherever I went. I would catch glimpses of movement in the corners of my vision, feel the cold touch of phantom fingers on my skin. And at night, when the darkness closed in, I would hear the scratching, a distant echo of the terror that had stolen my brother away. I grew older, but the memory of that night never faded, etched into my mind with a clarity that refused to dull with time. I avoided closets, unable to face the darkness within, and I never returned to that house, leaving it behind like a ghost of a past I couldn't escape. And yet, even now, the fear remains, a constant reminder of the sinister entity that had come for Tommy. It lurks in the shadows, waiting and watching, a presence that cannot be vanquished or forgotten. I live with the knowledge that the closet monster is real, a truth I wish I could disbelieve, but cannot deny. In the quiet of the night, when the world is at rest, I sometimes hear it, the soft, insistent scratching, a promise of the dark things that dwell just beyond the edge of the light. I know it waits for me, patient and unyielding, and I cannot help but wonder if one day it will come for me too.